right, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Best in Guild Tournament 2025. Happy New Year to us. I am Blue Squadron, your host, joined by my co-host and co-caster, Grant. You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Grenton. I'm that one dude who's been playing Throne of Liberty for too long. I'm casting with someone who rarely has less hair than I do, so that's always fun. I get to be the one with the most hair on the cast, which is, pretty big W. But yeah, super happy to be here. Thanks for having me again.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. We did. You did. And a great job yesterday. Honestly, big shout out to the production team, me, who kept up with all of that, and Gretton for allowing me to do so, because it's hard to keep up with production. This is a one-man production.
Looks
you're like a multi-billion dollar company.
Human being.
Yeah, well, fortunately, we did. Yesterday's stream went so well, we did end up picking up a sponsor for the tournament, which I will mention a little bit later in the broadcast. But that's very exciting, as it helps support the event that I put on here, and the community honestly gets paid a little bit more money as well. So that's amazing. So yeah, yesterday, Gretton, we went through it. Yesterday we had some matches that I did not even believe how close they were yesterday. The Tsunami versus Infamy match was actually just insane. I went back and rewatched it. They retook it with like 26 seconds left on the clock, and like after the whole time had been so close the entire time, fighting tooth and nail back and forth the whole time. We can only hope for a match that is that close today.
Yeah, it's big shoes to fill, that's for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, it's that was like the biggest, I won't even say like crowd upset, but like crowd surprise match. Like people were expecting Tsunami to win, but I don't think they were expecting them to like streak by in the last few seconds of the match. So definitely an insane match that we had with them yesterday. We have a pretty sick lineup today as well. There's some pretty good maps that we have up.
Today's gonna be insane.
So I'm super pumped. Yeah,
today's gonna be absolutely nuts. A lot of the crowd favorites made it through yesterday, and then round two, the tournament's actually so big, I'm gonna have to do probably round 2 and round 3 together, or round 3 and the semis together. I'm not sure which one I'm gonna do yet. I think it's gonna be round 2 and round 3 on the same day. That, or I just need to push the tournament yet another week and do the semifinals and the finals the following week after that. But yeah, that tournament ended up being so big, and honestly, we had 2 guilds actually back out of the tournament, only to make an announcement last night and say, hey, if people still want to sign up, I can get you in. We had 10 guilds apply last night, Grim. 10 guilds applied to be in the tournament, so I chose 2 of them that they were first. They looked like they were a solid matchup for the time slot, the strongest that I could find, basically. And so we will have a full day of matches today for us. And speaking of matches, the first one's getting ready to go. Let's take a look at match 1 for the day here. Look at that new transition. Yo, look at the production gets better every day. Okay, so it is Straw Hats versus Legendary, both free-to-play guilds. Server Burkamp for Straw Hats and Dracosoft for Legendary.
Draco Rift.
Yeah, well, Draco Rift. Yeah, sorry, Draco Soft. Oh my goodness, Draco Rift. We actually saw Flex yesterday compete in this Legendary and Flex Alliance. It should say Legendary there. That's my mistake. But there's still only 2 guilds in the Alliance, which again is super impressive because players can't play twice in this tournament, which means Legendary has to field essentially 48 people from their guild, and Flex is fielding 48 people from their guild, and they looked really strong yesterday, Gren.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I'm just looking at we're in the lobby, by the way, plot twist. And it is exactly 40. Well, right now there's 41 people, but they're all from Legendary. And I find really, really cool. On the flip side, right, we saw Flex yesterday. They looked so sharp on Talus, right? They were constantly in control. Even when they got caught off guard, they were, still just, cranking and ready to go. But I mean, I'm super excited to see them play. I see people in chat saying the Straw Hat graphic is wrong. All good. I know these people. This is the Blackbeard sort of alliance.
Yeah, all I can say is that this is what they put on the application. So if it's wrong, it's 100% on your guildmaster.
Yeah, so go roast, Sab and Buddha and all of them. But that is that squad. Pretty dominant force on free-to-play servers. And you know, I'm very excited to see them play. They are, in my opinion, maybe this isn't the case for everybody in that guild, but they are like the whale guild.
Wait, really? Wait, legendary you mean, or straw hats?
No. Blackbeard, straw hats.
Oh wow. Okay, so for this is a game knowledge is priceless, but for everything else, there's MasterCard situation.
Yeah, I remember. I don't know if he's playing, if Sab is playing, but I think when Bellandir and Tevent came out, he had a Bellandir SNS like I think day one that they didn't drop. And then I think their guild leader bought someone an Arc Boss weapon and this and that. Like pretty much, GTA RP streamers, money is not an issue. So I'm very excited to watch them play. I got the pleasure of playing against them on a mana waste inter-server, and they were the only one. They didn't even care about winning the inter-server. They were just holding W into our ball over and over and over and over again, saying hi Grenton, hi Grenton, hi Grenton. They just want a PvP and they just want to frag. So I'm super excited to see this. They are playing on one of the most, frag potential Rift Zones. So I'll let you talk about that, Blue.
Yeah, so we have Legendary won the coin toss between the two, and they chose Pick, which has been a common theme here. And then Straw Hats banned Malakar, Morokai, and Chernobog. And then they picked Azrael, and we all love the Azrael stone.
Yup. It's going to be a bloodbath for sure. We're just waiting, obviously, for the last couple members of each side to kind of, mosey on in here. Mm-hmm. But Azrael is going to be insane. I'm curious. We only saw Azrael once yesterday. It was Lanapisa versus, I believe, Privateers. And it wasn't like super close, but there were a couple pushes there towards the end, and Lanapisa was able to take some real estate. Both these guilds have a lot of, hype behind them in the chat, which is crazy. If we look at the prediction, though, very heavily in favor of Legendary. So Straw Hats are the underdog according to the Twitch chat. And as you know, Blue, Twitch chat is always right.
That is not true at all. Twitch chat is majority of the time wrong, especially on my predictions, because I rig my predictions a lot like the presidential election for the United States all the time. Yeah, when people shit talk me in chat too frequently before I've distributed the points, I just give the points to the other team. It's
Wait, is that how you
democracy? That's what
is that
democracy.
How US democracy works?
Yes, that's how it works. Yeah, it look, just don't make me angry before I distribute the points, kind of. So today's bracket, we'll look ahead a little bit since they're not quite ready to go yet. We are a little premature on the match here. Looking ahead to the next two matches, we have Left 4 Dead versus New Dawn. Let's take a look at these two guilds here. Left 4 Dead is a free-to-play. So is New Dawn. So a lot of free-to-play guilds today. Actually, I didn't even notice that this half of the bracket seemed to be kind of stacked a little bit. Left 4 Dead, the strongest guild in their alliance. Rank 2 on the server for their alliance, but they feel that they're going to be ranked 1 soon. They still won 2 sieges, and their prediction is top 5 to 10. New Dawn with much higher aspirations at top 3, looking for a bronze medal in this tournament as a second place in their alliance, which means they feel like their alliance has the top guild on the server, and then they are number 3 on the entire server. So like 2 of the guilds in their alliance are number 1 and number 3 respectively, is what that would mean. Basically, they feel they're rank 1 on the server but have only won once in Siege. Do you know these guilds, Gretton?
I've heard of Left 4 Dead a little bit. New Dawn is part of the that Infamy. I mean, Infamy looked super sharp yesterday, right? So if they are, even 10, just 10%, 15% behind or ahead of what Infamy was in terms of how they played GVG Stones, that's going to be an extremely good matchup. There is, one guild in that New Dawn alliance that I know of, and I know are, is pretty weak, but I don't think they're pulling from that guild, so I think they'll be okay.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to that. I've heard a lot from Left 4 Dead. They originally had 2 teams in the tournament and then condensed it to 1 team. And then I'll be honest with you, it's a take care kind of day, Grenton, because our next matchup, I'll be honest with you, our next match, it's Can't Press Q versus Take Care Mamba. And this is the first of all 4 Take Care guilds are on this side of the bracket, believe it or not. And so this is the first of the 4 Take Care guilds, and they think that their rank 3 is Take Care Mamba. They believe that they are rank 1 on the server. They just transferred in onto Zeroth and lost their first siege, but you could attribute that a little bit to them not being settled and stuff quite yet on the server. They think that they're conservatively top 5, which again, Grutton, if there's 4 guilds in your alliance and you think you're going to finish top 5 server wide, that means that you think that your alliance holds 1, 2, 3, and 5, basically, yeah. Right? Or some distribution of that. And then Can't Press Q on the other side. Have you ever heard of Can't Press Q, Gretton?
So Can't Press Q is from Castleton. I think, again, this is just another time where I played against them during an inner server. I'm not sure if during our, warpath through every server, if we saw them on Castleton. I know on Castleton, it was mainly Swipe, Grippers, and Royal Vanguard when, the Ethereum train was passing through, if we will call it that. So I'm not sure if I've ever played against them. I do know a couple people in Can't Press Q, just like I know quite a few people in Take Care. Just on all, I'm just gonna say Take Care of all those guilds. There's people that I know. So any Take Care match is a match that I'm excited to take a look at, because all 4 guilds in that Take Care alliance play very differently. Take Care Cobra, I believe, is their main guild. Take Care Bears is a lot of ex-Sinister. Yep. So I know how they play. I was shot calling them and doing their strats, right? Take Care Mamba is their own thing, and then Swipe is led by Fish, I believe, and they have a completely different play style as well. So I'm super excited to watch that entire alliance compete. But like you said, they're saying, hey, top 5. That means our entire alliance is gonna, somehow be in that top 5. Because I don't think any of them predicted that they were gonna just finish like top 10.
Yeah, I know. Every single guild in this tournament said we're finishing top 50%. It's not even a question. Easy, or better. Most people said top 5. There's a lot of top 5ers in the tournament. And then our next one is actually probably the most hyped matchup of the day. This is going to be Tier versus Take Care Bears. And the reason that this is hyped is 2 reasons. Number 1, Tier represents the Fury Alliance, which I think a lot of people notice is absent from this tournament because they're complete bitches. Tier, Bricked, and Fury are in an alliance together. I forget the name of the 4th guild, but they're widely considered as one of the strongest guilds. Yeah, they're one of the strongest alliances in the game, but completely dodged the tournament, saying that they could not make the times for the matches. But I very clearly moved guilds around and made sure that all the times would work for anybody in the tournament, and even had multiple days for tier 1 or for the first round of the tournament. So that was complete horse rubbish. They just dodged the tournament, plain and simple, and only entered Tier. Tier actually had the balls to enter, so we're very excited to see them represent that Fury Alliance there, and they should have a good showing today. I almost gave them a bye into the first round because they should just be that strong, but then they're up against Take Care Bears that you know a lot about, Gretton, so I'll let you introduce them.
Yeah, I mean, Take Care Bears is predominantly a lot of ex-Sinister right now. It was I believe Take Care, that alliance had 2.5 guilds ish, and then when Sinister went boom, a lot of the Sinister people who did, like, some of us went to Supple, some of them went to TC, some of them went to Bricked, right? We just kind of all dispersed like a bunch of little rats and infiltrated every single guild, and now it's like Sinister Plague has came over the eastern region. But Take Care Bears has a lot of heavy hitters, a lot of really good tanks and healers who went from Sinister, alongside just the good players from TC in general. So that guild, again, no clue who's calling, no clue on like a macro level what's going on, but it's going to be an extremely good match, because I've fought against Tier quite a bit.
They're
right?
really
we
strong.
fought against Tier together.
Yeah, they're really good.
And then now I'm fighting against Tier on Zeroth in Supple, and that alliance is super strong. So I can't wait for that match. That is I think that's going to be the tsunami infamy match that we had yesterday. I think the one that can come close to that is the one we're looking at on screen right now.
Yeah, and I think it's notable to mention that an E-Girl has killed 2 of Sinister's last, or Take Care Bears, 2 of their last 2 guilds. So like the first time, you know, you had Alec chopping trees with an E-Girl and his fiance, Firium, brought that down. Then they moved to Sinister. They think Viz is super solid. Viz decided he wants to have sex for the first time in his life and have a child. So that guild ends up going down because Viz wants to take a break and go have a child. What a loser. And now they're on Take Care Bears. So we're all wondering, are they even going to let women into the guild at this point, or are they going to be taken down by the gauge, if you catch my drift, this time?
Well, listen, one of their best healers in Take Care Bears is a woman.
That's well, you can already guess that leadership is sliding into those DMs, or you can only hope that they're not, at least. But this matchup is going to be incredible regardless. I honestly think my boys in Take Care Bears, I'm hoping that they take it, but let's be honest, if Tyr takes Brick has some amazing players in it, and so does Fury. So like if Tyr is feeling any of those extra players, and Tyr's already strong by itself, oh man, this matchup is going to be one to remember for sure. And then the next matchup we have for the day is one a lot of people, this is the Wave versus Hurricane, and the Wave has I'm gonna say low predictions for this tournament. They're one of the only guilds in the tournament. They're one of the only guilds in the tournament. They were like, I was like, what's your prediction? They're like, we're really just hoping that we show up. And so that's where the bar is. They said that they're the strongest guild in their alliance. I think they undersold themselves, to be honest, because they won Siege. They're rank 1 on their server. I think they're a lot stronger than they let on, but I think they were memeing on the application a bit. But you know what? I just put down what the guild masters told me on the application. A Hurricane on the other side of it is, again, another free-to-play. We have a lot of free-to-play guilds today currently on the Karenix server. They're second strongest in their alliance behind Tsunami, who we saw yesterday. Their alliance is first on the server. They've won 3 sieges, and they're hoping to be top 50%. Grant, these are 2 lesser known guilds. Are you familiar with either of these?
No, I know Hurricane is part of the the Natural Disaster Alliance is what we can call them: Hurricane, Tsunami, Avalanche, and Hailstorm. So again, if they're even like 10%, you know, within 10% power of what Tsunami was, that's going to be a good match. The Wave, Fuego Wave is the only person I know in that guild, because he just like yaps in every single Twitch stream I've ever seen. Like no matter what streamer I'm watching, they can have like 1 viewer or 1,000 viewers. He's just yapping. I think he has like 60 streams open at the same time.
Wait, that's true. He's always in my chat too.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, well then I look forward to that. And if they lose, I will never let them live it down. It's going to be incredible. Well, our next match for the day, and this is yet another hype one, because I told you it's a take care kind of day. Swipe Knight versus Nemesis. And I have to say, Nemesis has their work cut out for them. They're a free-to-play guild. They're rank 1 in their alliance. They have not won any sieges, and their prediction is just top 50%. This is a David and Goliath story. They're up against Swipe Knight. Swipe Knight is the second strongest guild in the Take Care Alliance, roughly. They started on Zeroth, their early access. I just want to remind everybody that this is the same guild that was in the FTP Alliance, and it was their members that actually, they were up against 12 guilds, Gretton. 12 guilds defending the castle, which was a cringe thing to do in the first place, but 12 guilds defending the castle. Kelty, I believe his name was, snuck by the enemy lines, got into the back, backdoored it, and on the very first siege, took control, and then their 4 guilds, with the help of Swipe Knight, actually held the castle against the onslaught of all of those guilds. It was absolutely super impressive, only to go on, break alliance with FTP, move to another server, get backstabbed by Supple, end up with Take Care, and now they're in the tournament. Needless to say, this guild has kind of had an arc.
Yeah, it's been a little all over the place for Swipe. I met Swipe the first time on Castleton when they were the other alliance. It was like Royal Vanguard versus like Swipe, and I believe Grippers were together. And then I brought one Ethereum guild. We had a couple good fights. I brought a second Ethereum guild. The whole server, Royal Vanguard lost their mind, crashed out, and went crazy. But the Swipe guys and the Grippers, like, they never stopped showing up. They would get ran over, they would show up, they would punch back, they would get some good fights off of us. So I always had a lot of respect for Fish. It's one of those leaders who get knocked down 8 times, stand up 9 kind of guy. He's just going to keep going until no one wants to follow him into battle anymore. And even with this crazy arc that they've had over the last month and a half, 2 months, they're still here. They're in one of the strongest alliances in the game. Are they the second strongest in that alliance? No, I think that's kind of cope. But I mean, it is what it is. They can prove us wrong in this tournament, right? Because they can fight other guilds from their own alliance in this tournament, right? The bracket's set up in a way where I think Swipe can actually meet one of the TC guilds before the semis or something like that. So
yeah, I actually think Fish is kind of goated. Fish is leadership, at least, in Swipe Night, and because of his profile picture on Discord, he looks like he's basically high as a kite all the time.
True.
So it makes my messages to him much more relaxed because I know that he's not going to yell at me with all caps like some of the other GMs do. Absolutely fantastic. And looking at our last match of the day, we have a new entry to the tournament. This is Khaos over here. Which is, I have the Straw Hats. I have the Straw Hats card on here.
See, we found the problem.
There it is. That's okay. Filtered, go ahead and introduce Filtered for me.
Yeah, I mean, Filtered is part of the Supple Alliance now, which is the alliance that I'm a part of. I believe it's .seb's crew. It's a lot of ISO and, people who have filled in. FTP, I'm not sure if they have more than one guild and they're also in with Filtered, but they're a super strong guild. Even when they were just ISO, when we were on Amos the first time, it was one of the only guilds that was, coming out and punching back. So I'm super excited to see this match specifically. I've heard of Khaos, but I haven't seen them play ever. I haven't seen any inter-servers. I haven't seen any, literally legit nothing. I've just heard about them by name. And the fact that I've heard about them means, they're either really good or they're really bad. So I'm excited to see which one is that. They're, 1 Siege 1. They think they're going to finish in the top 10. They're the strongest alliance on Burkent, but like, what's a Burkent? What is that? So I'm just excited to see them fight against Filtered.
It's true. I'll be honest with you. Sometimes they submit their server name and I'm like, is that a server name? Is that okay? Yeah, I didn't realize because I was early access, right? So I've never seen the free-to-play server names at all. So I'm not sure. But regardless, they are the rank 1 alliance on their server. And they've only won 1 siege recently. So that... it's telling. I think that Filter definitely has the advantage there. They have the isolated boys in there. We have a lot of Black Desert players playing today. We have Tier playing today. There's a lot of BDO players in that alliance. And then we also have Filter playing today. Swipe Night has a few Black Desert players. And then Take Care Bears is also filled with a good amount of BDO players. So it's kind of a BDO day today because let's be honest, the large scale in this game beats the hell out of that one here, as we did have to remake the lobby for that for the first match here. So we're gonna go ahead and take a look at this as the card should be fixed now because I know what the problem is now. The Straw Hat stuff is still, oh my goodness, bro, these people it just won't. Maybe I uploaded the same card twice. Regardless, Legendary versus Straw Hats. Give me your prediction.
I think Straw Hats. And I'm saying that like really unconfidently. There we go. It's fixed now. Perfect.
Yeah. First try.
Yeah, I think Straw Hats. If I had to bet money on this, ethically, I would bet it on Straw Hats. But you can't win them all. So Straw Hats, if you're listening, if you make me look bad, I'm never. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that this is the alliance that I pretty much gave them our strat for defending a siege for the first castle siege on their free-to-play server. So if you guys lose, I'm never helping you guys again. So, well, that can't be nearly as bad as the time that I did like a Siege VOD review, and then the next time we did Siege, someone was like, no, Blue Squadron told us how to defend it. And then honestly, I was like, oh no, because then they ended up going on to lose the Siege. But when they were listening to what I told them to do, they defended perfectly. I just want to say that, okay? It's not on me. It's not on me at all, okay? But I personally think that Legendary is going to come home with this one based on what we saw from Flex yesterday. I think that they have a little bit more of a reasonable prediction. Top 4 to 8 is a little bit more reasonable. Top 4 from Straw Hats is crazy high prediction coming in on it, especially after seeing what went on in day 1. I mean, you look at some of those matches in day 1 and you're like,
oh yeah, we could beat all those guilds. You're like, oh my gosh, even press W. Honestly, Gretton, in your opinion, which guild looked the strongest yesterday? And why was it press W?
I mean, press W did look the strongest, but they were also fighting a guild that wasn't in the same, galaxy. No offense to that guild. But I don't know. I feel like yesterday Flex looked really good in the last game, and press W also looked extremely good. Tsunami Infamy looked really sharp as well, but I mean, like, we don't know if they're good or they were just like really properly
Let's not
seated.
forget about Visa. Visa.
Yeah, I mean, Malakar, that was insane.
That was an insane pick, and then I felt like Visa looked really, really strong there.
Yeah.
Granted, we're not
both brackets, Blue. I'm gonna be honest with you. Both brackets have absolute bangers in them, and I think the day one matches or day two, day one, round one matches, whatever we want to say, is gonna be mainly the least close we're ever gonna see. Because as we get further into this tournament, not only are we gonna have good guilds fighting good guilds, but we're gonna have so much data that these guilds can look at. Oh, okay, I'm fighting Legendary next. I'm locked in. I'm watching them fight against Straw Hats here because I want to see what they do. I want to see how they play. Okay, what stone are they on? Did they play it well? Did they play it poorly? All right, if they played it poorly, let's try to snipe that stone. If they played it well, let's ban it, right? Like, there's going to be a lot of this going on between these two guilds, or all the guilds, as we get further into the tournament. So I'm super excited to see how nail-biting games we can have coming forward. Like, can we have more of these Tsunami Infamy games? I think so, but I'm going to disagree with you, Blue. You say Legendary, I say Straw Hats. Yesterday I was right all the time about Spear Dagger, so maybe Blue Squadron will get a W today.
I will take a W today. Hey, look, I took W's yesterday too. I said bow staff is kind of crazy. Okay,
okay, but that's like saying the sky is blue. What do you mean?
Okay, buddy. All right, buddy. And I'll have you know I have a tier 3 mount. I checked this morning. Okay, I was like, there's no way I only have tier 2. It's tier 3.
Yo, anyway, chat, what level's your morph? What level's your ground morph, chat?
Now, chill. We don't need to know what level chat's ground morph is. Okay, we are getting right into the match. Finally, at long last, it is Straw Hats. Shut up, everybody. It is Straw Hats versus Legendary. Right, I will pay to win. I will buy 15 mounts right now. You think I won't?
Do it.
Yeah, it looks like Legendary is the first to the stone. Havoc is just out here scouting for Straw Hats with the invulnerability as he runs back. And we talked a little bit about the stone yesterday, Grenton. So why don't you update us a little bit on what the strategies look like here?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like actually Straw Hats is getting... Yeah, they're getting ready to actually push this. They have bubble, by the way, which is super advantageous. They can kind of just walk into the enemy guild, but for some reason they're all just pre-buffing, and they're not going to they're going to engage ethically. And I like to see it.
Yeah, the tanks go right on in Legendary. Everyone is hitting the tanks on Legendary, but Straw Hats honestly battling back right there and just killing all the tanks. But I think they blew a lot of their major cooldowns. I'm not sure if it's going to be, if they're going to have enough damage overall now to kill the rest of Legendary as their DPS pushes through. This fight actually looks really, really close, Gretton, as both guilds, basically their healers are doing their jobs. I'm not seeing too many health bars getting low and actually going down here. A few people are dying from Legendary. It does look like Legendary starting to thin out a little bit here as Straw Hats seems to be getting the better of their opponent, Gretton, on the first engage.
Yeah, and this fight's still going on. Obviously, we're on Azrael, so they could just waterfall back in. But this just shows you how strong the front line is from the side of Straw Hats. They've been standing about 5 meters from the stone for the last 40 seconds, and their health bars are just not moving. Having an immovable wall like this, where you can just determine where the actual front line of the fight is going to happen, is so impactful. I would like to see, as the stone becomes more active, that they're not fighting just deadpan center like this. But right now, it's really good to just limit test who you're up against, who's weak, who's running melee evasion, who's running this, and just learning the target selection. These people still haven't moved. Awkward Gamer, Jules, Yabu, Scar, Urakin, all these guys have just been standing in the same spot since the first engage happened. It's absolutely insane. We see the Bellendir quicksands. Like I said, Straw Hats, they do have quite a few arc boss weapons. I saw some Tevent daggers. I saw some Bellendir SNSs. I saw some Tevent greatswords. It's going to be a lot harder to punch through this guild purely because of how much gear they have, Blue.
Yeah, I think so. People are telling me to zoom out. I cannot zoom out any further, but in this spectate mode, this is as far as it lets me go, guys.
Off center, I think, is what it is.
Oh. Yeah. I was like, wait, what?
Right.
Guys, like, oh, we fixed it.
Right click, fix the screen.
We fixed it. Boom. Okay, I'm like, why are they telling me to zoom out? Okay, I got it. Okay, so legendary. Legendary backed up. I'm not sure why it did that, but regardless, legendary backed up here. They've conceded defeat on the first engage here. Straw Hats actually taking the first engage down here very convincingly now. And I love to see legendary actually backed up and started to regroup. It's a common. Oh, and we're also seeing, as I said yesterday, spawn 1 and 2 be utilized as opposed to yesterday where Lana Pisa just refused to spawn at any spawn point but spawn 3. So this time we're seeing legendary do that, but I'm gonna be honest with you, it's not working out for them, Grenton.
No, and again, this is just testament to tanks are really strong if they can just continue to create space for their guild. You saw it, that front line was not getting kills, but all they were doing is driving their forehead so far into a clump of red and just creating space for their backline to walk up and actually find some kills. And look at just, it's a push-pull is what they're doing. They walk up, punch you in the throat. Okay, now you're licking your wounds. I'm gonna walk back a bit. I'm gonna have you guys overextend. Now you're overextending. Cool, watch. In the next 10-15 seconds, I wouldn't be surprised to see Straw Hats just hold W into the enemy ball, but they're actually losing quite a few members here, Blue, as the respawns from the side of legendary are able to funnel back in. And like you said, they are all spawning Portal 1 and just rejoining the fight over and over again. With 30 seconds left until the stone becomes active, it's going to be very important for these guilds to maintain control of the Riftstone.
Yeah, it looks like Straw Hat's backline kind of got hit really hard by the legendary DPS divers, like the flankers, probably the spear users. Gretton, let's be honest, you're right about most things. And that was enough to kind of push the fight in their it was enough to push the fight in their favor. The Riftstone is going to open up in the next 10 seconds, and both guilds are just in a flat-out bare-knuckle brawl for control of the Rift. I think that, honestly, whoever gets control of it first, Gretton, is going to have a serious advantage here. Yeah,
and it is active now. We do see that, I can't pronounce legendary. That name. It's in... someone from legendary is trying to cap. It's an SNS greatsword. They are about to die though. I don't know if they're gonna be able to get the cap off before they die. Healers are trying to keep them up, but they will ultimately fall. Now we're just having a scrum on the actual Riftstone, good old rugby style, where people are just gonna be punching and kicking each other until someone is able to flip the stone. And I think this is where Straw Hats will win, is an engage like this. They have such a powerful front line that they're just able to kind of punch through anything that legendary throws at them, at least to be able to flip the stone. But as you mentioned, those flankers from legendary, the spear players, are able to just go in and absolutely shred even tanks, because that's just how lightning infusion works. And spreading it with thunder infusion, the Umbral Spirit spec to thunder, spreading it with the flame javelin is just going to create very weak tanks. And then it's up to your backline to kind of come in there and finish the actual tanks off. But if you can't do that, you're just going to have an actual just scrum happening, as we're seeing right now, right behind the Riftstone.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I'm seeing Straw Hats is just getting low on health and then just not getting... I'm not seeing any heals from Straw Hats come out almost at all. They might be a little bit low on healers for their composition, Gretton, because once their health goes down, it basically stays down. Legendary is catching a few heals in there, and they're the ones that continually attempt. There's Car Guy. He might get the cap off on the point. He is going to do that for Legendary. Does have the upper hand here, but like I say that, but look how many people are actually on the point. Straw Hats actually can't start accumulating points until they attempt to cap, and they have not attempted cap at all yet. And Legendary can just start accumulating points on the Riftstone. I think that's a big deal for them, is because of how close this match is. It's going to take a really long time if Legendary gets control here, Gretton, just like we saw in Tsunami versus Infamy. Whichever guild gets it first has a massive advantage. Not to say they're necessarily going to win for sure, but they have a massive advantage in the matchup for the minutes to come.
Especially when you have two guilds who understand that they need to stand in the big glowing square. It's going to be very difficult to actually pull that stone back. You see, I think this is the first time I've seen less than 30 people from either guild in the stone, and it's not by much, right? It's just because Legendary is getting wiped and they're losing some players, but there's 40 people from Straw Hats with their feet firmly planted inside. So everyone yesterday, when you were VOD reviewing with their guilds and you saw Jimmy out there with his staff bow, he said, but Grenton, I can't come in. can't come in, just yell at them, kick them from your guild, because clearly you could have 43 people in here and you're still going to win fights.
Gretton, hold that thought. They have Batman as, I believe, their GM. He's running a bow staff. No wonder they are struggling to cap the point. Their GM is grieving them. It's really hard for a bow staff to go up and actually cap the point when you're under that much fire. You're basically a victim POV sitting on a caster couch with braces at that point. But they did finally were able to get that cap off. And now you see Straw Hats, actually 46 of the 48 members are on the Rift at this point, and their percentage is climbing quickly, Grenton.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I hope Batman's not the shot caller, because that's just a victim POV if I've ever seen one. If I know that their shot caller is anything that doesn't include an SNS, they will be calling from a gray screen for the rest of the encounter. So I hope that someone with a sword and board is calling for the side of Straw Hats. If your guild leader wants to run a bow staff and just kind of, you know, mess around and find out, by all means, have some fun. But just look, I don't think I've seen Straw Hats with less than 35 people on the stone. Look how fast they are capping blue. This should be a lesson for all the guilds to play for the rest of this tournament. Get people on the stone.
Yeah, well, at least on this map. You have other maps like Morokai where the capture point is very, very small, but in this one it's really big, so there's really no excuse to not have everyone in your guild on the stone. I think that Legendary is kind of just losing the overall engagements, as I see Straw Hats starting to pick up a couple heals here and there, but again, I think that their biggest problem compositionally is that they don't have a crazy amount of healers, I think, but Legendary just can't seem to crack their health bars. As they have a good amount of DPS, you just see Legendary keeps falling over. They run in, they die. They run in, they die. They wash, rinse, repeat. They can't seem to make anything happen. I'd love to see them back up and regroup at this point, because clearly they are losing this overall. They lost control of the stone. Yes, they got the cap off early, but that's because Straw Hats leadership might not be really tank focused, is the word that I'm going to use. And once they did get control, you can see that they definitely had the upper hand in the engagement, with as far as many people are standing on the Rift here. I'd love to see Legendary back up and regroup, although it looks like they have dominant control over the stun. Looks like they wiped off most of Straw Hats is dead right now, and they're still not getting the cap off, up at 60%, and they just keep CCing them off the Rift. It looks like UA must be the guy that's like, okay, I'm just not gonna let people cap the Rift. And he's just standing here CCing everyone that comes anywhere near it, as Straw Hats comes crashing in with their respawns here, Gren.
Yeah, and this is kind of an opportunity that you have as Straw Hats now. You don't really need to play as condensed as you were. You can continue sending your tanks just head first into the stone, right? Car Guy and the other tank from Legends, who doesn't have a, you know, legible name, unfortunately, for the 3 languages I speak. They're just going to continue to try to cap the point. But if you just send your tanks from Straw Hats just head first into the stone, they'll never really be able to flip it. And then you could just tell your entire backline, hey, the only place I want to see tornadoes going is the stone. Otherwise, just pick people off, play spread out. You don't need to play super clumped up anymore. And I like to see that that's exactly what Straw Hat's doing. Their range DPS are kind of just fanning around. And look, if you look up at the top where the ruins I was talking about, we have someone called Mikey who's up there, staff bow. He just gets to freely just harass every single person who is trying to get near to cap the stone. I would like to see maybe a couple more staff bows from the side of Straw Hats go up there, maybe even a wand bow to just be able to free heal and not get harassed by anyone. But this is a very, very, very strong position, a power position, dare I say, for Straw Hats. And I almost lost my train of thought because I saw Batman just explode in front of my face. So F's in the chat for that guy.
Yeah, I told you, man. Batman is just having a little bit of a rough time, but that's what you get when you play a squishy class as a shot caller. We call the Mikey POV a pigeon POV, because all you're doing is you're sitting on rooftops shitting on people all day long. There's Lucky there to try to push Mikey off that high ground. That's an epic duel for the high ground there. Mikey says, nah, I'm just gonna get a super balanced shield for basically my entire health bar, and I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. Mikey wins the 1v1 and keeps control of that high ground right there. And again, Legendary still fighting for this Rift, despite the fact that they're keeping almost all of their members on it. There they finally go, and they definitely do have more members at this point, Gretton. It's going to start swinging back. They're climbing 21% and increasing.
Yeah, this is where the respawns from Straw Hats are going to be super important. Looks like they're all kind of funneling in through Portal 1. Both sides are actually spawning from there and just kind of rejoining the fray. I don't hate the fact that they're doing that. I would like to kind of see, like, at this point, you know, your tanks can live for like 30, 40 seconds, even a minute without anyone else on the point. So if I'm Straw Hats, I'd rather just kind of keep my DPS ready to go and then push on as a group. Maybe like 20, 30 of us just jump on the point as a group and then kind of wipe Legendary off, which is a little bit of what we're seeing. But again, Legendary is trying to just funnel back into the southwest corner of the Riftstone, which is a terrible position to be in.
Oh my gosh.
Because there's just no way out, Blue.
Yeah, they're getting overwhelmed right now, and you can see their health bars go down, and you can see there's 1 or 2 healers doing an excellent job, and the rest of them are currently clocked out on Union break right now. As you see, the health bars all are getting low, and no one is receiving any heals at all. There we go. At least they're healing themselves. That looked like self-regen right there, and they're just getting knocked out as Legendary basically takes over the Riftstone and battles back on this 35 people on the point to 19. And I want to contrast this to earlier, Gretton, when we saw basically the exact opposite. Straw Hats had like 46 people on the Rift at any one point in time. Legendary has basically found their stride on this one, and like I said, I think that they're just much more resilient. We have another Asian pigeon on the high ground now as well, and I'll be honest with you, Straw Hats need those too. When you're standing up on that high ground up there with bows, and Asian are not counting towards the overall point right now, Gretton, you can make the case that they need to be down here helping their team. Yeah, they're doing a lot of damage up there, but they're not contributing to the overall objective, and they are losing, Gretton.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. I like using the ruins when you are owning the stone, when you're in the power position where they have to come to you. But right now, the name of the game is you want to clear off as many people as possible. So just sitting up there and shooting is not really, the play. They do jump down, luckily. You want to get down, you want to get active, you want to get your AoE off to start clearing the stone of all these red players. But it looks like Legendary is just doing such a good job of fanning out, where the AoE, the spear daggers, that really condensed high damage that we are used to seeing is less effective here. And look at, there's like 5 or 6 bow players from Legendary that just all flash waved in unison into Straw Hats, and Straw Hats actually has to pull back now.
Yeah, the Straw Hats in full retreat, like I circled on this stream there, or on the screen there. They're basically all standing right on top of each other. Look at the spear users all diving onto their backline, and there's finally, we see a couple heals come through. They're like, somebody help me. Nardu's still really low on health and just can't find a heal. Look at this for Straw Hats on their backline. It's just easy pickings for these spear users to kind of dive back here as Legendary takes full control of the Riftstone, and we have a massive engage go on here. Both teams actually get knocked up by really good tornadoes from both sides right there. Straw Hats flankers trying to get onto the backline of Legendary before their backline sadly I guess expires is the word I'm going to use, because like they just don't get any heals, Gretton.
Yeah, and they're trying to make a push now for the stone. UA is the one trying to cap it here. SNS Swan, probably one of the better classes to try to cap it. And now look, this is where Straw Hats can shine. They're able to kind of overflow and overwhelm the stone. They do get a cap off. That means they get about 15% for free, and they instantly tick up almost 2% because of the amount of people that they had on the stone. And now the name of the game is they just need to kind of buy themselves time to cap that stone back. Yeah. I was gonna say, if they didn't do that, Blue, I wouldn't hate to see them just let them get full wiped and then do a full regroup and push with bubble onto the stone. We saw No Mercy do that yesterday against Flex, and Flex defended against it perfectly. But I think on a stone like this, where you can't really disengage as far as you'd like, it would have actually had a lot of impact. But it doesn't look like Straw Hats needs this. They're just able to continue to spin the stone. They're constantly keeping just more bodies on slowly, 0.2, 0.3% at a time. They're able to just inch their way forward. And this is, I think, what is a tank heavy comp on the side of Straw Hats, just showing what it does best is just outlasting and outliving the enemy team. But now the respawns are coming in from the side of Legendary, and they're trying to take that southwest corner as their own. You see all these guys from Legendary just funneling into that southwest corner, and they're trying to actually create a little bit of a line of scrimmage between the Riftstone and where Straw Hats are. And then finally the Straw Hat frontline are going to push in, and this is the most important engage here. This is where if you're Straw Hats and you lose this, odds are you're probably going to lose the cap on this stone.
Yeah, and Legendary fighting for life right now to try to keep control of the Riftstone here. And I'll be honest with you, Straw Hats looked really dominant. They had over 40 people on the stone there, Gretton, for a little while when they pushed in. Such a convincingly won engagement, as I believe that they are a very tank-heavy composition, like you said. And they were able to lock down a lot of the Legendary DPS on the backline, got through, took full convincing control of the stone. But now look at them. It swung back. Now they have less people on the stone than Legendary does, and this might be the closest match that we have seen. Tsunami and Infamy was also this close. This is very back and forth as Legendary fights for control of the stone, and it's within 3 to 5 people at any point in time, basically being on the cap. With 7.5 minutes to go, the next person to cap the stone is going to have a really easy job, Gretton, because all they have to do is wait out time.
Yeah, and they need to just make sure that they don't even flip, because what's happening is even if you're defending the stone and you let the other guild actually interact and start capping the stone, you can see they're just incrementally able to gain points. It's so back and forth from both sides that if you're a defender, you just want to kind of make sure you don't even let them interact with the stone. Who cares if you're losing or dying or you only have 3 people on the point? As long as they're just not able to interact with the stone, you're in a really good spot. So if I'm Straw Hats and I just wait for us to flip the stone into the blue side, that's all I'm telling my guys is, hey, I don't care about kills. I don't care about anything. Just make sure that stone is protected for the last 5 minutes, because like we saw yesterday, Tsunami needed the almost full 2.5 minutes to cap the stone. Yep. They did it in 2 minutes and 10 seconds, which I think is probably just about as fast you can do it unless you completely wipe the other guild over and over again.
45 people on the point for Straw Hats here as they basically overwhelm the point. And this is what I'm talking about, Grant, is we keep seeing these massive swings in control of the point. Only 22 people on the point for Legendary right now, as Straw Hats is just basically going to take over, and Legendary is going to have to work with the 6 minutes that are left on the clock. Legendary is going to have to just battle back from nothing completely, as they are going to lose control of it here. 43 people to 17 right now, and this is just how close some of these matches are. Legendary is going to have to back up and regroup, and that's exactly what looks like they're doing right now, is a full pull off the stone right now for what is they're hoping is one of their last engagements here. Their flankers are out wide with me on the side of the fight as the front line postures out in front. Cashier dives in for Straw Hats, and that's an interesting choice right there. He's standing tall like Gandalf in Lord of the Rings. You shall not pass, and then everyone just runs past him, no problem at all. Everyone just runs past him. Tank POV, no problem at all. But no one is on that Legendary backline right now, as they're just firing for free into Straw Hats. But Straw Hats is really tanky on this one. Legendary with more healers though to make things happen. Their flankers are onto the backline here. Insecure Loser, that's just his name. Insecure Loser on the backline for Legendary here, throwing out flash waves and getting a good one off right there. But they're just, Legendary was unable to cap the point there. There's the first cap going down by Yanis right now. Let's see if he can get control of it. No, he will not. Straw Hats remains in control of the stone with 4.5 minutes to grow. Grenton, time is running out.
Yeah, it looks like they're actually going to try. They're just spamming on the stone, and this is where you want your tanks to kind of crash in. But look what happens. The tanks all crash in, and I think I just saw like 8 flash waves clear up a bunch of the Straw Hat tanks. And this is the little bit of a momentum that the side of Legendary needs. Car Guy, the man, the myth, the legend, him and the person who doesn't have an English name are the consistent cappers for this guild. Yanis is actually helping out now as well. So there's 3 tanks trying to cap, and at one point you're going to fill up their CC meter, and they're going to get a little bit of time where you just can't CC them, where they're able to kind of channel a 50-60% of the cap, and then it's just RNG. Do you have enough collision resistance? Do you have enough collision chance? Do you have enough stun chance to actually get through their defenses? If not, we could see a flip. But again, like we said yesterday, Blue, they just need to survive another minute and a half.
Ooh. Yeah, they almost got that cap, Gretton. Sorry to interrupt you there. They almost got the cap off. They're desperate for it. They need to get it right now. They have control of it right now, as Straw Hats beginning to fumble right now. A lot of the Straw Hats members are spawning at the wrong point. I saw at least 3 of them fly in over my head. That's why I checked a moment ago. They're spawning at 0.3, which is not good for their guild. There's another Car Guy attempted cap. 70-80% gets interrupted again. He's really low. They're trying to keep him alive. They need to get this cap off on the point. There's the heal going down, and Havoc is just not having it. Havoc standing tall there. Nardu also not allowing him to have it. Straw Hats knows, Gretton, that all they need to do is really prevent them from getting this cap, and every single second matters. They need at least about 2.5 minutes in order to flip this. So they have about 30 seconds left, or they're just not going to be able to do anything. Legendary with control of the rift, but unable to get the cap off in Straw Hats' favor here, Gretton.
This is the most important last 30 seconds. If I'm legendary, I'm just colliding in front of the stone. I need to just make space for Giannis. Giannis is actually almost done. Nobody gets interrupted again. Car Guy is going to start the cap on his side. He's at 50% and he gets knocked up by a tornado. Now it's up to the other side and it's just a tank on each side trying Car Guy again. It's going to be cutting it so close. If they don't get it in the next 20 or so seconds, it's just going to be factually impossible with how this match has been playing to be able to cap it. And Car Guy's almost there, but he gets interrupted. And Straw Hats are just doing such a good job, Blue, of just diving into it and trading their lives to interrupt.
Yeah, I think that's what the call is right now, is that it's Straw Hats. It's not even trying to fight their opponents. That's why Legendary basically is just free firing onto the Rift right now. But Straw Hats is basically suicide bombing onto the Rift Stone. Everyone's just throwing CC. They said equip every CC skill you've got. You just dive in, you spawn up with invulnerability, you run in, you CC the cap on this, and they know minute 55 seconds left on the clock. Legendary just can't get a hold of this stone. They just can't get domination of this one. They just keep getting interrupted over and over again. There's Giannis getting interrupted again. Another good tornado on the backside of the Rift right here. Straw Hats playing it really smart, knowing that this matchup is close the entire time, playing it the smartest, in my opinion, between the two guilds. Poor Legendary just can't get the cap off. Look how many members Legendary has here. It's almost the whole guild because no one is even looking at trying to get the kill them. They're just running in and trying to prevent caps on the node, Gretton.
Yeah, and this is a great call by the shot caller from the side of Straw Hats, just kind of having people throw their lives away. Who cares? You have the stone. Who cares about stat padding? Who cares about all this stuff? We just want the W. Giannis almost gets it off there at the end. Car Guy's going to try his hand at it. But if you just look, they're just waiting outside and they're just diving in every time. Okay, we're about to cap. Dive in. Throw something. CC. Anything you have.
Yeah, look
so
at
they
the
always have
dives
CC off cooldown and they're not overlapping CC, Blue.
Yeah, exactly. They're literally just, the call is do not put your helmets on. They are industrial grade helmets for Straw Hats here, and they are basically have them on, and they are foreheading into the ball to prevent Legendary from even attempting to cap the stone. They didn't even want a chance that they could lose this match. It was a really close match, but I'll be honest with you, Straw Hats with the play at the end of the day, not gonna let, oh, they did finally get the cap off, but only 22 seconds left on the clock. You can see how many more people Legendary actually has on the Rift at this point, and it just doesn't matter. They don't have the time. There's only 10 seconds left on the timer. It is going to be Straw Hats taking it home with a very intelligent gameplay on this one, Gretton.
Yeah, it's just, that was just a shot caller diff at the end.
Man, that was rough. Oh my goodness.
Really well
difficult.
done, but a ton of damage. Look at this spear dagger here from 2 spear daggers, over 3 million DPS on Legend. Like, they were just able to find so much damage, but it didn't really matter because they lost the objective. And the rest, if you look at the rest of it, like, there's not a lot of Legends in that top, 20.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
It's a lot of Straw Hats and Blackbeard.
Yeah, this is the first match that we've seen where the winning guild did not have the top killers of the match, or the top DPS of the match here. Legendary actually, and again, that was because Straw Hats just put on their helmets and said, we're going to win. You might have the most damage, 3.65 or 3.465 rather million damage onto Jodam. Let's see who the highest healed in the match was. 1.1 on Insecure Loser. Okay, bro, it's his name. I can't do anything about it. No, Insecure Loser is in fact a loser here as well. Scar is going to out heal him 1.6. Oh my gosh, 3.6 million healed for Lekis of Life. 3.6 million, the number. Oh my god,
3.6 insane.
Awkward.
3.9,
no,
8.2. What the fuck?
8.2 million damage healed is the most in the tournament so far.
Yeah,
in Blackbeard for Awkward Gamer. Oh,
you know what's crazy,
my
Blue?
gosh,
he had more healing in 20 minutes than that accidental 30-minute match we played.
Yeah, like literally, like this is absolutely wild. 20 minutes, 8.2 million. I believe that is the most that we have seen by at least a factor of 2 million.
Yes, I believe so.
That is wild. Let's see who the highest tank is. It's Blackbird's Tiny Beard. Looks like he has 2 million. And that looks like it is going to be the highest 2 million on Tiny Beard.
Before you leave, I want you to just do me a little favor. I need you to scroll all the way to the top. Go to number 3. And I need to ask Straw Hat / Blackbeard why this has green rune synergies on his spear. Can someone get this guy a rune?
Oh, boys. Nobody tell him. Nobody tell him.
Man has a level 40 green rune. Conquest has a level 40 green rune on his spear.
Why you gotta do him like that?
-1 dex, -1% attack speed, I guess, dude.
Oh,
I thought we were in a tournament, dude. Go run your challenge dungeons.
But a super, super good match right there. And that was the very first match of the day. We have 6 more matches. That wasn't even supposed to be the hype match of the day. Like that, right. That was incredible.
True. That was a match that we were just like, all right, cool. But hey, Straw Hats did win, so I don't have to revoke my friendship with them. But that means, unfortunately, Blue, you take another L in this tournament.
Look, I didn't know that they had industrial grade helmets that they were going to put on and forehead into the Riftstone. It looked like Havoc from BDO. Like they literally just were running it down on the objective. They literally were not focused on anything else. You could see that's why they lost out in damage toward the end. They were just getting farmed, but like they were CCing them off the cap. It was an interesting strategy. I've never really seen anything like it. It was a good strategy. It worked. You know, you got to hand it to them. It just did not allow Legendary to have enough time to recap that node.
Yeah, it was a pretty sharp game. I mean, I wasn't expecting. I didn't even know what I was expecting, to be honest there. So I'm happy that we got a really good showing from both teams. I mean, we do lose Legendary from the tournament, but again, like they put out a great showing. They have some absolute fraggers on their team. Really solid guild. So like W for Legendary, GG's in the chat for both those guilds. Obviously, Straw Hats are going to move up into the tournament, but I mean, all the guilds that decided to show up, huge respect, because even if you're going to get absolutely washed, if you're like, this random guild who has literally at most 48 people, and you're like, oh, I just want to play this tournament for fun and to kind of see what I can do against guilds that live and breathe this game. Huge respect. I mean, Legendary definitely, I don't think is one of those casual guilds, but I'd like to see a lot more of them. So I'm excited to kind of see what happens in the future tournaments, or if they transfer into a early access server to kind of get some reps in.
Right, yeah, good fights to both guilds. It was very, very close, even at the end there. And ultimately, we ended up seeing Legendary lose out on it, but good fights to both teams. Now we're moving on to our next match of the day right away here, as it is already ready to go, so we need to look at it. Fortunately, we've seen these a little bit before, so we need to get the prediction running. It is Left 4 Dead versus New Dawn. They're both free to play. Server starts. Server immortality for Left 4 Dead. They are the strongest guild in their alliance, rank 2 on the server though, still with 2 server wins, or two siege wins rather, and they're thinking top 5 to 10. And their opponent is New Dawn from the Oath server, and they are second strongest in their alliance. They think that they're going to be top 3 in this tournament, so very, very high hopes, Grenton. And you spoke on these guilds a little bit before. Just give us a synopsis again real quick.
Yeah, I mean, Left 4 Dead, this is one of the guilds that I've really never heard of, but New Dawn is part of that Infamy alliance. Infamy falling to Tsunami yesterday in the closest match of the tournament. So New Dawn, has a little bit of a chip on their shoulder here. They need to kind of keep their alliance's dream alive, because Dino Nuggies I don't think are in this tournament, and NOK just dodge everything, so I know they're not in this tournament. I don't even have to look at the bracket. So it's all up to New Dawn for that alliance. Otherwise, it is what it is. That alliance just falls. So New Dawn has a lot riding on this game. Left 4 Dead, I think, is probably going to be the underdog in this prediction. So I'm just excited to kind of see them go pound for pound. We do have a repeat stone if we look at yesterday. So we actually had New Dawn, who won the toss, and they chose to pick. And then Left 4 Dead, they banned Cherno, Malachar, and Adentis, interestingly enough. I think this is the first time we've seen an Adentis ban. And it looks like New Dawn picked Talus. So we're going to see a Talus fight again. This is our 3rd time seeing Talus, I believe.
Yeah, literally, this is, again, it is definitely our most seen Riftstone here. Left 4 Dead versus New Dawn on Talus. I'll be honest with you, I love seeing the Talus Riftstone. It's nice and wide open. The spawns are on opposite sides, which means you can have your flanker spawn on one side and then your main ball spawn on another, and kind of pincer from both sides. We see a lot of unique strategies from No Mercy yesterday, as well as the other guilds that fought on this Riftstone. This is our first time seeing it today. Gretton, quick prediction, Left 4 Dead or New Dawn? I'm leaning towards Left 4 Dead here.
Do I like just be the contrarian now? I think I have to. All right, I'm gonna say New Dawn just because I'm being the contrarian. I genuinely don't know. I would flip a coin, but just because you said Left 4 Dead, I feel like I need to say New Dawn or else it's boring.
That's well, that's the problem with the first round of the tournament is it's really hard to tell what exactly like who exactly is going to win. Once we get into the further rounds of the tournament, we can kind of just generally gauge everyone's strength overall and be able to know a little bit more educatedly what is going to happen. But it looks like we have started the match and we are getting things underway. Left 4 Dead versus New Dawn on this one. As both guilds spawn in, they should already all be in parties and ready to go. It does look like they're running straight onto the stone. It looks like it's New Dawn first to the stone. Left 4 Dead, you snooze, you lose. Early bird gets the worm, Gretton.
Yeah, New Dawn is just swarm the stone, which is crazy. And it looks like finally Left 4 Dead are spawning at Portal 3, and I think they realized, like, oh shit, we don't have stone control anymore. And some of them, I think, have press skills and they're losing their bubble. So it's going to be a kind of raw dog sort of engage from both sides. This is going to be the more traditional engage that you'll see if you're actually GVGing against another guild on Talus, because there's no bubbles for this fight, Blue. And it looks like they're getting ready. They're posturing to start this Riftstone fight.
Yeah, it looks like Flunk is the GM of Left 4 Dead here, and he gets that first pull off, initiating for his team right there. They're both poking at each other. No full engage quite yet here, but we see the front line starting to clash. There it is, and the flankers running through, trying to get onto the back line of Left 4 Dead here, and they are doing an excellent job of it. They are shredding down Left 4 Dead's backline as New Dawn looks very dominant in this first match. Look at the backline for Left 4 Dead. There's more red health bars than there are blue health bars as they turn back around, and the Left 4 Dead backline looks absolutely fine right now. Is the healers keeping everyone, I mean the New Dawn backline rather, looks okay right now because the healers are keeping everyone standing. New Dawn looking really good on that first engage, but they've pushed themselves into a position where they can basically have spawn immunity abused on them. But oh my goodness, look how many low health bars are there. Can somebody get a healer in here, Gretton?
Yeah, it's really interesting because we're seeing two different fights happening. The tanks from each guild respectively have started their own brawls. So the tanks from Left 4 Dead move towards the stone and they're brawling there. The tanks from New Dawn move towards Portal 1 and they're fighting there. And now finally, I think the shot caller, got his head out of his ass and was like, hey guys, why are we doing this? Let's get our forces back, front to back here a little bit, tanks. Turn around. I know you're big meatheads and you can't turn your neck left and right, but turn around and help your backline.
Yeah, no, the backline just getting left out to dry for both guilds. We saw them just basically fending for themselves as the cap still won't open up for another 2 minutes and 20 seconds. But you can see just how, dang, man, we are privileged today. Gretton, look how close this match is going to be too on this one. Left 4 Dead battling back, regrouping from their own spawn point. New Dawn seems to be regrouping from that left or that southeast spawn point over there. And both guilds running back, and it is a bare knuckle brawl at it as both guilds do not want to disengage. It looks like Left 4 Dead is actually getting the better of this one here, Gretton.
Yeah, and it's neck and neck. Like you said, it's a very close engage. No one's really just getting completely wiped, which means on a stone like Talus, where the conflict area is super small, it's going to come down to whoever has better tanks and whoever has better healers. On Azrael, it was more, towards the end, it was just whoever could CC the best, but fighting for stone control was a lot more DPS reliant because of how wide the stone was. Tanks had a little bit less of an impact. But on this one here, in the next minute and a half, we're going to see the fight move from this northwestern corner to on top of the stone, and that's where tanks are really going to shine.
Yeah, absolutely. A minute and 15 seconds left on the timer. New Dawn starts to swell here and push Left 4 Dead back. Left 4 Dead losing control of their backline presence right there, but it's a very frontline heavy composition, it looks like, for both guilds, as the tanks, like you said, are basically being ignored as they run through, and the DPSers are basically all... they're left to fend for themselves at the end of the day, and they're basically fighting each other, so they're just blowing each other up because the health bars getting massive chunks in them as the tanks are basically ignored. But they're just not going to be able to do that in the next 40 seconds or so here. When the cap opens up, the tanks will have another job, and that is capping this point. Left 4 Dead with control of it right now, but a huge CC onto the point right there. Good tornadoes coming through, and Left 4 Dead gets knocked into the air, but sadly no flash waves or any follow-up damage was given right there. So Left 4 Dead able to reset the fight a little bit on this back line here. We see again heals coming out for New Dawn, keeping themselves relatively happy, or I mean healthy rather, as they as they push it. Hey, no one has their helmets on quite yet. The skirmish is very close, but it looks like again it's favoring New Dawn now, as again both guilds just swelling back at each other. Grit, I wonder if they're holding spawns. They're telling, okay, if you're still in the fight, keep fighting. We're regrouping outside, and then we're gonna push in together.
Yeah, it looks like Lil Azur is actually going to, oh my goodness, able to almost sneak off a cap. And now I saw it in chat, so I'm just repeating what I saw, but Big Booty Flunk is going to just crash into the stone to try to stop that cap. And it looks like Words is also going to be trying to get it for the side of Left 4 Dead. But Lil Azur is just able to just continually harass the stone and just try to get this cap off. And look how much this conflict has just shifted over to the Talus little cobblestone area here on the Riftstone, and finally looks like we're gonna have a flip on the side of Left 4 Dead. And now look how different this fight is gonna play out, Blue.
Yeah, and we see Left 4 Dead wedging themselves into the corner here, just like we saw, I believe, Flex do. If I'm remembering correctly, yesterday they basically wedged themselves into this corner, maximizing the amount of people in the corner of this Riftstone that are able to be on the point. But it does mean that their backliners are basically hung out to dry, as they have to put their backs to a cliffside here and can't really back off the cliff, or they lose full support for their front line here. But Left 4 Dead doing a great job of preventing New Dawn from getting that cap off. Oh my goodness, stopped it once again. Zonos was unable to get the cap off there for his team. New Dawn unable to make anything happen, but you can see how little people we actually see on the point compared to our last match. Granted, Gretton, this zone is a little bit, or definitely a lot smaller than we saw on the Azrael Riftstone, but you can see only 15 people on the point at a time for each team. But that means 30 people in this tiny little box here. A frontline heavy composition is going to be advantageous there, because you have to stand in such a small area. Gretton.
Yeah, I'd like to see some of these wand bows on the side of Left 4 Dead walk in. You're probably as tanky, if not sometimes even more tanky than tank players as a wand bow. So I'd like to see them get their feet on the stone as well. It kind of gives them a little bit of a safe spot too, because if you look, there's not really much going on the stone. It's more of a skirmish to the west of the stone where they're trying to fight for that control. So if I'm a wand bow player, if I'm a shot caller, I'm saying, yo, my healers, get behind our tanks, but in the conflict zone. And then we could just have our DPS kind of envelop us and create a little bit of like a, bubble around us to be able to fight and push off the side of New Dawn. New Dawn's finally able to start crashing onto the stone, but the respawns are just going to be coming in from the side of Left 4 Dead. And all you need, I mean, you were saying there's only like 15, 20 people on the stone. All you need is more than your opponents, right? So right now, like Left 4 Dead, they just need to get some more bodies on the stone. That looks like what they're doing. They're going to slowly start killing the side of New Dawn. And even if it takes you 17 minutes to cap this last 30%, it doesn't matter, because after 17 minutes and 20 seconds, the fight's over, right? So it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So I like the fact that it looks like Left 4 Dead's playing a little bit slower to try to just make sure they maintain the control of this Riftstone, Blue.
Yeah, and there's my boy Gojira, and he is healing for the mentally ill party, as they like to call it in that guild. They have some tanks that like to basically forehead into the enemies. We saw them in a VOD review not too long ago, and Gojira just basically does what he can to try to keep everyone standing in that party. So he certainly has his work cut out for him, trying to keep he's the healer for the shot callers. So generally, you're putting one of your better healers in that party there. Left 4 Dead, honestly, you can see how much they're struggling to actually keep people on the node. I'm surprised, or on the rift rather, I'm surprised that they were able to get the first cap off here, and they are really struggling to take control here. But as long as they keep New Dawn from capping it, they should be okay. But the problem is, you need to consider this as a spectator, is look how much more time, every second that Left 4 Dead is not taking the stone is a second where New Dawn has more people on the stone. So if at any point New Dawn gets this cap off, it's going to be really bad for Left 4 Dead, because they're going to be able to take this back much faster, Quentin.
Yeah, they'll be able to actually start accumulating points. So for those of you who don't know how Riftstone works, your guild still has to interact with the stone, even if the stone is active. So we saw Left 4 Dead interact with the stone first. That's why we see their number going up or going down. And if you look at the red team, it just says not participating, because no one from the side of New Dawn was able to fully interact with the stone. It's different than Boonstones, where one guild will just cap it, and then you can pull it back and stop the cap. And it looks like our first full cap is going to happen here on the side of Left 4 Dead. They do flip the stone.
Yeah, they got it all the way up without letting New Dawn cap it at all, which is extremely impressive considering how close, without considering how close this match actually is. And it looked like for the majority of their attempted cap there, Gretton, New Dawn actually had more people on the stone. They just couldn't accumulate points. So New Dawn still really struggling to get a cap off on the point. And I think it might be because the people that they have attempting to cap are just way too squishy. If you click on the people that are trying to get a Little Azure here is trying to cap with basically 10% HP. He just doesn't have the tankiness to make something happen, and a Left 4 Dead basically just keeps CCing them over and over again. It would help New Dawn tremendously as they wouldn't have to necessarily focus on capping the stone anymore. They don't necessarily have to focus on the objective. Left 4 Dead has basically swarmed in now and basically holds full control of it. New Dawn looking scattered, looking broken right now as their focus is shattered. One group of people, the flankers, are spawning from one side and getting farmed as they get Pac-Man onto the Left 4 Dead backline, and the front line is losing as well from this left side over here, and you're just not seeing either side really win out for New Dawn, but they almost got that cap off right there. But dang, Left 4 Dead holding them on both sides in what looked like it was going to be a close fight, Gretton. I'm not sure. I think it's because New Dawn is splitting their spawns a little bit prematurely here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. What is super interesting as well is that Topaz Mini, an SNS Wand, and Words, an SNS Greatsword, both have Nirmas, and all they're doing is they're just staying on the other side of each other, and they're just spamming Piercing Strike on whoever's trying to cap. So it's so difficult to get a cap off because usually you'll build like Collision Resist, Bind Resist, stuff like that, so you don't kind of get CC'd off the stone. But when you're getting just spammed with like a 0.5 second stun, it's not going to fill up your CC meter as fast as, getting tornadoed or getting slept. So Topaz and Words are just able to constantly harass the person from New Dawn who's trying to cap and do it for so much longer before they become immune. So these tanks are doing a phenomenal job of just crashing the point and controlling it. And like you said, Gojira's in there with them. He's standing right next to the point trying to keep these guys alive. These absolute meatheads. And as a tank player myself, I'm sure if you ask any healer who's healed in a party with me, they hate it because I too put my forehead into the enemy. And this is exactly what Words, what Topaz is doing, what Flunk is doing. Gojira's on the stone right now with a Wand Bow. He is standing next to Lil Azur and his tanks because that's the only thing he can do to keep them alive.
Yeah, Gojira doing his best because Topaz and Words are the two tanks in his party. I believe he has one more as well, but I don't see him on the screen right here. Oh, there's the cap going off. No, they're just not going to get it. New Dawn needs their DPS to step up and help reinforce the cap on the stone because, like you said, they're just going to keep trying to perma-CC whoever is attempting to cap the stone over and over and over again. They need to have backline support in capping the stone. It can't just be the tanks that get the job done here with 12 and a half minutes left on the clock. I do believe that they can flip this. They just need to get this cap off, and that's what we saw in the previous match as well, is Guild's really struggling to try to get this first initial cap off despite the fact that the match is very, very close. Left 4 Dead looks like their statics are just working together in a more cohesive manner here. They've got basically a point defense squad, we're gonna call it, or at least this chat called it, defending the point itself, and then they have skirmish squads all standing with each other, on each other, in Gojira's case, to basically work together. And what they're doing is working despite the fact that they lose a good amount of the engagements on New Dawn. They are preventing this cap from going off time and time again, and we'll see if they prevented it again, Brent.
Yeah, and they're just doing a great job. Like yesterday we saw a lot more just PvP, like just TDM sort of play styles, and I feel like today either the people were watching yesterday and they kind of learned from it, or these guilds just came in with a already set in stone game plan. But I haven't seen Topaz or Words move from this stone at all since it became active. They don't care that there is 70 people on the other side beating the shit out of their backline. Their only job is to ensure that no one caps, and they are doing phenomenally at stopping the cap right now. So I love seeing that they're able to, just have their skirmishes off the stone there towards the west of the stone. Even if they're losing it, at the end of the day, these tanks are just firmly planted on the stone and stopping Lil Azur and company from the side of New Dawn from even getting a cap off to start it. And they've been doing that, Blue, for the last 5.5 minutes straight.
Yeah, and I think that these skirmishes on the sides of the fight, Left 4 Dead, forcing a lot of the New Dawn to basically force a skirmish off the node. Look how far back a lot of New Dawn is fighting Left 4 Dead, nowhere near there. It's almost not in render distance of the Riftstone over here on this northwest side. And I think that is a massive distraction, as they need to help actually get this cap down on the Rift. They think that they're winning this fight, although a lot of them just got shredded on the backline there as Left 4 Dead turns around, wipes that out, and Gojira again just standing tall basically the entire time, keeping Words alive. That's the shot caller there, keeping Topaz alive, and those two are working together to basically keep that point from being capped by New Dawn. That Static by themselves is honestly on a redemption arc, as we saw them basically be the Three Stooges in the last VOD that I reviewed. But oh my goodness, did they come to play today. Sippy can't get onto the stone either, and again, New Dawn just can't manage to push forward. I feel like they need to try to fight a little bit closer to the stone. They would have a much better chance of just getting that cap off, and then they can go back to this really skirmish heavy style that they are, believe it or not, winning on this one. They are winning the open field skirmish on this, and I think that they absolutely can hold a lot more people on the Rift, but it's not going to do anything if they don't pull some people back and prevent them from stopping this Rift every time. They need to kill Gojira, they need to kill the healer, then focus down these tanks, and then get that cap off. 90% on that cap right there. It almost went off. They just can't get it done, Grenton.
Yeah, they're just doing a phenomenal job of just spinning this stone. It's what we call it from the good old RBG days in World of Warcraft, spinning the flag. I'm sure there's other sayings in other MMOs as well. These tanks from the side of Left 4 Dead, I haven't moved from this spot, by the way. Like, you're calling the other stuff. I've just been staring at this. Looks like they actually might be able to get a cap off here on the side of Zonas. He does flip it. He just had his CC meter filled. He does fall at the end of that, but he is able to flip it. So now it's going to be, again, name of the game is
get on the stone.
The Occupying Guild just wants to drain the contribution from New Dawn out, and they're doing a really good job of it right now. But New Dawn now doesn't need to skirmish outside. They need to get inside of this conflict zone to start gaining some points. They're finally able to gain a little bit of a number advantage, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. They do need to get some tanks, someone a little bit more sturdy than these bow staff players who are just throwing their lives away, putting feet on the point.
They're good
which
now.
I love to see.
Look at that, Gretton. Almost up at 30 people on the point against the 15 from Left 4 Dead. And this is my point, is their skirmish is really good. Although in close quarters, I'm not sure how well their DPS is going to hold up. But you can see 29 people, 30 people on the point, and that is far more than this Left 4 Dead roster, who is now scrambling to try to prevent them from capping this one. They're up at 27%. It looked for a moment there like they were just going to push New Dawn straight off and straight to zero, but that is not the case. Left 4 Dead actually swarming in, getting a good flank from both sides, taking over the stone again, 32 against 12. They're draining it fast now. New Dawn rushing back to it, all respawning from different angles. They don't look super organized on this one, as they are coming from two different sides, swarming onto the point, trying to make something happen here desperately, and Left 4 Dead looks really resilient in the middle of everything. Basically the entire guild just standing on the point, draining it down at 12% now, with 28 people standing on it, 31 people now, but New Dawn rising back up from the ashes, back at 27. Look how laser close this is. They're all huddled next to each other for warmth like sardines on that point. They're trying to make sure that they stand on it. Femizi, against his better judgment, says, okay, I'll stand on it. He's doing what he can to try to heal everyone in his party, and New Dawn trying to hold it together, 23 against 17, and it's very back and forth. Only 7 minutes left on the clock, Renton.
Yeah, it's do or die now. Like we saw, you need about 2.5 minutes to cap a stone, and probably even more on a stone like this where the conflict zone is so small. Left 4 Dead is just doing such a good job of controlling the space around the rift stone, and they're just consistently either just a few short or significantly more bodies on the stone in comparison to New Dawn. And if you're New Dawn here, you're not going to win the stone unless you absolutely just wipe Left 4 Dead and just start accumulating points. They're going +2, +3 at a time. They're finally able to gain some momentum, it looks like, but now here come the respawns from Left 4 Dead. And when these tanks come back, like you said, that like mentally ill static of tanks who just throw their head into a meat grinder, they're back. I see Words, I see Topaz, I see these guys, they're in here now, and this is where that momentum, that ball's gonna start building. This isn't a siege, right? This isn't a regular riftstone. This is where these 6-man groups are gonna really shine how well you play off each other, the nonverbal communication, controlling the space, and we're just seeing it so much better from Left 4 Dead. Even though New Dawn, I would be surprised if they're not fragging out. Just Left 4 Dead's playing the objective so much better right now. And there's only about 5 minutes left here, Blue, and they haven't really been able to pass that 30% mark on the cap yet at all. They got to like 25%, and then Left 4 Dead just drained them all the way down to like 13, 14%.
Yeah, I think that they need to try to do a Guardian push as they get a little bit closer to time here. If they get a big swell of people on the point, they should basically tell everyone to hold Guardians and then all pop them together and try to overwhelm the point all at once to try to keep Left 4 Dead off the point. I would completely agree with you. I think that Left 4 Dead came in with a game plan, knew what they had to do, and executed super well. We saw their skirmishers, their statics playing better with each other, but I'll be honest with you, in such a close quarters situation, your static not only has to be good, your static kind of has to be tanky because you don't have a lot of room to move around and you can't really afford to move off the stone here, as that's exactly what New Dawn is doing. Look how many players from New Dawn are fighting off the stone. Gauku actually doing a good job. That's a spear dagger on the backline there. Look at the distracting technique here. Look how many people are hitting them. Benzie back here as well. They're trying to interrupt people on their way back to the point, but it's not working as well as they want, as the swing is big for them. They're moving back up 18% and climbing. Over 30 people on the point for New Dawn right now. 30 people stacked into a space that you can put your two thumbs together on your screen and you know and encompass the entire space here. So this is a very impressive pushback from New Dawn, but again, I think that this is the moment they need to pop Guardians right now and try to push them off the point. Flunk doing what he can. That is the GM right there. Flunk basically doing what he can to try to stay alive, run around, cause as much distraction as he can for his guild here. Left 4 Dead being pushed back now. Again, as New Dawn doing a good job skirmishing, but like, step on me, please. Could you please step on the point, please? He's this crossbow user. Constantly, man, I see crossbow users trying to go for that feed. If only there was a place that you could find 30 people stacked on top of each other for a spin. I'm so sorry. It's obnoxious when I see crossbow users actually just brain dead on this Grenton. Drives me nuts.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I was a little taken aback by you begging for someone to step on you, but it is what it is. We press on. It looks like Left 4 Dead is just able to control the space, like you mentioned, so much better. Their DPS, like these people like Timeless, Deathless, these guys just running around, and I Am Ben's just harassing the absolute hell out of the DPS core from New Dawn, is just allowing their tanks and their healers to just breathe and control the space. And that's probably a big reason why we were seeing just Left 4 Dead being in this insane power position for the last 15 minutes of this fight. And like I said, it hasn't even breached, I don't think it's breached 30% yet. I think New Dawn is just having trouble getting people on the point. And again, I don't think it was a comp diff, because I was looking through the weapon combinations as you were casting there, and it doesn't seem like one side is ultimately more tank or healer heavy than the other. It just seems like New Dawn is having a lot of trouble just moving around that front line of Left 4 Dead, and it's just Left 4 Dead is they just have their number, Blue. They're 2 steps ahead of them. They always look like they're in control, and now finally looks like New Dawn's gaining a little bit of momentum.
There we go. They
if you
all
look at this
stepped on
northeastern side, there's a huge clump of Left 4 Dead just controlling the space there, and they're just drawing all these New Dawn people off the stone.
There we go. New Dawn finally rallying here, getting a ton of people onto the stone right now. The shot caller must be saying, stand on the stone or we will kick you. I honestly, again, earlier, if we just saw a crossbow spins here, they go nuts on this. So, like, I'm just saying, because all the DPS users are packed into this tiny little space on this. Instead of spinning off the stone, it could go absolutely ballistic. Look at all the low health bars for Left 4 Dead here as they swing back the other way. 28 people to 8 now. New Dawn losing all of that momentum there that they built up. They almost got to 40%, and now they're all running back to the fight, and they just can't get there. Left 4 Dead came with a strategy, executed the strategy, and now looks like with 1 minute and 30 seconds left, I think that they're going to win this, Grenton. It looked like New Dawn had the skirmish. They have the players. They have the gear. They have a solid composition, but sadly, they just didn't have the strategy in this case.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over till it's over. I think even in 1.5 minutes, if you are able to somehow wipe the entire side of Left 4 Dead and gain like 15-20%, instantly you can win. But as every second ticks down, that New Dawn does not control the point with more members, it is just less and less probable for them to win. So I think you are correct as we breach the last 60 seconds of this match here, Blue, that Left 4 Dead is they just looked so sharp. Big shout outs to, I know we were talking a lot about that tank squad who was just stopping the cap for so long, but I feel like that tank squad was able to do so because of how annoying those Spear Dagger players on the side of Left 4 Dead were in the, in French, the alentour, the, the around the fight. They were just kind of like mulling around, ratting around the outskirts and just killing every single New Dawn person. So it just made it so that the pressure on the stone was like meaningless, and just Left 4 Dead was able to just continue to harass that stone. And that's ultimately why it took New Dawn this long to cap. And as we see now, it is ultimately GG's. Nothing can change it. The blue team, which is Left 4 Dead, are able to secure the cap, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, 10 seconds left on the clock. Time is going to click down. And I will say on the Talus Riftstone, DPS compositions with those spear users, with those crossbow users winning out here. We saw a lot of crossbow users for Left 4 Dead right there. And sadly, New Dawn's crossbows, New Dawn spears were unable to make anything happen there as the tanks, the front lines from Left 4 Dead had a strategy and they executed 3.3 almost 3.4 million damage on Bodo. That is once again a Spear Dagger. Emissary, Timeless from Emissary is another Spear Dagger. And look at that in the third place. You guessed it, another Spear Dagger. And then Greatsword Dagger at number 4. Tab is actually just a unit. And then we're right back to Spear Dagger again at number 5. Absolutely obnoxious amount of damage and kills for that class, and we see it in basically every game. The Spear Dagger is just a crazy amount of damage. Who had the most healing in the match? I would love to see 3.6 million for Ildeers. 3.8 from Off-White Iverson.
5.5 from Filiowin.
Wait, where's that?
That's 70. I believe that is our highest.
From Left 4 Dead, 5.5 million damage healed from Filiowin, the best healer in the lobby, an absolute specimen. Even the smug look in his profile picture looks great like that. Let's look at damage taken. Which tank had the most damage taken? 1.7 million from Max in New Dawn. Nope, 2 million from Born in Knock.
Born the healer in Knock.
Yeah, so the healer with the most damage taken. Tanks are like what? So what would you say that you do around here? Exactly 2 million damage from owners, and this is again another healer. It's that's the second match that this has happened, Gretton.
Yeah, I mean it's not uncommon. Like I said, bow wands are equally as tanky, if not sometimes more tanky than tank players, and that's just purely because how their kit works. I've been fortunate enough to play with extremely good bow wand players that just like they don't die. You don't kill them. You just see. It's like that annoying SNS wand player, except they have a bow instead of an SNS. You just CC them, kill their friends, and then let them run around in a circle because they have no damage skill on their bars. They're just running around with like 12 utility and healing skills, and that's it. So people say tanks in Liberty. No, it's whatever. What is that cringe class called? Seeker, I think, bow wand. It's Seeker in Liberty now.
He's just trying to take the focus off the Spear Daggers that are basically just dominating everything. Spear Dagger, honestly, again, every single match has a Spear Dagger that is winning top 2 or 3, at least 4 of the top 5 in most cases are Spear Daggers. Good fights to both teams. I think it was actually a really close fight. I think that Left 4 Dead executed that strategy just a little bit better. Let's take a look at the instant replay that we have ready here, where you can see this showcases just how well Left 4 Dead was actually playing with one another as they were holding like both sides at the same time. You can see one group of people is fighting over here and they are winning, and then you see New Dawn just running in and they just can't overwhelm them. And then if you turn, you look over on the other side, they're winning on the other side too, man. They were just winning every skirmish left, right, and center, and it wasn't necessarily because they were stronger, Gretton. It was just because they just are playing together in those statics so well, man.
Yeah, it's kind of insane. Like I was not expecting, I don't know, maybe I'm just an elitist ass, because like if I haven't heard of like the guild, or if I don't know the players, I just expect them to play like, you know, not very well. And I've been pleasantly surprised by a lot of guilds in this tournament where They just come out and they have a strat in mind. They're not just like, holding W. They're not just like running into the meat grinder. Their strats, their shot callers getting active. Their players are playing individually extremely well also. So this is why I love tournaments like this, community run tournaments, because otherwise like we would never see these people compete, right? Because the way the game works, unless you like win the coin toss and you RNG into them on an inter server, you don't get to see them. And inner servers, I mean, if we're being completely honest, is like a PvEVP. It's not necessarily just PvP and objective based. So I love the fact that I'm learning new names. I'm learning, new guilds. I'm like, okay, well, this guild now is sick. And, this player is absolutely popping off. Like we saw like Gojira, right? Absolute menace of a healer that I had no idea even existed until today.
Yeah. And now we are getting ready to move into our next match. And this is the first time, and a lot of people have been waiting to see this guild. It is Take Care's Alliance. Take Care Mamba against Can't Press Q on this one. Take Care Mamba, an early access server and or an early access guild rather. They have 4 guilds in their alliance. 3 of them are Take Care. I believe that the Take Care Mamba just rebranded to, I think, Take Care Panda, but they signed up as Take Care Mamba in this case. So Take Care Mamba is the 3rd place guild in their alliance. At least that's what they told me. Anywhere Take Care Cobra is the rank 1 guild. They received a bye in the first round of this tournament, as they are the favorites to win the tournament, or one of the favorites to win the tournament in this one. Take Care Bears will see fight in the next match, and we're going to see Swipe Night today as well. It's a Take Care kind of day, but this is the first time a lot of the servers going to see what TC or how TC kind of plays in these matchups, and their prediction for the tournament, Gretton, is top 5, which means they think that their alliance is going to sweep this. If they're 3rd strongest and they think they're going to be in the top 5, you can see how highly they think of themselves. I'll let you introduce Can't Press Q.
Yeah, Can't Press Q, a Castleton native. I don't think they've ever really left Castleton. I think they've kind of been on Castleton for a while. I'm scrolling through the member list here. There's some names I recognize like Floor POV and Nineveh. That's just because of my Lost Ark PTSD, because I mean the Reaper. Knowers will know. But yeah, I mean, Camp Rescue, it looks like they're fielding some players who are not in the main guild. I see some people from Camp Press W. I see some people from Simplify in there as well. So they are fielding a little bit more. It just looks like a handful actually for outside of their guild. And same thing on the side of Take Care. There are 2 people in the 42 that are in the lobby on the side of Take Care who aren't in Take Care. They're in Swipe. So maybe it's like, like they didn't make the cut for the Swipe night. And now they're subbing in or ringing in to Take Care Panda because they didn't have enough players. Not sure what the lore is there, but you would assume that anyone rocking the Take Care name is playing up to Take Care standards. And Camp Rescue, in the short amount of time that I fought against them, they weren't a NPC guild, so I'm expecting a pretty good match. I mean, we've had 2 phenomenal matches today so far, and this match I think is going to be another doozy because Camp Rescue did win the coin toss, and notably, Blue, this is the first ever guild in this tournament who won the coin toss and chose to ban instead of pick. And they chose to ban Malachar, Grand Aelon, and Adentis. And Take Care, I'll give you one guess, Blue. One guess what map they picked.
Azrael.
Yeah.
Yes,
like, why are you not banning Azrael against Take Care? Like, what is going on here? Either this is the biggest ego play that I've ever seen from Camp Rescue, or they just forgot they were fighting Take Care in round 1.
Yeah. And we are about to see who is gonna win this one. So make sure you get your predictions in, as one of my moderators needs to start these for me. We're gonna head over to the versus screen. We are getting ready to start here on this one. Give me your prediction. Who do you think is gonna win here? Do you think TC's, again, this is their 3rd place guild. It doesn't necessarily mean that they will take it home. So Grant, who do you think is gonna win here?
Listen, I want to highlight you didn't take credit for this. You got your first win of the night. Yes, on the last match.
Oh, did I?
You said Left 4 Dead was going to win.
Oh my gosh, I did. I mean, of course I did. I'm always right. I am literally always right.
Yeah, I do think Take Care is going to come out on top. I'm noticing some. I think there's some BDO names in this lobby. There's some people that I've played against a lot. There's a player called Gray Screen that I've played against a lot, who's in this lobby right now. I've played against a couple of these guys here on the TC side. So I think that TC is gonna win this, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be, you know, as one-sided as a lot of people are thinking.
Yeah. As a reminder, players are only allowed to play for one team in this tournament. So Take Care is running 4 teams in the tournament. If anybody tries to repeat their team, their guild is or both guilds will be disqualified from the tournament. But I know I saw a lot of people questioning what the rule is there. Yes, guilds can participate or within each other's alliance, so as long as you're allied with that guild in game, they can help you participate with your participation for that match, but they can only help with one team throughout the entire tournament. So if you play for one team, you cannot play for another team. You represent that guild now. Take Care Mamba versus Can't Press Q. It looks like we are ready to go in this one as we hit the go stick on this. The Azrael node. TC is pretty good about getting to the node early, Gretton.
Yep. And I think something interesting to highlight that the viewers won't be able to see is that, like you mentioned, an entire alliance can field as many guilds as they want, right? 4 guilds in an alliance. You can technically submit all 4 guilds, and it doesn't mean that everyone from Jim's guild has to compete with Jim's guild. They can compete with Bob's guild as well. So what we saw is actually Take Care has so many people competing that they only have 44 in for Take Care Panda right now.
Oh my goodness.
So it's 44 versus 48. They're playing almost an entire static down, purely because everybody else who is available at this time slot, every single other person is playing in another Take Care guild right now, or Swipe, right? You have all the guilds are in this tournament.
Yeah, all 4 guilds, which means they have to, it's very difficult to field 4 guilds if you're a 4 guild alliance, but they are trying. They really want to win this tournament as they come in here. It looks like it's a little bugged on the scoreboard as not everyone has quite hit the, I think it counts once you enter a portal, it counts you as a player in the match. It doesn't look like Can't Press Q has not actually spawned in yet. They might be doing what No Mercy did yesterday, where they wait until right before the point is about to be capped, and then they run in with invincibility frame from either, I would expect them to come from point 1 or point 2, as it will be easier to reach the Riftstone from there. But it looks like that Can't Press Q is fighting an uphill battle here into the Take Care Alliance. This is their 3rd place team, but some great players, Gritton.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. And I'm very curious to see how they decide to do this initial push. I've had the displeasure of fighting Take Care on Azrael on a ward game before. So I don't know how we ended up here, considering, you know, Camp Rescue had the opportunity to ban Azrael because they did win the toss and choose ban. So I'm curious to see if they have a specific strat that they're planning to use with this stone in mind specifically. And for those of you in chat who are, you know, saying like, oh, Take Care only has 3 guilds. It's a Take Care Alliance that has 4 guilds that Swipe joined. And that's what Blue's referring to. Like, this Take Care Mamba squad has a couple Swipe people in it. And that's unfortunately why they only have 44 and not 48. It's because they spread themselves
they can't let them,
across 3 different guilds, I believe, in this tournament. All 4 guilds are in this tournament. All 3 Take Care guilds and Swipe are in this tournament. So I think this is the only entire alliance participating in the tournament.
Yep, it absolutely is. And I think that Swipe Night really doesn't want to afford their members, because then their members can't help compete for them in the rest of the tournament if they help Take Care Mamba in this, or Take Care Panda rather now, in this round here. Yeah,
and we do have about 2 minutes left for the match to technically start, right, when the stone becomes active.
Correct.
And it looks like they are one person spawned in from Portal 2 on the red side. I'm not sure if this is a scout, just to kind of see. No, the entire guild is spawning in from Portal 2.
Yep, there they are.
Running up with Bubble. It looks like they are waiting.
The 1 minute and 44 seconds to go. This seems like a little bit premature, Cretin. If you're going to do a play like this, TC could just wipe. Like, if they lose really hard, they could just wipe and then come back in again. But Can't Press Q, they're taking a long time to get in here if they're going to do a bubble play. But it does look like they are going to make it if they'd like. The bubble's going to run out here.
Bubble runs out,
In about 7 seconds, they're all losing their invulnerability frames. TC Mamba sees them coming through the choke. There's the initial pull onto Squiz right there, but he's the red line. Oh my goodness, gets pulled again. Squiz is going to be the first casualty of the map here. Camp Rescue's flankers diving past them and going in. You see the same thing on Take Care Mamba. What an engage for both guilds. You see two fights going on at the same time as the tanks try to be ignored, and they're running onto each other's backline. They know what the metagame looks like, Gretton, as they both dove onto each other's backline. And I'll be honest with you, this looks a lot closer than I think Take Care Mamba wanted this first engage to look. Camp Rescue actually won. Their backline actually pushed Take Care Mamba's flankers back, and now it's collapsing down on the rest of the fight, pincering in on Take Care Mamba right now. Camp Rescue looking really strong, Gretton.
Camp Rescue is actually just running it down their throat. This is the biggest, I think, I don't think anyone would have predicted, especially the first engage. They let their bubble fall off. This was a huge ego play for Camp Rescue. This is the confidence you need going up against a guild like TC. And even with the respawns coming in from TC, Camp Rescue is holding their own. They are pushing up and taking the space and just funneling all of TC into that northeastern corner of the map.
The cap is about to go off.
The stone is active. I wonder if anyone's going to sneak off to go get it. Yeah, look, Moonflower from TC just went instantly to try to get it.
Moonflower's going to get this if they don't. Creativity stops the cap from Take Care Mamba as they realize it just in time. Camp Rescue running their leadership over here. Can they get this cap off here? It looks like Hectic is going to get it off. They're going to get it. Oh my goodness. The upset of the day is Camp Rescue actually capping the point over Take Care Mamba, whose alliance is the favorite to win this tournament. Camp Rescue swarming onto the point. You can see that they have 30 people on the point, over 25, Gretton, and they are dominating the fight. TC Mamba might actually have to back up and regroup as Goliath kind of staggers back onto his heels a little bit. Camp Rescue looking really strong on this one. 31 people on the point. TC Mamba doing what they can to get their numbers up, standing at 31, but you can see there's like 4 or 5 or 6 Take Care Mamba out on the side. Shots is griefing his guild right now. Choco's griefing his guild right now. Big Silky's griefing his guild right now. They need to step onto the point, and they're going for the cap again. And this is the tale as old as time now, Gretton, as the second guild to try to cap is going to have a much harder time, whereas Camp Rescue basically got the cap for free, man.
Yeah, they were able to kind of get back and stop Moonflower from capping it. Now they are kind of losing the numbers game a little bit, but again, it's a marathon, not a sprint. TC is not even participating on the cap. Moonflower's trying. He actually might get it here. I think he has TC resistance. He's actually going to join the cap. And as I speak, now TC is in the game in terms of bodies on the point, and they can actually start accumulating here. And you can see they instantly shoot up 20% just because of the number of people that they had on the point. Once you cap the point, I believe you get 15%, and then you just get extra percentage for the amount of people that you have. So they are able to slowly start inching a lead here against Camp Rescue, but Camp Rescue is not backing down. They said, hey, TC's the crowd favorite. I don't give a I'm going to come in here and I'm going to punch them in the mouth. And that's exactly what they did in the first 3 minutes here, Blue. And they are showing that they can contend with the Alliance favorite to win here in this tournament.
Yeah, I cannot believe that Take Care is struggling this much in this round like this. Camp Rescue, way more people. They had 42 people on the point there, but it is swinging back and forth. Take Care Mamba doing their best to kind of skirmish their way back into this one, but I think it might be a regroup angle as they are losing their attempt to cap this 42% now and climbing for Camp Rescue, but it is very, very close as all of the skirmishes, most of the players from both guilds are basically standing full on the point now. Gusty running out of health in the middle here as a tank heals himself back up. Who am I kidding? He's an SNS wand. He's totally fine. It's not even close. That's why it's difficult to focus tanks in this game. Camp Rescue doing a good job of stopping the healers, stopping the DPS from making anything happen for Camp Rescue as they now have 38 people on the point. And oh my goodness, it's just so back and forth, Gren.
Yeah, it's just an absolute slugfest. And now look, Camp Rescue is able to just inch forward a little bit now. 30, 40, now they have a ton of people on the point, excuse me. It's like I speak and they just hear me before the stream delay even catches up. 38 people on the point. They're able to start slowly building that advantage, 0.3, 0.2% at a time. They are just overwhelming this stone. And I'm looking at the comp and I feel like Camp Rescue, and maybe I'm just, high on copium, has a lot of tanks. And I feel like this is actually working in their favor. They're not able to really just punch through instantly, TC, but they're able to, again, kind of win this long game because TC is known for having a decent amount of tanks as well in their comp. And I feel like that's kind of how they steamroll other guilds, is that they're just able to out sustain them. So when they're up against a guild like Camp Rescue, who is able to kind of do that same strategy, This is an absolute, bloodbath. And I think this may be, knock on wood, no caster curse, but this may be an upset here if TC doesn't manage to actually claw back into this. There is 16 minutes left in this blue, so it's definitely not over. We've seen games come down to the wire, so I'm very, very, I'm not worried here if I'm TC, but this is a great showing here from Camp Rescue.
Yeah, they had 44 people on the point until just a moment ago, and then just like that, TC evens out the score there with some good howling gales or gusts rather. Tornadoes, if you will, and knocking them up and basically wiping out like 8 members of Camp Rescue at the same time. And that's the power that some of these TC players actually have to try to push onto this here, but it's just not enough as Camp Rescue is regrouping much faster and is standing on this point, standing tall. It does look like they are the stronger guild in the skirmish game right here. If I think that TC may have to wait until the point, if they lose this point, which it looks like they might in the next few seconds, they might have to just back up, regroup, and push in and try their luck while Camp Rescue has to try to defend the rift, Gren.
Yeah, I think that initial engage was the confidence boost that Camp Rescue needed, because they are just running in with such fervor and they just don't care. They forgot they're playing against TC. They have captured the stone now, Camp Rescue. So now it's up to TC to not only flip the stone, but cap it back. And that's what Moonflower is going to try to do. He's actually almost able to get a cap off in the back. But Camp Rescue is just playing out of their minds right now. Every individual static is just playing exceptionally right now. Look, they're even chasing into that, little choke, that little stair area between res point 2, res point 1, and they're now taking space and completely wiping TC. I think TC's actually stepping back, and they're going to do a full push. This is like one of the first full pushes we've seen today. So I'm curious how TC's going to approach this blue.
Yeah, I think that this is one of the first pushes that TC's ever actually had to do beyond the start here. They're not used to being on the back foot like this as an alliance. So they're standing on the outside right now, and I applaud them, because this is exactly what you want to do. The moment that they lost control of the point, you could see I ran over to check, and sure enough, the shot caller said, all right, let's back up, let's regroup, let's try something different, because this is not working. And now they're trying something different. Camp Rescue, look at the spread on Camp Rescue. They know that they can't clump up like this. Some dagger could come in and wipe them before the push even starts. Here's TC precariously stepping through this choke point here, and this is the moment that they really don't want Camp Rescue to engage, because they're trying to get their footing. I'm not sure where the rest of TC is. They're coming through the other choke. Interesting choice as they get slammed against the stairs on the main engage. The flankers, though, get free reign onto the back line, and TC Mamba with a clean engage onto Camp Rescue, and we'll have to see if they can actually make anything happen right here, as that was actually a very crisp two-pronged engage, Gren.
Yeah, it was a really nice engage, but I feel like they should have engaged a little bit closer to the stone, because that flank squad had to go across the Sahara Desert to reach their target, and I feel that just let Camp Rescue stabilize from the initial punch from the main ball of TC. But we have Skeptic Kyle, who is able to actually touch the stone because of that, so they're able to gain that real estate. And now again, it's up to TC to control the conflict area, and we saw the individual skill from Camp Rescue and just out-sustaining TC is how they won that first cap, and they're not going to let it, they're not going to let this stone slip away from them that easily as the respawns are coming in. Look, they're significantly outnumbering TC on the stone, and it's a meat grinder. They're just going and making sure that, hey, it's fine, guys. They capped. Chill. Take a breath. Just kill them. Stay on the stone. Keep your feet on. And that's all you got to do here. They're playing the objective extremely well. Both guilds are, but Camp Rescue is just, on a macro level right now, is just looking so good.
Yeah, I think that TC, you said it before we entered the match. You said that Azrael is kind of their Riftstone. This is the map that they know the best. This is the one that they always choose to war game on in most cases. So you saw that intelligence, that understanding of the game come through on that push as they won the push. They actually got the cap onto the point. That is definitely an objective win for their guild. And yeah, sure, it was a little bit far from the stone, but it was exactly what they wanted to happen there. But now you can see that they struggle in this skirmish game. If Camp Rescue basically just trickles back onto the point like this, TC Mamba just cannot keep enough people quite on the point. It is very close, and to be clear, if they had 2 more people, that might just be the difference for them in this guild here. And you have to think to yourself, did they field too many guilds, Grin?
Yeah. And that's the name of the game, right? Like, this is why these rules are in place, because you can have an extremely strong alliance, extremely strong guilds, but if you want everyone to compete, if you want every single guild to compete, you're going to be spreading yourself pretty thin. Other alliances, right, who are only fielding maybe 1 or 2 guilds, or they're 4 guilds, they're able to kind of just funnel their best 48, their best, math is hard, 96, I think would be if they had 2 guilds in competing. So it's definitely a lot different. I mean, TC doesn't look bad here. Like, don't get us wrong. They're definitely, this looks like the TC we're used to seeing, but Camp Rescue, I think,
it's a lot
came
stronger.
out swinging, bro.
Yeah. I think it's just they're a lot stronger than I think people were going to give them credit for. TC, once again, fails to capture the stone. Now they're trying to do it one more time. They're trying to get the capture down. But Camp Rescue, I don't know if it's necessarily a 2-man diff, as this looks pretty convincing out of Camp Rescue here. Camp Rescue can lose and engage and then come back and take the stone again. So this is looking very, very good for them in the bottom bracket of this tournament here, as Camp Rescue consistently has more people than Take Care does on this point, despite the fact that Take Care probably understands the map a little bit more. Camp Rescue, with that first engage, handled it. I think both guilds on that first engage was absolutely beautiful. Did exactly the same thing. It's just Camp Rescue executed a little bit stronger, and TC kind of fell apart, and it's been kind of that story for the rest of this match here. TC did have 1 engagement win a little while ago, but then just cannot win the small scale skirmish here as they attempt to cap the point yet again on this one. They do have slightly more people on the point, and it is very, very close, but it is just not close enough in TC's favor, Gretton.
Yeah, this is just so impressive from Camp Rescue. Again, I fought against them on Castleton. They didn't seem this strong, so they've definitely come a long way, and they've learned a lot. And this is just, I love seeing shit like this, because it just shows the way people are so passionate about this game, that they want to improve, they want to get better, they want to go up, they want to punch up, they want to go to the next weight class, right? They're not just content with being, mediocre or above average. They want to be the best, and I love seeing how dominant Camp Rescue looks like here. I mean, TC
backing
I mean,
up
someone
again.
was saying caster bias in the chat. Dude, wait till I cast Supple if you think this is caster bias. But I mean, TC is a guild that, for all intents and purposes, doesn't really lose war games. They want to war game everyone. No one wants to war game them, especially not on Azrael. So for Camp Rescue to say, hey, we get them round 1, who gives a we're going to Azrael and we're going to beat them on their home. It's like beating them in their home field, It's actually
they came
insane.
to make it's about making a statement, and that's exactly what Camp Rescue is doing. The reason everyone thought that TC would win their matches in the first round here of this tournament is because, like Breton said, they constantly do war games against basically every guild, and they win most of the time. But what I think a lot of people are misunderstanding is that that's Take Care Cobra's lineup, and this is Take Care Mamba. This is the 3rd guild, and although, like you said, they look really strong here, as the engage starts to happen, the tanks flood onto this right side, the flankers go left, and look at the wrap from Camp Rescue moving in, and they can Rescue all day long. The collapse down onto the TC backline there was absolutely impressive, and just wiping out TC's backline here. Yes, they're gonna get the cap on the stone, but Camp Rescue dominating in that matchup right there, and they will fall back onto the stone and almost immediately drive it off. Look how many more red health bars there are.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Blue, we're both shot callers, and I don't know about you, but I'm a little aroused after seeing how Camp Rescue was able to just kind of just wrap perfectly. They're all in sync. Beautiful macro from Camp Rescue, and TC is just unable to actually make anything happen. Yeah, they touched the stone, but they lost like 30 people instantly on that engage, right? Just because of the wrap from Camp Rescue. Camp Rescue is very low health here on the middle of the stone, so it's going to be very dangerous now as the respawns from Take Care are going to be able to come in and start getting some damage off, but Camp Rescue also is going to have their respawns coming in from the back of TC. So that's the name of the game with these war games, is that it's not just one wipe, regroup, one wipe. You really have to focus on tempo, and that's the name of the game when it comes to defending a stone as widespread as Azrael, where respawns are this close, and Camp Rescue is not letting them breathe. It is foot on neck for Camp Rescue here against TC.
Yeah, and I think that we just saw there a few people have crashed, but not enough that we are going to reset the match here. The numbers are actually pretty close as people are crashing on both sides here. It's within 5 people now on both sides, but TC Mamba just coming up a little bit short. And I think if they did have the extra 5 people, maybe it looks a little different, but I'll be honest with you, I think that that is probably cope, considering how well Camp Rescue handled 2 of the 3 engagements that we've seen so far. The wraps have been absolutely incredible from the Can't Press Q lineup. I don't think that 5 people are necessarily going to make that difference, as they just swarmed onto TC, and TC is attempting, Skepticile is attempting to cap that point one more time on behalf of TC Mamba, but Camp Rescue just swarming in and winning these skirmish engagements, looking really, really good for them here. Ionia MD doing his best to flash wave the outside of the fight here for TC. He's in a really solid position. He's contributing, or he would rather be contributing to the stone if they had contested it right now. But they can't get the cap off. Look at the red circle around all the little blue ones. It's Care Mamba just getting obliterated on the stone repeatedly right now. They can't even get a cap off right, and it looks pretty dominant for Camp Press Q. What a wonderful upset that we are seeing here. As some people thought, there were complaints that I had in the DMs that the bottom bracket was less competitive than the top bracket, and that TC was just going to get the bottom bracket for free. And now you're seeing, no, I did it fairly.
I mean, listen, I'm not going to lie, Blue. This bottom bracket so far looks closer than the top bracket that we had yesterday.
Close. Oh, it's
Every
so
game
close.
has been close. This is the biggest blowout that we've seen in today's matches, right, from the last 3 that we've done, and it's not the blowout that we expected. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, exactly.
I'm gonna hold my breath a little bit. I want to say something, but I don't want to caster curse it. So,
my gosh,
chat, remember this, and Blue, remember this. When this stone ends, I will say what I want to say, but I do not want to caster curse this. But I am just floored at how well Camp Press Q is playing.
I'll say it. Camp Rescue is going to win that. Look at this engaged. You can see the flankers from Camp Rescue already getting to wrap here. Look at them all in position. And TC's flankers actually move to meet them here. Now it's a full-on brawl. They stop the Camp Rescue wrap here. The front line from TC moving over towards the point. You can see that over in the distance. But the flankers from Take Care are losing this fight against the Camp Rescue spears, it looks like here. TC not able. Oh, no. It looks like their front line actually came back to support them. TC pushing through. It looks like they might actually win on this engage. Both guilds regrouping here. This is so close on this one. TC diving through onto the point right now. I can't say convincingly which team won that fight, but I will say that TC Mamba definitely adjusted there, Gretton, to Camp Press Q's strategy to send their flankers in a big wraparound strategy, and they just did not allow that to happen that time, but they almost committed too many people to it, because then both guilds just basically had their flankers fighting each other, had their front and back lines fighting each other, and you can see just how close it was.
And 3 minutes left. This is probably the last cap they're going to get. They need to capitalize on the little momentum that they were able to literally fight tooth and nail for, Blue. They had to claw to just get to the stone. They were crawling on all 4s. They finally are able to cap it, but they just don't have enough bodies on the stone. And it's just, again, Camp Rescue is doing such a good job swarming on top of Take Care. And Take Care played that counter engage perfectly. They saw the wrap, they met the wrap, they had a wall of tanks stop that wrap from Camp Rescue. It shows the agileness of these players just to think on their feet. Okay, we got slapped this way. We need to change it up for this next push. It worked, but they're just getting overwhelmed. 28-39 on the stone in favor of Camp Rescue. It's just not enough. And I think as we inch past this 2-minute mark, I don't think TC is going to be able to claw back into this match.
Yeah, and I think it's just an overwhelming performance showing the other guilds in the tournament that, hey, gods can bleed. You can absolutely beat TC. I think a lot of people overhyped a little bit of the TC alliance here, but we will see how Cobra and Swipe Knight do. I don't want to speak too soon for the rest of their alliance here, but they certainly have their work cut out for them, as I think that they all thought that they were going to be top 5 in this tournament, and to be knocked out in in the first round is a little rough, but in fairness, they shouldn't feel bad. Can't Press Q is looking omega strong in this one. I think that this might be the strongest guild that we've seen today in this lower bracket, at least. It's tough to say because, until we see them fight each other, of course, but 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. You're basically playing for kills at this point. TC just streaming in. Not much that they can do at this point. They're trying to get that cap off, but they just won't be able to flip it. First upset of the day, Grenton?
Yeah,
or last upset of the day.
But I think I'm going to say it now with the last minute. At 5 minutes, I wanted to say this is going to be the first Zeroth guild that we see lose.
Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, in fairness, a lot of people think that Zeroth is the PvP server. It's the place to be if you want fights, if you want PvP, if you think you're a competitive guild. And we have not seen, like Grenton just said, we have not seen a Zeroth guild actually lose yet. Sprinkle's doing a big spin right there, but not getting any kills, and that is the story of Crossbow lately. It's a big sag for the Crossbow users. It's difficult to make that class work, but if you're a god, you can absolutely do it. 30 seconds left on the clock. And Can't Press Q making a statement in this first round here.
Yeah, that huge respect to Can't Press Q. I was kind of shocked that they chose Azriel, or they let Azriel through the ban phase, I should say, because obviously TC chose this. But this is looking insane. Like, I just have no words. I usually can yap as much as I want, but like Can't Press Q just like put a sock in my mouth at this point.
They just ran them over, and it's very convincing. It's good fights to both teams, but it's Can't Press Q taking this W here. And you can see, look at the TC. Can't Press Q. It's a crossbow dagger. Eat it, Grenton. It's a crossbow dagger with the most kills in the match. Most kills in the match. And then yet another crossbow dagger with the third highest kills in the match.
Let me tell you something, Blue. If he threw his crossbow in the garbage and put on a spear, he would be in, like, it would be on his own plane of existence.
Yeah, and you can see that there's a spear dagger, but I'm going to ignore that because it hurts my argument. And the most damage in the match at 1.8 million from Alman from Take Care. Even in the losing team, still had the most damage in the match. If we look at the most healing in the match, I see 1.1 million on Anne. As we come down here, 1.4 million on Cocky. It's just their name. There we go. 4.9 million rather on Mistiel TC. 4.5 honorable mention onto Coma there as well. And there's a lot of TC members basically winning the leaderboards here. And that's, again, Gretton, that should go to show you they have some really good players, and they still took that L in this match. Blifty with the 1.1 million on the tank here. I think that he was the best tank in the lobby as well. Good fights to both teams. And that was the very first upset that we'll see today. Maybe the last, but definitely the first, right, Gretton?
Maybe the last, maybe the first. Who knows? I mean, that was absolutely insanity. Can't Press Q. Hold your heads up high, dude. That was not a small feat that you guys accomplished as a guild. Both sides had like 2 or 3 people who weren't in their guild. So like that was like 40-ish people from your guild. So that's as close to a GVG as we're going to get in most cases. This next match, though.
Well, hold on. Let's look at it. Okay, the engagements from this match were some of the best that we have seen.
Let's take a look at that
in this
real
tournament.
quick.
Let's take a look at one of those engagements here where you can see both guilds squaring off against each other. Look at the red health bars. Look at the ramp that you see from
Can't Press Q.
Can't Press Q, rather. Coming in on the Take Care backline, swallowing the Take Care backline right there. And that was the devastating push that led even more towards the TC loss. And again, I don't think engagements like that, or why I don't think it was necessarily a numbers diff. I felt like they were just playing a lot stronger. It looked really, really good for Can't Press Q there.
Yeah, and it was a macro diff, but it was also just they just got outplayed. Like, there's no other way of saying it. TC, Mamba, or Panda, whatever they call themselves, is not a bad group of players.
No.
Can't Press Q just played better. Like, at sometimes, you just got to be like, yep, we got outplayed, boys. VOD review, get better for next time. Like, Can't Press Q looked extremely strong, and I think that they were or Cap Rescue at least, is very well positioned and probably pretty confident now in this lower bracket.
Yep. Grenton, it's time.
Yeah.
This is
time.
a huge match for the day. Everyone wants to see this match. Let's take a look at the match that we have prepared for us here. It is Tier versus Take Care Bears. And if you don't know, Take Care Bears, this is Sinister, who is basically... This is Ethereum, right? This is the Ethereum boys coming over. There's some of the top end from Reassembled in there as well. There's a lot of the Black Desert community is in here. Almost like a ton of the names that I recognize on Take Care Bears over here. And again, it's a lot of Ethereum members in there. And if you remember, if you don't know Ethereum, most people hate Ethereum because they dominated the game for the first 2 months or so of the game before their guild leader decided to cheat on his fiance with an e-girl. But we'll look past that. If we look over at Tier, these are some of the best members of the Black Desert Online community. There's a lot of Cho Nation in Tier. There's a lot of people in Tier that are Proximal is basically was the contact for Tier, and he was one of the Cho leadership back in the day, and we know how strong Cho was back then. We also see Gorga in the lobby as well. So you see some of the Brick members are in here. Some of the Fury members are in here. This team represents basically the best that this alliance has to offer here, and they are omega powerful. So we have go ahead, Grin.
They're really, really strong. Before this event started, I was PvPing it at Shadow Crypt against all the people that I'm seeing on the Tier lineup. Take Care Bears is, like you mentioned, it's a lot of my old guildies from Sinister, Ex-Ethereum. It's not, people are like, oh yeah, Take Care Bears is just like, Sinister Knight and Sinister Dust, like the two weaker guilds. No. There's probably 15-ish people from Sinister Dawn, which was the old Ethereum Gold, who are in on the side of Take Care Bears. There's some really notable names who I've been playing with for 8+ months in Korea. On the side of Tier, they have some absolute bangers as well. This is the title card of the title match of the card, if you will, for today. So I'm excited to see it, and what I'm even more excited about, Blue, is this is a brand new stone that we're seeing. So Take Care Bears won.
Wait a minute, what did they pick?
They chose to pick, and I'm really happy they picked this because I said it was a stone that I love to play on, right? As a shot caller. So Tier banned Malakart, Azrael, and Kalazan. Take Care Bears said, we're going to a dentist, baby.
Oh my goodness, the title match of a lifetime, and we are going to a dentist. Make sure you get your predictions in. Please tell me the moderators ran. They did not, because my moderators suck. Okay, I will do it. It's fine. I'll just do it. I'm going to run the prediction myself. You guys need to be able to bet on this. My moderators are garbage. If anyone wants to be a mod, just say so in the chat. There we go. I'm going to run Tier here, and I'm running Take Care Bears. Let's see what everybody thinks. Who is going to win this match? This is a hype match of the day here. Absolutely. And honestly, Grenton, I don't think you don't know this because you don't know the BDO community. These people hate each other. These guys hate each other. Everyone hates Cho Nation. Everyone wants to beat Cho Nation, but they can't beat them in BDO, so they're gonna come here, right? We got, I'm surprised I don't see Vert necessarily in the lobby here as well. I'm sure he's watching from home. Hopefully he's watching on stream right now because his alliance is about to be represented. Make sure you get your predictions in as we are about to get started with this one. Oh
yeah,
my
you know
goodness.
what I just realized too? TC says they're the rank 1 alliance on the server.
Yeah, they think very highly of themselves. Well, I mean, yeah, I know. And Fury thinks that they're really strong still as well. And then Supple won Siege, but it was kind of like a Hail Mary moment. So you have a lot going on Zeroth. It's basically anyone's game. But all three of these alliances, I mean, depending on who you ask, somebody could say, yeah, we think Tier is going to take the whole tournament. Or yeah, we think that Take Care is going to take the whole tournament. Or we think that someone in the Supple alliance is going to take the tournament. We're not sure which at this point.
It is what it is. Supple's winning the tournament. That's not a question. We're just watching these games for fun. It's just going to be Supple winning. It is what it is.
Let's watch him be wrong about that one on this as I hit the start button, and we are underway for this match here as we get into this one. A dent is a new stone here, and what's very important about a dentist is the high grounds around the stone are not actually on the cap point itself, but they are very important to hold, Grenton.
Yeah, Tyr is actually taking the bell tower, like the broken ruins, and the two houses to the west of that, which is what I would call the power position. If you can control that, you're in a really good spot. It doesn't look like the side of TCB has actually, you know, emerged from their platform. So I'm very curious to see if they're going to just wait 4 minutes. If I was calling this, I would just wait 4 minutes and then push with bubble and wipe them. But it looks like Grenton's not shot calling them anymore because they're all going to be spawning at portal 3 and they're going to be running up on the north side of this riftstone, and they actually have to kind of push up onto this high ground. Laxus is already up here as well with Boyte.
Oh
and
my goodness,
they're walk up here for free, Blue.
Oh my goodness, they just ran straight up onto the high ground for free right now, and I can't even get up there because it's really hard to get up on these high grounds. But you see Take Care Bears basically overwhelming the high ground on Tyr, pushing them off immediately, and back to the bell tower on the other side right there. Kitten firing what they can across flash waves, being traded back and forth. Take Care Bears dominantly taking one high ground, but Tyr holding the other for now anyway, and Tyr also holding the low ground right now as Crunk God's firing there. Vert is in the lobby on the low ground here. Vert, one of the best DPSers in the game probably right now, running around on this low ground, wondering what he's gonna do. He's a spear dagger, Gretton. I know you love that. Take Care Bears holding well, technically Pansy, and that's another BDO content creator as well. Pansy's up on the other high ground, holding that for his team as well. Not doing a whole lot there though necessarily, as Take Care Bears tanks dive to the low ground, and the DPS are basically raining fire from that high ground there. You see Fabi standing up there as well.
And if you take a look, this is exactly what I like to call the power position, right? This northwestern roof is so important, especially when the stone's not active. And you could just see them, like you said, they're just raining hailfire, and they just have these big tanks on the ground, you know, wishing bells down there. Shottius is there. He's probably trying to make... Oh, no, he actually swapped on to Spear Dagger. He was a crossbow dagger player, and he swapped onto Spear Dagger. So they're actually just slowly taking space. They won that initial push. This is Take Care Bears, obviously, and they're just slowly trying to take space from Tyr, but Tyr now is actually going to be able to remount a push as they push to the north side of the stone here, and now it's up to Take Care Bears to come off this roof and help their low ground players. Are also just going to get run over, Blue.
Yeah, no, I don't know if they necessarily have to, though. They can just hold this high ground. Their low ground players can just stand there almost forever, and they can get healed from the low ground here. But Cookies looks like he's going to go down. That's the guild leader for Take Care Bears. He's going to go down from the high ground right there as Tyr, looking very powerful with a first guild to really get situated and push through. And now you see Vert and the other DPSers from Tyr diving onto the high ground, onto those squishy ranged classes there, as they have to abandon ship as Vert and his crew push them straight off of that high ground. Take Care Bears pushed back into a small little canyon right here. Although they won the first engage, they are now losing the overall macro engagement as the flankers from Tyr cleaned out that high ground, Gretton, and that was so impactful for them because now they're funneling TC Bears all the way through this choke point here. Are we going to see TC lose their first two teams in the first two games we see them?
I'm not sure. It looks like right now, it looks like TCB and Tyr are just sizing each other up. I don't really see much, you know, like dominance from either side. They're just kind of poking and prodding, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't. I mean, TCB had a really strong opening, right, controlling that northwestern roof, and then Tyr had a really insane push just through the low ground and just sent their DPS up. So I feel like they're just limit testing right now, which is exactly, in my opinion, what you should do until the stone becomes active. But I'm curious to see how the retake is going to happen here on the side of TCB, because they've just let Tyr control, again, this like circular cobblestone area. And if you actually look at the stone, everything that's, you know, like cobblestone around, anything that's cobblestone around the riftstone is what the conflict zone is going to be.
Yes, and it's about to open up. 25 seconds left on the clock, and that makes this so interesting, because if you stand on the high grounds, yes, you have an advantage, and yes, you have that high ground advantage, but you're not contributing to the point overall. So it's kind of a give and take. How much damage can you take on this low ground? Can you hold the high grounds near where your tanks want to stand, right? If you stand on one side of the stone, you want to be holding the bell tower. If you stand on the other, there's Take Care Bears pushing for that high ground, doing what they can to get their heels off, but Axebot shot, and I can't read Chrysanth up there, just cannot die. They're just standing in the middle of everyone. Well, honestly, they have no DPS. Axelbot up there as well. They have no DPS to kind of back them up on this. Up there, there's Massless up there. We love Massless. He's another streamer, a fantastic TNL streamer. Used to be a BDO Sork as well. One of the best in the game. And here comes the cap. Pleb looking for the cap from Tier on this one, and he's not. Oh, he did get interrupted there. And by Wishing Bell, who is yet another BDO player. Bell, a hero, keeping them from capping, and now going for the cap himself. And Pleb stops him, but Bell goes for the cap once again. No, he gets stopped, and then now Pleb's going for it, but he's getting awful low to try to get that cap off. And again, everyone just getting stopped here as Take Care Bears actually winning the space battle on this, pushing Tier into a little choke point. On the other side, actually winning the ground battle on this one. Most people have abandoned the rooftops, except for there's about 4 or 5 members of Take Care Bears firing from the church rooftops over there, trying to reinforce the fight. And I have to think that, and there's Pansies joining them as well. That's a large part of the reason that they're winning the fight on the low ground right now, and they keep going for these caps, but they just can't get them right now. Bell constantly going for the cap on the node, but not able to get it. I'd love to see Bell move to the other side of the Riftstone here so that they can't, so he can LOS, or line of sight everyone rather. Pleb going for the cap now as well. Who is going to get it right here? It is going to be Tier. Pleb gets that cap off on behalf of the Fury Alliance, and Tier looking very strong right now. 22 people on the cap right now as Take Care Bears fighting in uphill battles. They have to try to get control of the stone here, but Pleb just keeps CCing Hazelnut over and over and over again right now. And honestly, they're not taking this very fast, Gretton.
No, exactly. And this is just, it just shows the battle of attrition. I've said it like 17 different times. I think it's not a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon when it comes to these sort of fights, contrary to Boonstones, where you just see, like, again, it's just, I believe it's Wishing Bell and company just continually harass that stone and trying to get that cap off. And that's all they really have to do. Now it looks like there is a quite significant, numbers advantage. It just comes back into the side of TCB now as they're able to kind of slowly drain the cap away from Tier. But they do need to participate in this capture, or else this is going to be all for nothing. They'll just put the stone back to being unoccupied, and then they're going to have to go again. This is probably the closest initial fight that we're seeing right now. And
huge push from Tier.
An insane push from the side of Tier here.
Yeah, big push from Tier there to kind of clean out the stone right there. Caught TC Bears unawares and stopped all of their attempts on the stone. You can see Pleb is basically glued to the stone, not allowing anyone to try to get anywhere near it. TC Bears reassessing their strategy here, as look at that, 7 to 32. They've backed up off the point. It looks like they're basically handing it over to Tier at this point. They're taking the high grounds. They feel that that is an important factor here, but all Tier needs to do if they hold that high ground is to stand on the other side of the stone, and they're going to be just, oh my goodness, almost got the cap off for Take Care Bears, finding it hard to get onto the board here despite how competitive they are with Tier here. They're just really struggling to get this cap off on the node. Hazelnut dives in, and Pleb just keeps CCing everyone that comes anywhere near it. 80, 90, almost got her. Gorga in the front as well, representing that guy is from Show. We love Pleb. We love Gorga, and this is why they were so good in Show. They are just as good in Throne and Liberty now as well. They understand how to focus the objective super well. TC Bears, it has to back up and regroup once again as now they really don't have any point in trying to throw people at the point. They need to take a breath, they need to back up, and they need to try to regroup and push the point with purpose right now. Yeah. Go ahead, Brett.
This is where you don't mind taking a beat to regroup, because you've lost the point. There's no really point to contest that stone until you can control it, right? So holding this northwestern roof is definitely a good plan, but I'd love to see them just kind of chill, come back, regroup. They won the 2 fights that they've had full strength for in this Riftstone so far. So force more of those. Don't fight short-handed. Don't let them just trickle in. Regroup fully, come in, punch them in the mouth, try to cap the stone. But right now, Tier is looking like they're just dominating this Riftstone. They're controlling the space so well, and TCB is just having a really hard time, getting into the objective. Like, they're able to get kills, they're able to get damage off. They have some phenomenal players, but they're just not able to actually breach onto the objective, Blue.
Yeah, and it looks like, again, Tier just holding the rooftops that they absolutely have to hold here. It looks like they understand how to control the point better. Take Care Bears has certainly won 3 or 4 pushes in here, but Tier definitely the dominating factor, because even when Tier is losing, they still have their eye on the objective. Pleb and Gorga are basically unkillable. They even have someone in the guild named Wall, who is just not going to go down very easily there. And so every time someone comes forward to try to cap it, Slovak, I believe, is the GM, or he's at least in leadership on Take Care Bears, and they are really struggling to try to stop this one from happening. They need to basically push in right now because they have 2 people. Hazelnut and Slovak are both trying to cap it, and Bell is there as well. They're all 3 of them are all trying to press F on the stone. They don't have any reinforcements though. Slovak's starting to run out of HP. They need TCB to basically step forward and give them some reinforcements, as Tier basically just stands on the point in perpetuity here. Take Care Bears unable to take the space on the low ground that they kind of have to here. Well, they're starting to get through now as TCB runs through. They win a very strong push here. Good flash waves as they overwhelm Tier. They're still looking for that objective though, and you see that even though they dominate, the objective just can't be taken, Gretton.
Yeah, they're just Tier is looking so strong on this stone. I'd love to kind of just see if we can grab like an aerial shot or something for the viewers, maybe jump on a roof or something so we can kind of see the amount of space that they're controlling in this Riftstone fight, just to be able to keep TCB off of the objective. TCB is able to finally breach a little bit slowly into it. Wishing Bell's just able to get half a cap off, 75% of a cap off, but he does get interrupted again. And it's just, look at it. It's madness down there, Blue. It is just control from Tier. They have the bell tower roof. They are just funneling people in. They need to come touch the stone, and you're just perfectly in range when you're from that bell tower.
Yeah. The bell tower, oh my goodness, Take Care Bears dominating the stone right now. Look how many people from TCB, and again, this is why the guilds are actually super close in strength, but they can't get the cap off. Look at that. Tiger Kyle stopping that cap as well. Tier getting overwhelmed on the point and getting absolutely blasted off, but they still, Gorga is finally going to go down, but Pleb is still standing. He is constantly interrupting the caps. They just can't get the cap off, despite all of the red health bars taking full control of that point. Tier has basically pulled back and decided that honestly, we don't need to let him have it. Our tanks are doing the work for us. We can basically just pull back a little bit, cede control of the stone, and allow them to constantly keep diving for it, because they're never going to get it. We're just going to keep Pleb there. There's another attempted cap, and they just can't get it.
Yeah, they're just, again, like, this is just, TC looks like they're just having a lot of trouble. Not even just getting a cap. Like, they're able to touch the stone, they're able to start the cap, but they just can't clear out Tier long enough to flip the stone. And that's why a Dentist is such a good stone, in my very humble opinion, is because controlling around the objective is equally as important as controlling the objective. Where other stones we saw, right, when we saw Left 4 Dead win on Talus, they didn't really need to control around that objective as much. Their tanks were doing a really good job of just controlling the stone. You can't get away with that here, Blue. You really have to control the roofs and make sure that you're able to kind of create this little like death tunnel that you just funnel your enemies into, and that's exactly what Tier is doing here.
Yeah, and they've pushed them basically back off. Take Care Bears not able to really hold anything together, and now fighting in this little tunnel, like you said. Take Care Bears does control the tunnel on both sides, and they control the rooftops. And again, they control most of the space on the stone as a result as well. Tier, basically, you're wondering why the Tier is standing in this pizza slice. It's because this is the place they take the least damage from the high ground onslaught that Take Care Bears is putting on them. But they just, again, Pleb just steps forward every time he sees someone attempt to cap the stone. Pleb steps forward and sees them. It's just getting a little obnoxious. They have got to step forward and get a cap off onto the stone. We're at the 11-minute mark, ticking down past that now, and they still can't get it done. Look how many red health bars are here. They're absolutely able to kill Tier. They're standing toe-to-toe with them. They're doing really well, but they just cannot get the cap off on the objective, Gretton.
Yeah, 10 minutes left, and Tier just looks so strong. Their tanks are just able to spin that stone, and their DPS are using the space available to them so well. I am very, very shocked that Take Care Bears is having this much trouble even just getting the cap on.
Yeah. Like they just understand the mechanics of the game. This is part of what made Show so good back in the day. Is they're like, okay, well, we just understand the game better than you do, and that's just how we're going to win. They understand. I love it. Nice exploit, he says, pleb, as he constantly see. That's got to be frustrating. And that's another thing about the BDO community. Like I said, they just hate each other. So the one thing you do when you're ahead is you start shit talking. You make them look like nice exploit. You're still losing, loser. That's basically what you do, and it puts your opponent on tilt. It absolutely works. Say it ain't so for them. They almost got the cap off once again right there, but just unable to do so. And Tier now takes dominating control of the stone itself and the capture point, while Take Care Bears looks like they lost control of the other high grounds. They took control of the bell tower. Oh, that would be why. Look at them move to the other side of the dais in response to the high ground prowess from Take Care Bears. They've moved to the other side of the stone to stay out of range of those high ground players because they're just getting pelted from the church or the bell tower rooftop over there. But they do control the entire stone. They own every rooftop. But here's the thing, Gretton. If you don't have anyone push in, you can't win.
Yeah, I mean, owning rooftops is great when you have the stone, and they don't right now, right? So if you just look, all of Tier is just kind of ring around the Rosying, the Rift Stone, trying to just avoid getting absolutely pelted from the side of Take Care Bears. Take Care Bears just doesn't have presence on the stone, so they can't actually get down and cap and create, you know, some sort of pressure, even though they're absolutely dominating on top of the roofs here. It's just, again, you're not playing the objective, you're playing for PvP right now, it looks like. But finally, it looks like we're going to have
there's the push
a push from TCB onto the stone, and let's hope they can make something happen here, because, by the way, Blue, this is the first time we've gone over half the match without without both guilds actually trying to cap the stone. Yeah. TCB has not even participated on a cap yet.
Yeah, and TCB might get it off here. Pleb is going to go for this. Oh, no. You just hate to see that. 99% on the cap timer and just got CC'd again. He said, nah, just joking. I'm not going to let you have it. And he CC's him again.
You thought you did, but you didn't, buddy.
Yeah, look at the health bars. Look at the red health bars on the stone right now. They have control of it. They would be dominating right now. They would have more people on the stone, but they just can't get that initial cap off. And this is my point, is they understood. We take a dentist, we get the early cap, and then if they let us have it, we just win, because we will just never let them cap the stone. And that was their strategy going in, and it is working very well. As Mac on this high ground here, battling on the rooftop by himself into 3 people and succeeding. By the way, he's in stealth right now. He's still standing on that rooftop, waiting for them to look the other way. There's Slunt will come out of stealth right there, but Fabi's right on top of him, and that brutal battle for that rooftop is underway right there. But it's the battle on the low ground that you kind of have to be focused on, as it's Tier winning the very important battle here, and constantly have their tanks hugging the point, always making sure that no one is going to be able to get the cap off on this point, Gretton.
Yeah, and I mean, it's crazy too, because they're just annoying on the point. Like, they're not killing anyone. Like, I don't think Wishing Bell maybe died once in the 13 and a half minutes that we've been PvPing right now. They're just letting him sit on the stone, and they're just interrupting with that Nirma SNS. Anyone who says Nirma SNS is bad and I can't run Nirma SNS, I'm an SNS greatsword, kick them from your guild, because clearly Nirma SNS is insane. And we're seeing it here. We saw it with the Left 4 Dead squad as well. These tanks from the side of Tier are just doing such a good job of being annoying, and that's what your only job is to do as a tank. And TCB needs to make something happen, because time is very quickly running out for them. But they could just flip this. All they need to do is cap and then control the point, right?
They need to
if they manage to get a cap off, I think it won't be as bleak as we're looking at it right now.
They just need a couple staff users to click on Gorga, click on Pleb, and knock them off the stone, even just one of them off the stone. Then you get CC capped, you hit F, and you should be able to get the cap off on the stone. But if 2 tanks are there, it's going to make it really hard to constantly get onto that stone. It looks like they have enough staff users. No one wants to hit Pleb. No one wants to hit Gorga. And if those 2 never go down, you will never get the point. And that is just how it goes at this point. 5 minutes on the clock, and I can't believe the words coming out of my mouth. time is running out for TCB on this, and I thought that at least they'd be able to get the cap down, but my gosh, Tier looks so strong, and they understand the strategy of the node. Look at Take Care Bears flanking from that side. Once again, another good push from TCB onto the stone here to try to take it, but look at Pleb. That's why I'm locked on to Pleb. He just doesn't move. If nobody comes near the stone, it's no problem. He literally just stands on the stone. He doesn't even use abilities. He literally is not even... Nope, there's Wishing Bell. Now he's going to walk around. There he goes, and he stops the cap. Like, every single time. It's got to be so frustrating. Look at the positioning on the stone. Right now, you have got to push Pleb off the stone. He is too good at this. Gorga is actually going to go down here. And again, this is the fault from the TCB, the DPSers, if I'm being honest, because Gorga got really low there, and they're just not dying. You're not seeing Pleb die. You're not seeing these people that are constantly interrupting the cap die at all, and that's on the DPS players. Yes, tanks are beefy to kill, but in this position, in this case, Grenton, I do think that you should absolutely be focusing at least those two.
Yeah, you just need to crash the stone. Like we saw when they, like I said at the beginning, when you take a good fight, you win if you're TCB. Crash the stone, drop everything on the stone. Hopefully Pleb and, you know, a couple other tanks die, and then you could just cap the stone because time is running out. This, like, you know, little bit of running around, trying to control the outer ring is great, but only when you win the stone. You have to just crash the stone, get Pleb off, get Jail off. Those two guys are just stopping the entire... It doesn't matter what TCB does outside of that because those two players, Pleb and Jail, are just standing on the stone, and I don't think they've died at all in this entire fight.
Yeah, you hit Pleb with a focus fire. He's an SNS wand. You hit him with a focus fireball. You hit him with a number of staff skills. It breaks his block. It hurts his ability to heal anything. Maybe slap a meteor down on his face. He would be able... He's a lot tankier than you think. Or he's a lot less tanky than you think once you apply all of those dots and everything to him. But they just aren't able to do that. And it's time and time again. The cap on the stone is just routed. And it looks like TCB actually pulling full off the stone. They know that they need to make something happen. This edging that they've been doing for the last, you know, 18 minutes or 17 minutes rather, actually 20 minutes rather, is just not working for them. Despite the fact that they win push after push after push, they just can't get the cap off on the stone. Here's another flank coming in from TCB. The dive into the backline. Look at the shred on the health bars in the tier backline. They're all falling very, very low over there. And TCB comes in. It looks like they have domination of the stone. Can they kill Gorga? Can they kill Pleb? Those are the two people that absolutely need to die, and the DPSers just will not hit them. For TCB, they've been told to overlook them, and for once in your life you have to grow a brain in this case, and you have to hit the tanks on the front line, at least those two right there. You do need to do it once. It looks like one of them died. They need to go for the cap right now. Bell needs to attempt the cap. Oh my goodness, it looks like Jail is now... No, Pleb is still on there, basically hugging Wishing Bell, keeping him from getting that cap off, and he just can't get it done on this one. But despite the fact that, again, TCB has more people on the stone at this moment, they just can't make the cap happen. There's Hazelnut going for one more right there. But Grenton, time's running out. Under 2 minutes left, man.
Yeah, this is really rough for the side of TCB. They're just kind of running into a meat blender, trying their best to just make something happen here. We've passed the 2.5 minute mark. I think it's a little too late, if I'm being honest with you, Blue. I think this is going to be the second TC guild that we see just lose instantly in round one.
Tournament. Yeah, literally fall out of the tournament. TC not having a good day, as it were. As it's going to be up to Swipe Night on this one. Tier standing tall. Cho Nation strong like Nippon Steel, strong like Toyota Camry driven for 200,000 miles. They just can't be beaten in any game that they play. Vert looked great. Mac looked great. Pleb the MVP, I think, with Gorga out there, just like BDO. Super strong performance out of Tier, representing that alliance here and showing why they deserve to be in the semifinals, why they deserve to be in the finals. They won it, Grenton.
Yeah, I just got a DM from someone from Tier. Competitive shadow striked onto someone in the roof, and now he's stuck inside the roof. And I don't think it matters. They're just able to squeak by now and just hold the... They don't even need to hold the stone anymore. They can just kind of give it up and
oh my
which
gosh,
they did.
actually
They
let them
finally
have
get a
it.
cap, but
Oh my
it's just
gosh.
too little, too late.
It was so BM. They actually intentionally let TCB have the stone. Oh my god. This is what I'm talking about, is that these guys, they shit talk. This is what they do. The BDO community hates each other. They're just gonna let them have it. Look at them. They're leaving the stone. They don't even care. 10 seconds left on the clock. They're like, let them think that they can have it. Let them think that they can have it. We've already won. Unbelievable performance out of tier right there. 1 second and down they go. It is tier over Take Care Bears. TC loses 2 in the first 2 games.
Crazy.
Unbelievable. Let's take a look at the top damage charts. It looks like tier 3 have the top damage at 2.3 million. Again, both the top 2 damages were a spear dagger, and then you see bow staff or the next 3. Again, it's all tier 3 at the top here. You don't see a Take Care member until number 6 right here. But let's take a look at the amount healed on this one. It's got to be pleb, right? It's unbelievable amount. 1.5 million out of Kitten, 2.7 million out of oh my gosh, 8.9 million. Did that dethrone the previous healer?
Yeah.
I
think the other one was 8.7 or 8.8
in the tournament for tier 3 right there. Gnarliner, oh my gosh, a bald bearded Giga Chad. Holy moly. 8.9 million on that healer. Unbelievable. 1.5 million tank from Oryx. Let's see, 1.8 million from Green Velvet. Yeah, it looks like Green Velvet is gonna take it for the tanks. Absolutely incredible performance for both teams right there. It was surprising. Oh, well, not surprisingly close. It was close, but tier just with a better strategy, Brenton.
Yeah, I mean, tier, I saw someone saying like, oh, is that 8.9 million like overhealing on a tank? I mean, who gives a shit? Because like those tanks who are on the point from tier
they're taking damage.
were the reason they won. Right? Keeping pleb, I mean, they're both, I think pleb and jail are both SNS1, so they can kind of keep themselves up. But at one point, you're just going to run out of tank, like gas in the tank, and you just need, a couple heals from your healers. Just, hey, top me up real quick. I think pleb only had like 16k HP, so he's probably running a very high shield block and endurance build, which means he has to use a lot of GCDs to heal himself. It's contrary to running like a huge high like damage reduction and just HP build, where you can kind of like let yourself get lower because you have more EHP. But pleb and jail were just doing such a phenomenal job. There was a third tank, but unfortunately, even like before the stone became active, I got glitched in a roof, so I was casting like half blind for that, which was kind of fun. So I didn't know what there was a third tank from tier who was also spinning the stone. Did you catch his name?
No, I just saw the 2 again. I know Gorga really well. I know Pleb really well. So those are the 2.
That's it right there, Gorga. Because it was Gorga, Pleb, and then there was Jail or Jar. I couldn't really see if it was an R or an L. Those 3 tanks, definitely the MVPs for tier here. And I know a lot of people are saying, tier had like a bajillion people from their entire alliance funneled into those 48. I mean, TC could have done the same, right? TC just decided to have every guild from their alliance compete. So TC's main guild, put in air quotes, TUC Cobra, they're already in round 2. They got a buy, right? There was 2 guilds that got a buy, Supple and TC Cobra. So if TC, we can see that, tier alliance versus TC's main guild potentially later on in the tournament. But as it stands right now, Blue, the only TC guild left in the tournament is the one that got the buy. And their 4th guild in their alliance, Swipe.
Swipe is up
but next. Swipe is Swipe, and they're just allied with them. So TC went 0 for 2 so far.
Right, yeah, I know, and we're looking forward to seeing Swipe a night potentially fight for their lives in the first round of this tournament. It's not going TC's way. The next match here, the prediction is already running on the Wave versus Hurricane. These are both free-to-play start guilds hailing from the Changhone and the Karenix server, respectively. The Wave is the strongest guild in their alliance, rank 1 on the server. Siege is 1-1, and they think that they're not going to finish very well.
What's that server name, bro?
They think that they're not going to finish super well. Look, it is what it is. Okay, Hurricane on the other side of the hailing from Cardix. They feel that they are the 2nd strongest in their alliance. They think that they're the strongest on their server. They've won 3 sieges, and they just want to be top 50%. Gretton.
Yeah, I mean, I've Chang Hone. What is that? I've never, even as like free to play, I've just never even seen that server. I'm so okay. Well, I mean, I know Fuego Wave because he just yaps in everyone's chat, right? He's like community guy, but it's crazy to see like these guilds coming out of nowhere. I mean, yeah, you want to finish second to last. It is what it is. But I mean, hey, this is Hurricane's match to lose, I guess, because if you set the bar this low for yourself and then you kill these guilds who are, you know, wanting to be top 50%, that feels pretty good. So maybe it's like this weird Jedi mind trick that they're doing. But Hurricane did win the flip. They did choose to pick the stone and then wave banned Mordecai, Khaos, and Azrael. And we're going back to a stone that we saw on day one. We saw Yi Hawing win on that map. We're going to Grand Alon Blue.
Oh boy, we do like Grand Alon. It's an interesting stone. I love that we see so many different map picks basically every day of the tournament. We're not just seeing the exact same map every single time on this one. In the lobby does look like it's ready to go. Hopefully you got your predictions in. It was a little bit early there. The Wave versus Hurricane, and I honestly, this is gonna be kind of a tough caster situation here for us because, you know, they're both, you know, water guilds in this case. So
who made this bracket?
Yeah, that's some idiot.
Okay.
Obnoxious. What is your prediction here? As these are two lesser known guilds, based on what you know about them, what are you thinking?
I have no clue about any of these guilds, if I'm being honest.
Okay, I'm taking
I was looking through the names. The only thing I recognize is Fuego Wave, but that's because, again, just a perma yapper in everyone's stream. I have no idea who any of these other people are, but I think Hurricane is part of the Tsunami Alliance.
Yep.
We saw them perform really well yesterday. It looks like they're fielding people from Hurricane and people from Avalanche. So it looks like Tsunami's, they're just fielding from their guild, and then Hurricane's fielding from two guilds. So maybe they do have a little bit of a stronger comp going into this than Wave does. Wave, I was hovering through it, is just going through their guilds. Like it's just the Wave. So I'm being told by Twitch chat, which we know never lies, Hurricane is the third best guild in that alliance, but they do have some Avalanche. And if Avalanche is the second best guild, then maybe they're the second and a half best guild in their alliance.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, it's second and a half. Well, I can only go by what they put on the card, okay? So, like, that's... Yeah. People get offended at your alliance. That's crazy.
Yeah, dude.
As we hit the start button, we are getting underway. The Wave versus Hurricane. It's Grand Alon on the map. Sadly for the spectators in this one, you spawn in Wakanda and have to run basically really far over to the point. But we're trying to get over to this gazebo here. The guilds should probably beat us here.
It's all good, Blue. I play this game.
Oh, stop
I have a good morph.
I'm already on the stone. Morph, okay?
I'm already on the stone. An Avalanche Hurricane is already here in a defensive position, and it looks like the Wave has spawned at Portal 3, and they're posturing in this northeastern side. They're looking for the first engage. You'll probably make it just in time. It is time to maybe take out that Amex or whatever you guys use down in the south, and buy some more morph so you can keep up next time.
No, I got here just in time, I'll have you know. I was here on time, and I have the new morph. It's the cool crystalline wolf. Shut your mouth. The Wave posturing for an engage here. Hurricane actually on the dais, which I would say is definitely the favorable position here. Although you can spread out when you're the outer guild here, you can absolutely look at the spread on both sides out of the Wave. They're going to come in from two areas. There's the initial engage coming up the ramp. That is not what you want to do. Their flankers are not in position. The flankers are in Wakanda, and all of the Wave is getting absolutely blasted on the first engage. The flankers finally arrive. It's like the French in the Revolutionary War if we had been losing. Like, they literally just absolutely turboed them. The flankers were way too late from the Wave right there, and just taking too long to get onto the stone. Hurricane wiping them off, Crenton.
Yeah, that was I don't know what that was. That was not a push. That was like a...
I think that they meant to send the flankers in a lot sooner, but the flankers were in Wakanda, and they just did not. They could not get up fast enough, and then basically they all died, and then the flankers all died. And now, oh my gosh,
tempo,
they're not going to do it again.
Back in and coming in.
They're not going to do it again, are they? There's no way they do it again. There's a good
Surely
pull.
They don't do it again.
Yeah, Kelugar gets pulled in, but he's a tank, so he's fine. He's just going to walk back out. No big deal. He's going to brush it off. His healer gets him topped back off here. The wave looking at this side over here. They're letting their flankers get in position. There, of which there are not very many flankers from the wave on this side here, and you can see they have to jump up into this. It's really not that hard of a jump. There we go. That's more of the guild there. Oh my goodness, Hurricane kind of pushing down, getting pulled in, but I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with us, getting way too close and losing 4 or 5 people as they stepped way too close to the dais on that one. And this is the problem with this stone is, yeah, you have full range. If you're the attacking guild, you can basically spread out over this entire concave and all the way around the backside of the other stone. There's a grapple point on the other side. Oh my goodness, pulling that bow user in. He said, help me. No, he's gonna go down. Good yoink. Right there is another yoink. They're taking off the 1s and 2s. Wave doing a good job of picking up those 1s and 2s before the fight actually starts on this one. And Hurricane stepping back, it makes the rest of them, you make an example of the first guy, right? It makes the rest of them step back. They're not going to do as much damage. There's the engage coming from both sides. Oh, the push pull from Wave on both sides. Interesting to see right there. And now they're going to step up. There's the initial pulls. They're going to pick off 1s and 2s more again, but the flankers aren't doing anything. The main ball has engaged. The flankers are on union break. They're finally in right there. Oh my goodness. Clock in and do your shift right here because the Wave, oh goodness, the flankers might win their engage, but the main ball is getting absolutely Baja blasted, as we said yesterday, just gets routed before the flankers get anything done as they step up here. And again, they waited too long, and now the flankers, Hurricane can commit more resources to dealing with these flankers, and they really are just not getting past the rocks. This strategy is not working because the flankers just don't understand how to engage at the same time, at the same tempo, as you said before, as the main ball, Gretton.
Yeah, they literally need to just push at the same time. Like it's I don't think very difficult, but we're seeing them have a little bit of issues doing that here, and it doesn't look like Hurricane's having any sort of issue or pressure. Like they're just able to kind of take any ego push they want at this point. We do see the respawns now coming in from Portal 1 here on the side of Wave, but again, this is just like team deathmatch. They're just kind of brawling. The range are just staying up on that on the platform and just kind of pelting the Wave as they come in, and the tanks from the side of Hurricane are just like, how deep can I go before I die? Like they're just limit testing themselves, and it looks like the Wave is caught out of the water a little bit here.
Right, yeah. And I think that it's in stark contrast to what we saw in the first push, where the tanks from the Wave were actively looking for pulls to push the range from Hurricane back. It looks like they're capping the point. They need to go right now, because Hurricane can't actually leave the dais right now. They're trying to cap the point. I'm not sure the Wave, what are we doing? It literally looks like they're splashing around in the ocean with their floaties right now. Instead of pushing the point, they're just going to let them have it. Instead of actually pushing in here, this is not good. They're just going to let them have the whole thing. There's no sense of urgency from the Wave right here. This is not good leadership that you want to see out of your guild, to let them have the entire cap. They need to stand on this point, which means that they can't range you. They can't trap you as well as maybe they could before, and they've just taken too long. Now it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. We do have an issue with the lobby, I think. Yeah,
the timer is actually wrong. The timer. We will have to remake the lobby because the timer is wrong on this one. Yeah, we're going to have to remake this lobby for both guilds. We're going to have to remake it completely, but that's okay because we got to see a little bit of what both guilds were capable of here. Yeah, apparently the game bugged in the lobby, and it said 20 minutes in the lobby, and then we got into game, and then it just reset to 5 minutes again when the cap went off here. Either way, the Wave honestly waiting way too long to get onto the point right there. Absolutely tragic, but we are going to go ahead and reset this entire lobby here. We'll bring it back to the caster desk here. And we'll wait for those guilds to kind of get back into lobby. We'll redo everything there. We'll set everything back up again. But honestly, Gretton, based on what we saw right there, the wave needs to learn how to pressure a little harder.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe a blessing in disguise that it was the lobby bugged for them, because now they could maybe try to get to the point faster. I saw someone in chat saying, hey, is this going to be like a best of 2 where both guilds have a chance to defend? No one's technically defending the stone. They are logging in and getting into the lobby, and then it's just a blitz of who can get on the stone first, right? So like, it doesn't matter who, like, oh, okay, guys, let's make sure this guild has a chance to defend. No, like, if you want to actually get in a defensive position, when everyone loads in, talk and walk. Like, tell your guys, okay, take portal 2, let's get on the stone. This is what we're gonna do. Group A go here, group 7 go here. Like, just do your strats. Like, people can do 2 things at once usually. Do your strats as you're moving to the stone, because Hurricane was on the stone as fast as I was on the stone, and they were just waiting for like 30-40 seconds for the wave to actually like push. So
yeah, and now is a good time to give a shout out. Yesterday, guys, the community is supporting the tournament so well that we actually had a sponsor come in for the tournament. So this tournament is sponsored by Icon Digital. Is now sponsoring the Throne and Liberty tournament. Guys, they have an optimization chat !Icon app. They have an application that will optimize your game and give you more FPS in minutes. For whatever game you happen to be playing, it'll give you diagnostics for your computer. You can download the app completely for free, and then there's a subscription model that will optimize your games for you on your computer 2, 3, as many times as you want per month. They're constantly updating the application to give you just that edge, that performance over your opponent. So whether you have a terrible computer and you're trying to make the most of the equipment that you have, or you have an amazing computer and you're trying to make the most of all of that money that you spent, Icon Digital is definitely the way to go. Use code Blue Squadron at checkout. You'll get $1 off a month on your. I think it's like an affiliate code, so you get $1 off per month on your subscription for the app if you decide to get the paid version. We want to support them. They support the Throne and Liberty community. We should support them back. They help make tournaments like this possible in the future. They make it more able for me to financially run the tournaments for more people, more often for us in the future, guys. So really appreciate their sponsorship here. Gretton, of the Wave versus Hurricane, did you feel like, I don't know, do you think if the Wave takes the pushes a little bit better, they will win one? Because like, or do you think that it really, like, do you think that if they get into position faster, maybe if they're in a defensive position, they'll be able to hold Hurricane there?
I don't think the defensive position matters. A lot of people in chat saying like, oh, Hurricane should, let them get on the stone first, and like they should try to retake. That literally doesn't matter. Like all you got to do is attack the stone in a specific way, which the Wave had a good idea to do that. Again, just poorly executing that strategy. Like you said, their flank squad was 3-4 steps behind the main ball. You can't win an engagement if 12, 16 of your people in a 48-man fight are nowhere to be seen, when the other, 30, 36 or 24 of those guys are just jumping in and trying to make something happen, right? You have to really hit them at the same time, and we saw that work really well when we saw Camp Press Q, right? When they wrapped and they split their ball and they hit TC on 2 sides, they hit them at the same time and they just stonewalled that engage. That's all you really got to do. I know it's a lot easier said than done playing this game, and a lot of the skill in this game, it's not like BDO where you're literally playing Tekken in an MMO. This is a game that only has 12 keybinds. The name of the game is macroing properly, communicating with your static properly, and target selection. I saw both sides, the Wave and Hurricane, pelting tanks, just absolutely unloading into tanks. And as a tank player myself, please do that. Please do that. Fill my mana bar. Let me just soak all this damage and let my DPS just shoot you from Narnia, dude. Like, target selection is so important, especially in a CQC close quarter combat stone like Grand Elon.
Yeah, I completely agree. Again, Grand Alon is a rift stone that's extremely dynamic because the people standing on the stone, yes, they have a little bit of high ground advantage, yet, but they're all clumped into the same area, and you can kind of just basically engulf the stone from all angles if you'd like to, but you don't want to step too close at any point in time. As we saw, if you're standing up on the dais too close to the edge, you'll get pulled by a tank, and likewise, if you're on the other side and you're the attacking guild, you can absolutely just take too much damage and die before the engage even happens. So both guilds are gonna have to negotiate this a little bit better. I think the wave is probably reflecting on that. Okay, that didn't go the way we necessarily wanted, but now we have everyone in party. I think they're gonna be running over the stone really, really fast, Gren.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how the wave decides to play this differently than they were doing in the first match. But again, at the end of the day, Hurricane looked very, very dominant. Very, very dominant.
It looks
so
good.
I'm not sure if it'll matter. So
yeah, this Karenix server seems pretty popular, if I'm being honest. Like, I've seen, there's almost more people from Karenix than there is from Zeroth in the tournament. We've had a lot of guilds from that server enter the tournament, but Changhone, I think this is the only representation that we see in this tournament from this guild here, from the Wave. And again, this is Fuego's guild. So Fuego definitely needs to coordinate a little bit better. You need to have your flankers almost engage first, in my opinion. You want to send the tanks in, you want to send the flankers in from the side so that everyone is maximally distracted when you're really squishy DPS. Step up to actually do damage for the first time. So like, in this case, you're all funneling through a choke. You almost just want to spread out and get everyone through the choke together. Everyone just needs to wash in from different angles and maybe try that as well.
I mean, we didn't even see, like, when Yeehawing was defending that stone too, like when they got feet on first and they were able to kind of thwart the push, they didn't really ever get pushed off. But at one point they just let, I forget who they fought, by the way, but they just let that other guild come on to the stone and they still won. So like, it's defender sided for sure, by the way. Like, there are stones that are defender sided, there are stones that are attacker sided, there are stones that are pretty dead even, in my opinion. GA is a defender sided stone, which is why when we get into this lobby, we're just waiting for the last couple people to connect here. I would like to see the wave like just blitz for the stone. You know the strat, you know what you lost to in that, like, you know, 3.5, 4 minutes of PvP that you had by accident. So why not just push, try something different, dude. Get on the stone. If you guys lose that initial engage, okay, back to the drawing board. You have 25 minutes total. If you force an engage in the first 5 minutes, use the time. You're clearly, you know, outnumbered a little bit, not outnumbered, excuse me, outmatched a little bit here. You're a little sloppy with your engages. So use the time that you have now. Don't just sit on your hands like talking. Just push and get active. I hate when guilds just kind of sit back and like, okay, well, what can we do differently here, Blue? What if we engage from sub angle 6 into the corner X? Dude, just hold W and get on the stone and get some PvP going.
Right. Yeah, and our last players are entering the lobby and jumping on their teams right now. So we are about to get started. Once again, here we saw like a little preview match there, a little precursor, if you will, to the actual match itself. We're just waiting on one more player here, it looks like, to join the lobby. But the Wave versus Hurricane, these are lesser known guilds, and I love matchups like this because you've never heard of these guilds before, but they look really strong. They're all coordinating together, and it really shows you like the depth, how many people, how many guilds are on so many servers. It shows you kind of just how small your guild actually is on the one server at any given point in time, Gretton. There's just so many servers.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. We learned a lot about servers in the last 2 days, that's for sure. But I'm just, I don't know. I kind of like, just, I don't know if Fuego's like propaganda campaign I think is working on me. Like, I want to see them do good because I just see them in everyone's stream. Like, I want to see them kind of punch back, but it looks like Hurricane's just so well positioned to win this. So, I mean, Blue, do you want to take an easy dub here and give me a prediction?
Didn't I say I said the Wave before, right? I sided with Fuego. I have to stick with them. They're gonna pull it out. They learned enough in that initial lobby. They were just locking in, chat. They were just getting. They needed that was like they needed to let their opponents think that they had the upper hand. And now they're gonna turn it on for this one. It was all a bait. That's right. I think the Wave brings this back. They're absolutely going to make it happen. What do you think, Ren?
Yeah, sure.
I love it. Yeah, sure. Okay.
I'd love to get proven wrong.
Yeah, well, we are waiting on one more. There he finally goes. He is in the lobby and ready to go. So we're going to hit the start button, and I'm going to start running from Wakanda to the match here.
Just follow me, all right? Just run forward. Don't run backwards like you did, all right? You're taking the long way. You're taking the scenic route.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Can you go through
Just run forward.
I am just running forward.
Go towards Portal 2, King.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're just taking the
You
shorter
went the wrong way
around.
again, bro.
Well, this is the way I know, okay?
They're going, dude. The wave is going. Hurricane is going. Wait, yeah, never mind. You got the colors right. Good, perfect.
Yep.
Okay.
I know, it's swapped. We're good. I've got it. We're locked in, despite the fact that I'll be there in the next Narnia. Yeah, don't worry. It's 2026. Here we go. It's going to be great coverage.
It's a bloodbath on the stone. So...
Good. Well, the wave seems to understand. The wave seems to understand that they're supposed to be on the stone much sooner now. But Gretton, I'll let you go and chuckle since you have eyes. Yeah, Gretton, you can go ahead since you have eyes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Hurricane is just able to outlast the wave. The wave had more people on the stone at the beginning, it looked like, but they just lost the actual brawl on the stone. And now it looks like the Hurricane squad is just kind of cleaning up the ones and twos that are left from the side of the wave. But I did like that they're trying to get active there. And look, they're just respawning. They're coming back in. They're not taking a beat. They're not taking a breath. They're just trying to continue to keep the momentum going and just continue to brawl. And I love to see this. I love to see this from the wave. The first 3 minutes, it doesn't matter whether you wait to regroup or you continue to funnel in. You are just limit testing now. When the stone becomes active, that's where you got to play a little bit more methodical, a little bit more smart. But a huge sleep bomb from the wave, but just no follow-up. They slept at least 20 people from Hurricane, and just no follow-up was available from the side of the wave. And that is so disappointing to see, because that was an insane play for what I can only assume is a wand dagger or an SNS wand on the side of the wave.
Well, that's what happens when you're trickling in like this. You just commented on it. When you're just running in and messing around like this, you're only going to have one person coming in at a time. So even if you get a big sleep, it's very unlikely that you're going to have anybody capitalize on that. And the wave is constantly funneling through just this one choke here. Look at the blender in the choke. Liv is getting blasted down. Poor Frank the tank in the back getting blasted, as well as flash wave after flash wave after flash wave basically takes down the wave. Ironically enough, wave after wave after wave, wiping them out on this one, as Hurricane dominantly stands on the dais right now. 2.5 minutes on the clock. And before they can actually cap the stone here, a pull onto Blady, and Blady says, no, I'm not locked in here with you. Get out of here. Knocks him out, and it looks like the wave has had enough. They're going to pull back here and regroup. I'm not sure at which regroup they're pulling to. It might be regroup 2 down there.
Yeah, this is a much better showing, at least on the side of the wave. Sure, they're not winning these engages, but they are punching back. They do look like they're on the same beat now, at least as a guild. So they do have 20 minutes to kind of figure out a way to penetrate this Hurricane defense. I'm not sure if they'll be able to. Obviously, this is a very difficult stone to attack once you've lost it. However, it's not impossible. Every stone has been won and lost as defenders and attackers both in the history of the stone being out. Even in these war games, we've seen, not in this tournament specifically, but we've seen guilds win. And here comes the wave, quite literally. Yeah,
and they have their invulnerability right here. They have the bubble. They're just going to run straight through the choke and spread out on the dais and go for the fight on Hurricane. Hurricane doesn't actually hold any of the high grounds around the dais, which is what you normally want to see. The wave diving in, health bars getting very low. Hurricane's health bars staying very healthy, except for kickstart there. Yams might go down. Nope, heals right back up. Healers doing their job like they should be. The wave actually standing their ground, but they're starting to trickle out here as the Hurricane just looks like their statics are just a little bit stronger than most of the waves over here. Big Floppa doing what he can to dive into the back line of Hurricane, but just can't get the damage he needs to down. He doesn't have the support capabilities to make that work, Grenton.
Yeah, again, the pushes are looking a lot better on the side of the wave. Like, they're able to get in, they're able to spread out, but Hurricane is just playing so much cleaner when it comes to actually fighting during the engage. Like, the wave comes in, they have a game plan, they know what they want to do, and then Hurricane just goes, okay, nice try, go next, right? So I do like to see the fact that they are trying different things. I'd like to see maybe a double, like a flank push with bubble, or maybe like send sleepers in first, kind of go back to the old school meta before Spear came out, where sleep was really, really oppressive, and just try to do something a little differently. But speaking of differently, Hurricane just runs out and just says, hey, you know what? We're not going to let you run back to your buddies. We're just going to slap you in the mouth, send you back to the respawn, and then we'll just go back. And the BM from Shanksy as well, as he is a little gift goblin on the stone running around.
And here we go. As they go for the cap once again, we'll see if the wave can actually capitalize on tempo here. This is the moment when Hurricane is most vulnerable. They must be standing on the dais for the most part. And you know where your opponent is. It's a good time to go ahead and engage. But again, I'm not sure what the wave is actually doing right now. There they are. It's a little bit late on it, but here comes the wave. It's the same push. They're going to go with invulnerability. They're going to come up here. They're going to send the tanks in first. The front line is waiting a little bit. Oh my gosh, no, the backline, Gretton. The backline ran all the way around the dais and is still the flankers on union break for the wave while the engage happens. The whole offense ball is getting slaughtered and the flankers are still on the low ground down there. Unbelievable fumble from the flank team, from the wave right there, just standing on the low ground. You hate to see that. And then they take the grapple, which of course breaks your invulnerability, and immediately get flash waved to death. Oh, Gretton, you just hate to see that.
Yeah, I mean, again, I just want to see them on the same, no pun intended, wavelength. Hurricane does cap the stone pretty convincingly. I'm not sure if we're going to see, I hope we see the wave at least flip the stone. We haven't had a complete upset yet where no guild has even touched the stone. I mean, we were going to have it with TCB, but it looked like Tier wanted to just give them a little pity cap at the end. So technically on paper, we haven't had a complete blowout yet. So I'm very curious to see if the wave's going to be able to find some space. We do see some Guardians being used here on the side of Hurricane. Don't know why they use those, but maybe again, just having fun, just egoing a little bit as they wait for the next push coming in from the wave.
Yeah, I think that the wave, honestly, their flankers just keep letting the main ball right in like the Dothraki and the Long Night with the flaming swords, and then they wait for all the Dothraki to die before they actually do anything relevant at all. I really do think that they need to send the flankers in first. They have got to send the flankers in first and force them to get in. Here comes the main ball. Once again, we'll see if the flankers, are trying to run around in Narnia out there. Finally running up here, but the wave's front line did manage to get in. They're all spread out. They're invulnerable. They have not hit anybody yet. It looks like they're trying to get situated on the node here as they realize that they're just off tempo with each other. And they finally get everybody in at the same time. And oh my goodness, the flash waves, Gretton, just obliterate most of the backline from the wave right there, and the flankers just can't get the damage down that they have to.
Yeah, again, if they were to just do this at the same time, it would be so much better for them. Like, I mean, I don't know if they're going to like try something different or just going to continue to run their head into the wall, but I would just love to see them just try a nice clean push where, hey, if your flankers are always late, send your flankers first. It's the same thing as like, hey, if you don't have an M.2 and you have a regular hard drive, take the portal first if we're going to bubble abuse, right? Like, make sure you get the people who are like, operating in slow motion, get them moving first so that when everyone who's playing at normal speed touches the stone, you're all somehow hitting at the same time.
Yeah, I completely agree. Again, you have all of your broke boys spawn first. If you make a certain amount of money per year, your computer is so bad that you have a normal hard drive in 2025. Yeah, you have to spawn up a full minute before everyone else does so that you can actually spawn in at the same time as someone with an SSD or an M.2 NVMe. It's sadly something that we see. Hurricane with the confidence to just push in and wipe the wave before they can even get up the hill on that one.
There's the touch.
Oh, and the wave did get the cap off. Ironically enough, it looked like one of the flank team that said, well, we're doing our job, as the entire main ball got obliterated off screen. And then they just came back and wiped them off. It looks like that cap will be for nothing here, as the Hurricane's just going to take control of the point one more time here. Here comes the wave. Never mind. They're going to come in with invulnerability. And this is a pretty good play right now, as they can just funnel people onto the point here, but only about 15 people made it through. I'm not really sure why that is. That only 15 people actually managed to get onto the point before it actually went down. But now the wave is desperately trying to heal each other back up as they're just getting knocked up over and over and over again by these absolute gusts of wind that hurricanes produce right here. Tier 5 category winds from the hurricane bow users, knocking everyone from the wave into the air and not letting them really do anything, Renton.
Yeah, it's so decisive. It's not even like they try to take an inch and they just get punched back down the hill. It looks like it's just a meat grinder when they get on the stone. It's a meat grinder when they're trying to push the stone, like we're seeing right now here on the east side. They're just trying to get some footing. And I mean, yeah, Bellendir SNS kind of freaking strong here as they're just kind of sucking everyone. Look at all these tombstones that are just on top of Pay to Win and Emibu. They're just creating a wall, and they're letting like as you said, the crossbow Omega Lol, Lore 99 just span and hit nobody on the stone because they all just like held W and walked forward. So I don't know. It's just an absolute clinic that's being put on right now by Hurricane.
Yeah, Hurricane certainly looking very dominant in this one. Vert, thanks for the raid, buddy. Guys, make sure you go give Vert a follow. Thanks so much, man. Good fights to tier versus Take Care Bears earlier today. Vert, like I said, one of the best DPSers in the game, so you guys should check him out if you want to get some pro tips on using apparently Spear Dagger if you want to be a Spear Dagger exploiter. You know what I mean? One of those.
I would call it exploiting, Blue.
Yeah, well, that's what everybody in the community does when they lose, is you just call your opponents exploiters. So that's basically what happens.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the tech.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the tech. You just call them cheaters. It's fine. The wave coming in once again, and it's wave after wave after wave, and the Hurricane just beats them back with those category 5 wins right in here. And again, here's Crispy Zone runs in. He has not drawn his weapon quite yet. You can see the flash waves charging, actually baiting out a fair amount of flash waves right there. Finally gets a pretty big sleep off on the back line, but there's only 3 people on the stone. I'm not sure there's the rest of the guild. Very conveniently, Gretton waited to lose all of their invulnerability and then decided to push through the narrow little choke point. So it was an interesting choice by Fuego Wave to call for that right there. Is interesting to say the least. Hurricane gonna go ahead and mop up this push pretty convincingly as well. The flankers not able to get the damage down that they need to, and the front line just they look at it, they're just being oppressed, Gretton.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to actually take some space now, which is fun, but they're just not able to last. I mean, Liv is trying to get a cap. Liv has like 5% HP less, just died, by the way, and refused to press Q, just wanted to channel the cap. I respect the mindset. Unfortunately, it's just not working for them. But hey, they came in with very low expectations. They said they were only going to finish, second to last, right? Which I think technically, I don't know how we would decide who second to last is, because everyone's getting eliminated in the first round.
That's what I'm about, Gretton, is eliminating everyone equally. You are all equally last place.
Wait, so if they do equally last place, then they can't even hit their prediction.
Well, that's too bad. Losers lose, I suppose. At the end of the day, it is what it is. TC on bottom today, as it turns out. The Wave doing what they can to kind of send their front line in first, trying to draw any amount of fire that they can, trying to make something happen here. They have gotten 1 cap off on the point so far, to their credit, but it is definitely a one-sided match, as every time they step up into this stone, it is basically, like you said, a meat grinder. And Hurricane feeling confident enough that they don't need to stand on the dais. They will basically just push out into them and wipe. Look at those health bars just falling down over and over and over again. And it's interesting because Hurricane actually chose this Riftstone on this. I'm curious, do you think that this Riftstone is actually a viable strategy against a guild of equal strength, Gretton?
Yeah, 100%. This Riftstone is super defender heavy because they have to push through chokes. There is no way to not push through chokes. I haven't seen anyone really abuse like the pillar, like getting up on the high ground for the pillar, which you can do. It just takes a little bit of time. I haven't tried doing it in the war game to see if that's even possible. But I'd love to see like guilds use that more, but we haven't really seen an actual super competitive 1v1 on this stone, but it is very defender heavy. And if this is the stone that Hurricane actually owns on their home server, they probably have a lot of experience defending it if
the
guilds
wave
are
coming in.
actively contesting it.
Different angle here, coming in from a different spawn and actually funneling through 3 different areas. No, correction, the flankers were actually just waiting for everyone to die and then coming up the grapple one at a time here. But the rest of the wave actually came through, and actually that was probably their most solid push yet, was to come from spawn 3 over there, and they're actually taking a decent amount of control. Here's a lot of red health bars on this stone right now, doing a really solid job on that push of making something happen, actually eliminating a lot of Hurricane members here, and winning the skirmish, at least temporarily anyway. Wave is definitely winning this skirmish. A great push from them. They're gonna get a cap off, like I said, but immediately start to fall over as the pendulum had already started to swing back towards Hurricane as their respawners came back to the fight by the time that they actually got the cap off. But you could tell that that push went really well for them because they got that cap there. A really good attempt out of there from what is definitely a weaker guild, but you love to see the spunk battling back like that, Grenton.
Yeah, I love how they haven't given up, right? They're still trying new strats, they're trying new things. This is the best testing ground for your guild specifically, and they have gotten a couple caps, and it's not like Hurricane's just letting them walk up and get the cap either. Like they're taking the space and they're getting the cap on by their own volition. They just can't sustain it. They just die afterwards, right? So like now you know where the problem lies. The problem doesn't lie in getting on the stone. The problem lies in actually winning the fight. So now, okay, step 2 is figure that out. But I don't think they have enough time in this 20-minute contest to do so. But I do think they're going to have a lot of good VODs to go review afterwards to just become better. Again, they're on a server that I don't think anybody heard of. So I don't know the level of competition they had prior to coming into this tournament. And they are showing up as a guild that can still compete. They're definitely outclassed here in fighting Hurricane, but I love that they're not giving up. For me, that is 1000% like just, what's the word I'm looking for here? Better, and you have more bragging rights than guilds who just decided to like dodge the tournament altogether.
Yeah, and I just looked at the leaderboards there, and the first wave member is actually number 28 on this list here. So definitely a one-sided match for them, but honestly exerting their dominance. It's always good to make an example out of the first guild so that the second one takes you that much more seriously here, as Hurricane lets it kind of tick down. We're at the 8-minute mark here. As we look at the scores one more time, you can see Neff is absolutely out in front, 1.2 million damage with 36 kills, 86 assists on that class. What is that? Of course, it's a spear dagger user, and then again a bow staff, which in my opinion is the best backline DPS in the game currently. And then you have again spear dagger as well, followed by yet another bow staff, and that's a pretty common recurring theme in terms of overall composition. Gretton, what do you think now that we've seen a number of these guilds play? Hold that thought. The wave gonna come in. They're actually going a different way this time. I love how they spawned in 2 different locations but still ran to the same choke point to push in. It's a bold strategy, Gretton. Let's see how it works out for them. I'm pretty sure that defeats the purpose of spawning in 2 different locations. I think you're supposed to go through 2 different choke points right there. Absolutely tragic. The wave getting mopped up one more time here. But Gretton, now that we've seen some DPS heavy compositions, we've seen some tank heavy compositions, what do you think compositionally you would be running here? Would you be tank heavy, or would you just be running all spear daggers?
I mean, you need tanks, especially on this stone. You need people to spin the stone. You in a close quarter stone like this as well. I think spear daggers have a lot of viability, probably a little bit more so than staff bows. But I would still have, in a 48-man comp, probably like a tank or 2 per group, at least, just to be able to actually compete and do an outlast. I mean, so that's like 8 to 10 tanks. 12, I think you're pretty tank heavy. But you do want to have a lot of DPS to actually like punch through, because we saw it in certain guilds that were super tank heavy. They just didn't have the opportunity to actually punch through. They were just kind of like dirtling around, and at the end of the day, their tanks just died. So that's kind of the comp that I would look at. Maybe between 8 to 12 tanks max on the 12. Again, 1 or 2 healers per group. You probably want 2 or 3 healers in your shot caller group, so that guy doesn't gray screen. And then the rest you want to just, and I think right now you split it between bow staff, bow dagger, and spear dagger, and that's about it.
Yeah, I've seen some compositions run 2 healers per group. How do you feel about having 2 healers in basically every static? Personally, I think it makes your DPSers really resilient, but I think you might be a little bit vulnerable.
If you're gonna do 2 healers per group, then you need a little bit of a tank heavy comp, and you just need DPS who can frag. And then at that point, you're not playing for like shock value where you just come in, punch them really quick, and then overwhelm them. You're playing like the war of attrition, where you need to just swarm them, and then you will outlast them if your healers are just free to do what they want. So you have frontline tanks who make space, you have backline tanks who just pocket the healers and peel for them, and then your DPS are just free to rain on them. So it's not a bad comp, but I definitely think a comp like that, where you run 2 healers per group, is more difficult to play than a more traditional 1 healer per group, maybe 2 in the shot caller group, and then a tank or 2 per group.
Right. Yeah, no, I would agree. But I actually do like having more than 1 healer in each group, because, again, it takes the focus off of necessarily just 1 healer and relying on 1 guy to make sure that everybody stays healthy. I think that 2 healers is kind of the sweet spot in a lot of regards, but you need to make sure that your DPSs are positioned well and doing their jobs. And, of course, your tank has to be positioned well as well. It all comes down to positioning at the end of the day, and the best positioning for this match definitely went to Hurricane, as these players, I don't think it's necessarily a gear div. I think that they were first to the stone in basically both cases. Yep. The wave actually just tried at least to get through. They almost got a cap off right there, but sadly unable to make much happen as we tick down to the 4-minute mark. You can see the leaderboard just looks a very it's a hurricane-y kind of day. It's cloudy with a chance of hurricane on this one, Gretton.
Yeah, it's extremely one-sided, but again, I think the wave was expecting this coming into the tournament, just based on their prediction of where they themselves are going to finish. So I mean, this is just, again, very good practice for this guild. They're on kind of, I guess, what a dead server is. So same thing I said to the guilds yesterday who kind of lost pretty decisively, is start scheduling, like, use the war game Discord and start scheduling war games against better guilds. That's the only way you're going to improve. If you don't really want to improve and this was just kind of like for fun thing for you guys, cool, all the best. But if you do want to get better and you want to one day kind of compete and climb through tournaments like this, maybe win some cash for your players, then you got to use that war game Discord. You got to start scheduling war games with guilds that you know are better than you, so you can try to, improve yourselves as well. And we see a little bit of a different push here where they're kind of running in with bubble here, Blue.
Yeah, staying on the outside and kind of coming in right as the bubble fades right there, and a good collapse. Look at all of the hurricane is in the air right there, and they're like, hurricane who? And they just swept over them. Good flash waves actually mopping up most of the hurricane. There's the cap going down as well. Look how many wave members are actually still on the point, and excellent engagement coming out of the wave right there. That was so good right there. What an amazing, they stayed on the outside of the dais and only came in right at the very end right there. They are sadly getting wiped out as they kind of come back to the fight, but I do think that that was the play. And this shows you, like Gretton said, I think that even if you're on a dead server, as some people call it, where you're not really fighting a whole lot but you're dominating, you're getting a lot of loot, you're getting a lot of lucid, and you're getting a lot of stuff like this. That doesn't mean you can't have fights. You can set up war games with these other guilds and make sure that you're always getting that bag at the end of the day. So you're getting your bag, you're also getting your fights. You just have to constantly set up war games all the time. You don't necessarily have to be on Zeroth to be a dominant guild in Throne and Liberty. But dang, that was a pretty impressive push out of the wave right there. With 2 minutes left on the clock, obviously time is going to tick down. They failed to capture the stone there, as they have the entire time, but another excellent push.
Yeah, and that was probably the best push that we saw from the wave. So I feel like it's starting to jive with them, right? They're starting to mesh. They understand what's going on. Again, definitely too little, too late. But this is how you get better as a guild, right? Like, okay, that push didn't work. Let's try this one. And that one looked really sharp. Like, that's how I would attack this stone if I was the wave every single time. And then again, it just comes down to the individual statics. Can you guys outplay your opponents? Right now, the answer is no. We tick to the final minute. We're probably going to see maybe one more push here from the wave, and here they come from portal 2 and portal 1. They're going to be running right up the southeastern side of the stone, and it looks like they're just holding W at this point. They just want to kind of get in there and brawl for the last minute.
For both angles, honestly, again, they're on the outside, a good strategy right there. Can they bunch Hurricane up and get a good engage down? It looks like all of Hurricane standing in the middle would be a good time for a sleep. There's the, oh my goodness, look at them knocked into the air. Look at the damage go down for the wave right there. Such a good engage. Look at the blanket flash waves as well. Oh my goodness, making it happen. And that's what it looks like when they actually work together. That was a very impressive push for them as they go for the cap on the node. Frank constantly just spamming F, but not able to find it. A lot of low health bars for Hurricane right there, but it looks like they are going to survive that wave onslaught right there. But wave kind of finding it towards the end of this one and finding their tempo, finding their stride, and understanding how to fight on the Grand Ale on Riftstone. Definitely a lot better here, so they can be more competitive in the future.
Yeah, GG's going out from some of the members here on the side of Hurricane as the final 10 seconds tick away. The wave definitely found their footing in the final 5 minutes of that Riftstone. And look, they're technically not losing the fight. They're not winning the fight either. I do think Hurricane kind of stopped. But as we can see with the scoreboard, very dominant showing from the Hurricane Alliance as they take the map against the wave. But big GG's to the wave for showing up. Again, if you're someone in chat shit talking the wave and you're in a guild that your leadership was too scared to show up for, zip it, buddy, because go talk to your GM. At least this guild showed up. All the guilds that show up, big respect to them. So GG's for the wave. Hopefully we'll see you next time in the next tournament.
Yeah, great GG's from the wave there. I think that there were a couple of moments there, and we'll see it in the instant replay a little later, where they actually looked really good and had some amazing pushes there. So they shouldn't be discouraged there. You're always going to run in. There's always a bigger fish, except in this tournament where apparently we're going to find out who the biggest fish is. Avalanche's Neff looks like 1.9 million damage on the charts as I'm going to scroll through here and look for the highest healing. Looks like 8.4 million on AP Gonzo from Avalanche here. It's going to be tough to beat 8.4 million on that healer, the best healer in the lobby. 1.2 million healed from Battle Sheep. Let's see if anyone can beat 1.2. Doesn't look like it. So Battle Sheep at the very bottom there, 1.2 million damage taken. That's the best tank in the lobby. A good match for both players right there. Yes, it was one-sided, Gretton, but I think you saw a lot of spunk coming out for the wave.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, they just progressively got better throughout the entire fight. They lost very decisively at the beginning. Then they started losing less decisively. Then they were winning a little bit and then getting pushed back because they couldn't outlast the Hurricane. So again, I like seeing fights like that where you're kind of locked in there for 20 minutes. Like, you can't just be like, oh, well, we lost the first 2 engages, guys. Everyone be out, pack it up, we're going home. Then you're just gonna become the laughing stock of the community. So you kind of have to just sit there and fight toe to toe for the 20 minutes. And I like to see that the wave did different things against Hurricane. Hurricane though looked super strong.
Very strong. Let's take a look at one of the better pushes from the wave here as they push in. They're pushing in from 2 sides here. They you can see them on the right side of your screen at the top and at the bottom, and they run all the way through and they wait until just the right moment when all of the Hurricane actually stops in the middle right here. And then look at this tornado, knocks everyone up at the same time. Very, very good play right there with the blanket flash waves over the top. That's exactly the kind of engage that you want to see. And that was out of the losing guild. Just goes to show you just how close you can make it, even if you're losing on the player diff.
Yeah, and again, GG's. Fuego, I see you in the chat. GG's to you and your boys. Yeah, really, really good showing. I mean, showing up and fighting for 20 minutes in a tournament of this scale, it ain't no joke. That's why I'm casting and you guys are playing. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just, again, this bracket tonight has been very, very fun to cast. I definitely, if I'm wave leadership, use this VOD, get better, improve, which is great. I'm seeing that they have no spears in their comp. Get some spears in your comp.
Get some spears. We do have the next lobby ready, so we're gonna go ahead and move ahead. And this is a big match here. Gretton This is the Take Care Alliance again. This is Swipe Knight, who is in the TC Alliance. TC has not had a super great day. Both their first two teams got eliminated in the first round of the tournament. This is their third team. Their fourth team actually got the bye round into the first one. Swipe Knight with quite the arc, as I explained before. The very first siege, they were up against 12 guilds in the first siege defending the castle, and they thought they had it. And Swipe Knight actually snuck past all their defenses back toward the castle and actually won it with FTP 4v12 on an epic defense of the castle. Super sick. They eventually left that server because there weren't enough fights, and they joined the Supple Alliance, only to be backstabbed by the Supple Alliance and then join the Take Care Alliance. So this guild has kind of been through a lot, but they are very strong. I've seen them in war games. They look really, really good, and they're up against a Nemesis who is from a free-to-play server on Sanctuary. They are the strongest in their alliance. They think that they're going to be top 50% here. I'll be honest with you. Normally, I would say the TC Alliance is definitely favored, but like Gretton, I'm kind of scared to say it here.
Why? You think you have the caster curse?
They can't get knocked. They can't lose all three teams in the first round, right? Like, there's just no way.
Listen. They have TC Cobra. They got to buy. So even if Swipe loses, there is one more of the TC Alliance guilds in this tournament that we're going to see next week, I want to say. I don't know the schedule. I just work here. But yeah, you definitely don't want to go 0 for 3 in the first day of the tournament that you guys are actually showing up. That's the opposite of what you want to do for a guild that says they're the rank 1 or an alliance that says that they're rank 1 alliance on the most competitive server in Throne and Liberty. Yeah, that's a little like opposite of what you want to do. Nemesis, though, they also say they're the rank 1 alliance on their server. They're on Sanctuary, which is surprisingly a server I have heard of. So that's W. So let's a lot of people in chat saying they are not the rank 1 alliance, but
that's just what they put on the card. Hey man, you're mad about it, it's because you're bad. Okay, that's how it is. If you're upset that their card is wrong, you should have been in the tournament yourself. They are the strongest alliance on their server because the rest of you pussies didn't show up. Okay, as we move over towards the versus screen here, Swipe Knight versus Nemesis, the strongest guild on Sanctuary, because everyone else on that server is dog shit. And we're gonna see Swipe Knight try to put them down here. The Take Care Alliance needs Swipe Knight to win here. They absolutely need Swipe Knight to win here because they can't afford to keep losing kills, Gretton.
Well, listen, what I didn't notice is that Swipe Knight says that they're the second strongest guild in their alliance. So if they win here, is it safe to say that that is correct? Because the other two guilds that we saw did lose.
Well, yeah, but one of the other guilds fought Tier, so we'll see if they're strong enough to match this up. Let's talk about pick ban a little bit here. Nemesis won the coin toss, and they chose to choose, or pick, rather. Swipe ban, they banned Khaos, Grand Alon, and Malakar, and they chose Talus. And Talus remains the most chosen Riftstone of the tournament so far. So we are fighting on Talus. That should give both teams an opportunity to win here. We see some epic engages on the Talus Riftstone as both teams are ready to go, and we are getting things started here. Gretton, prediction real quick.
I like Fish the homie. So I think I'm going to side with Swipe here.
Oh yeah, just casually take casually take Swipe here.
Why did you let me pick first if you're gonna complain?
Well, I mean, I was gonna complain either way.
Okay.
Yeah, it's part of my nature as a.
Oh, they're already on the stone, by the way. Swipe's already taken the stone position, so.
Yep. Swipe.
And it looks like, it looks like Nemesis is spawning at portal. I can see they're all standing on it. Portal 1. And they're just kind of waiting for their bubble to end for some reason. But Swipe looks like they want to get active. They're actually pushing this.
Oh my goodness, they're just standing there. Oh my goodness.
Turn just runs right in there, dude. They're all running away from one SNS1.
Yeah, they're running, man. They're like, where's the edge of the zone again? All of Swipe is looking for a huge engage here. And they smash into the side of this red ball here, and oh my goodness, Nemesis looks a little routed right now. They were not ready for that engagement. Swipe looked really good. That was a very scary engagement, Gretton, coming out of Swipe right there to set the tone for the match.
Yeah, they said, hey, you guys want to sit there, just stare at us? No. We're going to get active. But it looks like the spawns now are coming back for the side of Nemesis, and they're just able to actually, you know, gain some real estate because, again, Swipe just decided to fight on the respawn, on the portal, which is, again, a huge ego play, not something you want to do if you're, you know, worried about losing. So definitely a huge ego play here from Swipe, and they're pushing back into it again.
Yeah.
This Nemesis is just holding that Esky perma right now.
Look at the wrap right here. The flankers from Swipe Knight. Look at this backline engage back here. Such a good open field engagement from Swipe Knight to eviscerate the Nemesis backline, and then the front line basically just gets gobbled up at the end of it as they get engulfed on this one. But excellent engaging right there coming out for Swipe Knight. The flankers in the right position, the front line in the right position, and so is the back line.
Yeah, they're just absolutely brawling right now. And again, like, I think this is the first time we've seen Talus. I think this is the third or fourth time. I think fourth time that we've seen Talus in the tournament. And this is the first time we've ever seen a fight last this long, not even remotely close to where the stone is. So this is obviously fun to see. They're, again, just ego playing this. They're fighting on top of the respawn where just Nemesis is able to just die, respawn, come back, die, respawn, come back. And Swipe just says, I don't care, dude. We're just going to sit here and farm you for damage and farm you for kills for the next 2 minutes. Then we'll send one jabroni back to the stone to cap that.
Yeah, and Nemesis running through actually with invulnerability now, running to the stone saying, okay, well, we can't fight this wall of people. We're going to run through to the stone and force them to fight us a little bit further back. And I like that strategy. They're getting through onto the Swipe Knight backline, but I'm not sure. It might be a little rough once you come out of invulnerability and you only have half health to fight these what seem like impenetrable Swipe Knight players here. But they did dive through and they've successfully pushed the fight back to the Riftstone. So a good push back from Nemesis here, and they are reinforcing from this southeastern side, the spawn point one. They're coming back up and they look a little bit better this time as they have people on the back knight of Swipe Knight, which Swiped is really struggling to get rid of, Cretton.
Yeah, I mean, now it looks like Nemesis is actually taking more space.
Yeah.
Which is what I like to see. I mean, a lot of Swipe is still just in this northwest part of the Riftstone. So it's allowing Nemesis to kind of walk up and take some space. But again, they're just kind of hitting a brick wall. The tanks from Swipe are doing so well of just controlling that front line and just leaving a huge cushion for their DPS to come up when they want to do damage and pull back when they want to go get support from their healers. So Nemesis needs to find a way to kind of pierce through this front line of Swipe and actually go pressure these healers and DPS in the back. Otherwise, it's just going to be a lot of this for the next 20 minutes as the stone is going to become active here in 50 seconds and Swipe is taking more and more real estate away from Nemesis, pushing them off the raised platform of the Riftstone. And now just look, they're just kind of just all moving left to right together on the side of Swipe. And now it looks like Nemesis is going to take a second, they're going to take a breath, and looks like they're going to do a full regroup and push when the stone becomes active.
It looked like that scene in, what is that, Interstellar, where it was just like that mountain range in the background, that first engage. It's like, that's not a mountain range. And it was just like a wave, this massive tsunami from Swipe Knight came through and just swallowed all of Nemesis, poor Nemesis. But I'll be honest with you, it was really cool to see Nemesis battle back there and actually put some pressure back on Swipe Knight. They know that Swipe Knight is going to try to cap the node here. And now with 3 seconds to go, here comes the invulnerability push in from Nemesis, and they've caught a lot of Swipe Knight all stacked on each other, just being a little bit too ego. They get really low on it, but just didn't quite have the damage to clean anything up. There's the return fire from Swipe Knight. The flash waves come through, and Nemesis challenging them for the stone, pushing off Swipe Knight, and honestly giving them a pretty solid fight for control of the stone right now. Kishi trying to go for yet another cap. He's been interrupted 3 or 4 times. It doesn't look like he's going to get interrupted this time. He is going to get control of it, as Nemesis has already regrouped. Look at the tempo on this, Brenton. This is probably the best tempo we've seen from any guild. They waited, they pushed almost immediately. It was 15 seconds maybe, and then they're all pushing in together. They just told the people that died first, you hold your spawn, hold your spawn, hold your spawn, and then everyone comes through. So definitely some incredible tempo plays coming out from Nemesis, something to look at if you're one of the stronger guilds in this tournament. That's a great strategy. Is as the engage is happening, you tell all the people that die first, do not spawn right away, and then you wait great. And then once the, some of the later people like die, then everyone is basically ready to get up at the same time. And your pushes end up being, like I said, about 15 seconds apart, which is, again, we've counted to the number 10 right now. Here's Nemesis coming in once again. They're just keeping their foot on the gas pedal, despite the fact that they have their helmets on for this, Gretton, and they're just kind of getting run down on each engagement. Their tempo is just really solid. Looks like they're taking a little bit more of a breath this time.
Yeah, I think they're going to let the cap go to the swipe here. I mean, let's a very loose word that I'm using. They're going to just concede the cap to swipe is how I should word it. They're just going to try to regroup and do a full push. I don't think they win a full push, full push. We saw them get the drop on swipe on that initial engage with a huge sleep that we saw. And unfortunately, they just kind of got overwhelmed. Swipe just did such a good job of controlling the space around the Riftstone, and then even pushing through towards Portal 3. Like, look, we just have the guild entirely just sitting there postured at Portal 3, and Swipe's just disciplined.
So look at the two swipe balls, buddy. Look at the two swipe balls. They're going to force them to choose whatever ball they choose to engage. Nemesis engaged this one. The other one collapses down as the flank group. If they try to engage the one on the stone, the other one collapses down as the flank group. They're making Nemesis choose. They sent their flankers wide, but they engaged too soon. They said they choose the one on the right, but look at the flank from Swipe Knight then at the collapse down. A perfect position setup from Swipe Knight right there. They said you gotta force your opponent to choose on this one, and that was such a good play. Very well executed, but there's a lot of Nemesis left alive on this one, Gretton. Swipe Knight gonna have to work through them one at a time, as they do have a lot of gear.
Yeah, I mean, they are able to take some space on the stone. Numb Frosty is trying to get the cap off. Again, we've seen SNS wands just be so, like, hard to get off the stone. You just need another SNS wand or someone with a Nirma to just constantly stun them, like we saw in the tier match earlier this evening. But it looks like there are... you said it once. I'm going to say it again. The tempo from Nemesis is phenomenal. Actually, they might not be winning these fights, but they are not letting Swipe breathe. They're keeping a little bit of control on the stone as much as they realistically can, and then they're just trying to play tempo. But Swipe is doing such a good job now. They've just created a freaking wall between the Riftstone and where Nemesis is spawning. And Nemesis, all I would do if I was you, just run by with Bubble, position behind them, and fight on the stone. But it looks like they're going to be trying a different strategy here, as a lot of them are just, again, waiting and healing up at the spawn Portal 3. And again, like we saw earlier, Swipe is going to be splitting into two balls, and then you kind of have to figure out, okay, well, how do I push this? And Blue, you have a little bit of shot calling experience. So how would you push this if Swipe is split like this?
You can't push them from one angle. You need to send an entire ball around the other way. That way, when you come in from both sides like that, they also must choose who they're going to engage on. And your flankers are basically coming at them from one way, and your main ball comes at them from an entirely different angle. Oh my goodness, they're all standing on each other. Look at this engage down from Swipe. They are not ready to go. Swipe Knight running in right now. All cooldowns being blown from Nemesis. It's a full-on weapon spree. Swipe Knight said, okay, well, we're not going to let you try, give you time to set up shop on this. Nemesis doesn't have anyone through onto the node here. Oh my goodness, Swipe Knight making an example out of them. Nemesis taking a little bit too long to set things up. I think that you need to have half of your ball spawn on the other side if they're going to split like that, Grenton.
Yeah, I mean, they also were waiting there for like 30, 40 seconds. I don't know if they know they can like heal up on the platform, because they all like took the portal, then started dropping puddles and stuff to heal each other, and then they got pushed. But now we see that Nemesis is actually spawning behind at Portal 1, and they're trying to get some tempo, but Swipe's coming back with a vengeance. But now I think they're kind of doing what you wanted them to do. They're spawning in both portals, Blue. They're trying to sandwich Swipe between them.
It's almost like they're listening to the stream. That's incredible. Nemesis actually eating through a lot of Swipe Knight's tail as they come through, and now they're pushing from Portal 1 over there as well. On the other side of it, Swipe Knight scrambles back to the middle of the zone, forcing them to choose. They're like, okay, well, we have to back ourselves into a corner right there. They did kill a fair amount of Swipe Knight, but it looks like, oh man, look at all the Swipe Knight basically held up on a decent amount of Nemesis over here. They're fighting all over the place. Swipe Knight doesn't really know where to focus, and Nemesis does get the cap down on the point, and that's why they call me a shot caller, okay? Because those who can't play coach, those who can't coach, sit 30 rows back shouting obscenities. That's exactly what Nemesis did right there, was coach themselves through it. They were like, okay, yeah, we need to try to push from two angles here. The one angle push is just not working well enough. It pulled Swipe Knight back. It hit them when they weren't ready, and they were able to get a cap off on it. Now, granted, Swipe Knight is going to push them right off of this cap, but it was still the best push that we've seen from them so far.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I'd love to see more of that, just swarm from both angles. And I mean, they did lose the cap here because they just didn't have enough feet on the stone. Swipe does such a really good job of just swarming the Riftstone when the cap gets flipped to the side of Nemesis, where they just kind of drain the contribution super fast. So I would love to see just more of these pincer maneuvers, like you mentioned, from the side of Nemesis. But also, they can't forget about the stone. I feel like they cap it, and then they almost forget that they need to stand on the stone to cap it, because Swipe is a little bit uncontested around there, and they just kind of are fighting on the outskirts.
I don't know if I would say it's forgot is the right word as much as I would say died screaming. They did cap it and then just all got eviscerated. I think they understand, yeah, we got to stand on the point. But yeah, you'll notice how far back they actually are here so that Swipe doesn't just come out and engage them like they did last time here. They are very far apart. They know that Swipe is a very proactive ball. And I would just want to be clear, if Swipe engages too hard on this and Nemesis sends a small contingent through to actually cap the stone while Swipe is not paying attention, they could get a fair amount of point control off of doing that, and then force Swipe basically back. You see Swipe is actually set up in the same formation here. They've got two swarming bodies here, and Nemesis is actually split up too, but this doesn't work as well because the one side can't actually engage. Now Nemesis is going to take it. Swipe Knight's left party right now just hard engages onto the Nemesis ball, and they're getting eviscerated while the other one just dives onto the stone. Interesting choice by Nemesis, but we'll see if they can't get the cap off. Almost got that cap off, but they just funneled into a grapple choke point and just got farmed in that second party there. That was a little rough, but I applaud them for trying something different right there. You gotta hand it to Nemesis. They're the strongest guild on Sanctuary. Suck it, pussies. They're the strongest guild on Sanctuary, and they've got some serious spunk. These guys are smart. They're trying different things. Almost every push is trying something different. Their tempo is really, really good, Gretton.
Yeah, they look good, man. I mean, Swipe's not a bad guild at all. Swipe has a bunch of bangers in their guild. Like, I fought against them. I fought with them. I watched their VODs. Like, they love the PvP. They're hungry. They, like you said, right? They got backstabbed. They actively came to search for more PvP. Now they're in the TC Alliance. Like, they're their own unit. Like, that's why I always try to say, like, hey, Swipe in the TC Alliance. It's not a TC Alliance.
This is, sorry, Gretton, this is the first time we've ever seen an engage on the low ground where Talus actually is. Swipe Knight is actually confused. They're like, do we engage down here? They lost control of the Riftstone. No, I thought they got the cap off immediately. But there's an engage going down on the dais where Talus actually spawns, which you almost never seen on this Riftstone here. And Swipe Knight swept in and was able to mop it up. But again, Nemesis trying something different on every push, which you love to see. The only failing shot caller is one that refuses to try something new. And in this case, it might not work on paper, but you have to think abstractly. They were like, well, maybe if we run out, we fight them on the dais. Maybe they get a little bit confused. They don't really know what to do. Honestly, it was not a bad strategy, but they just should have all just engaged. The few Swipe Knight that chose to run down to the dais, they should have just killed those people and then pushed up toward the stone, in my opinion. Instead, they kind of just, they were just as disorganized as Swipe Knight was. But I think that honestly, they tried that again. It might work. It doesn't work necessarily on paper, but you have to try something different. If at first you don't succeed, try something new. But above all else, try. Teddy Roosevelt, boys. Nemesis posturing for yet another push, wondering what they need to do, sending actually a decent amount of people across the dais here as Swipe Knight decides, nope, you've had enough time. We're going to engage you. And Nemesis is backing off the stone. They're running desperately down towards the dais to try to funnel Swipe Knight through these choke points here. And then the re-engage onto Swipe Knight's backline as they overcommit onto the rock like this. Nemesis with the collapse down onto Swipe Knight. That was actually a pretty sweet play by Nemesis right there, trying to make the most of a bad situation. As one-sided as this fight has been, Gretton, we have seen more attempts, more unique attempts at engagements out of Nemesis than we have from any guild in this tournament.
Absolutely correct. And I love seeing stuff like that. I mean, Nemesis, they're trying different things. They're just meeting a brick wall when they're fighting against Swipe, but they are just trying a bunch of different things. We've seen like two very unique pushes that we haven't seen before on Talus. And now look, they're not even waiting. They're just kind of, okay, look, Swipe is going back to the stone. Let's try to catch their tail. Let's try to eat their tail. That's what they did last time. But now Swipe is able to reinforce this and kind of get back into the fray. But there is this like proverbial line in the sand that it looks like no guild really wants to cross right now. And they're finally going to collide with each other as Swipe is slowly creeping up, waiting for cooldowns, waiting to get the clumps off with their tanks. Just look how coordinated Swipe is as they just mow through Nemesis. This is like they're just mowing the lawn. They're just walking through methodically, and inch by inch, we're seeing less and less red.
Yeah, like you just see flash wave after flash wave after flash wave, and then spear after spear after spear, constantly diving in and just wiping through the entire Nemesis ball here as they march back to the point, wondering where Nemesis is, probably regrouping, if I had to guess, waiting to choose a spawn to kind of come in on. This keeps Swipe Knight guessing. They're not sure where their opponents are actually going to come from. To Nemesis's benefit, point 1 and point 3 have about the same run distance to the actual fight if you meet them at the stone here, so they can have half their guild spawn on one side and half their guild spawn on the other, and kind of sandwich Swipe Knight here if they'd like to, but they're choosing all of point 1, and here they come on this one. A huge engage coming in from Nemesis, running through, trying to get onto the back line. His Fantasy back here. There he is, dashing in, trying to get on top of those Swipe Knight damage dealers back there to try to get something, anything done. Hawk's getting really low on HP, but they just keep getting healed up. The healers from Swipe Knight, so powerful, and that's what we saw when they did at War Games in the past on my stream, is their healers are some of the best in the game, and Swipe Knight just mops it up from one side there, Grenton.
Yeah, that was a really good push from Nemesis. And again, Swipe just pulling back, saying, hey, they have bubble, chill. Let them do something first. Let them pre-buff. Let them get their bubble off. And then they got crashed on really hard. And any other, guild might have just lost that. But Swipe, like you said, very strong healer core. They're able to stabilize. They're able to punch back. And just look, now they're just still brawling on that same spot that they initially got engaged on. But they're super healthy. I think maybe they lost a handful, maybe 2 statics, maybe 3 statics worth of people. And then they're just able to stabilize and punch back. And now they're actually running it down, pushing towards Nemesis, not letting them really regroup, killing the 1s and 2s that are off bubble, and they're just probably going to camp this portal side a little bit. They're keeping what looks like 3-4 tanks maybe on the stone, and the rest of them are just having fun brawling. We have the last 7 minutes here, and we did see Nemesis actually flip the stone a couple times, but they're just not able to stabilize on the stone. So the stone is not technically lost on the side of Nemesis, but they got to figure out a way to kind of sustain against Swipe. But like you mentioned, the fact that Swipe has such a strong healer core, they move super well together. It's really hard to do that because you might win that initial punch, right? You might just deal a ton more damage than Swipe. But if you don't absolutely one-shot everyone, Swipe just stabilizes, tops themselves off, and then they punch you back twice as hard.
Yeah, I think that I just looked at the leaderboards. This is actually the most one-sided match in terms of kills that we have seen in this tournament so far, with the top 38 players, all 38 of their 48 players are beating every single member of Nemesis in kills right now. Wow. And like then there was like 1 Nemesis member, and then there was another like 8 more Swipe.
Oh, here's a pinch, Blue. Sorry to cut you off, but another pinch maneuver here from Nemesis as they push in from 3 and 1, and they're trying to just sandwich Swipe, and Swipe just ego takes this. Swipe says, hey, we're not gonna converge. We're just gonna fight 2 separate groups, and this is gonna be a testament to individual static play here. It looks like they are winning the fight on the south side. North side looks like it could be anyone's game as the respawns are coming in here from the side of Nemesis, but it looks like Swipe stabilizes on that side as well. And even caught off guard, Swipe is just able to plant their feet, anchor in, and win 2 individual engages against Nemesis.
Yeah, honestly, I applaud their effort there. They did go for the cap on the point, not going to find it right there. But again, yet another attempted strategy from Nemesis here. And again, yeah, they're fighting an uphill battle here. Yes, this is extremely one-sided. But at the end of the day, I think that, again, it doesn't actually look as one-sided as some of our other matches looked today, because they keep trying other things or new things basically on every push. They're keeping Swipe Knight on their toes. Yes, they're losing each engagement because they just can't stand up to whether it be the gear or the coordination from Swipe Knight. But like, they look really solid as a unit. They're actually listening to calls. They just might need a little bit more gear, and then maybe a little bit more damage. Because they just cannot kill the target players, Grenton.
Yeah, it's a lot of, you just need a little bit of this, a little bit of that, I think, when it comes to Nemesis. Swipe has, they just reformed, I believe, after getting kicked or leaving from the Supple Alliance. I don't really know the lore there. So they had the opportunity to kind of cultivate a really good comp, and we're seeing it in action here. Swipe looks really, really strong. I think Swipe is they look like one of the strongest guilds we've seen tonight. So this is a really good showing from them. And Nemesis, again, still being able to go toe-to-toe with them. Just, they can't go toe-to-toe with them for long. They just lose out on sustain. They punch hard. They deal damage. but the healers from Swipe are just carrying right now. I'm so excited to just kind of see what the scoreboard's going to look like after these 4 minutes are up. But Swipe is just doing such a good job of everyone is playing their role. People who there's no main character energy here from Swipe. Everyone is just doing their job.
Yeah, and I think it's really impressive considering the guild's history and how much they've been through kind of as an alliance. They've swapped servers like 3 or 4 times. They've been through some hardships. They've been backstabbed. They've gotten backdoors off. They've had highs. They've had lows. But I think that build in mutual suffering, there is bonding. And I think that helps them all work together more as a cohesive unit. And as a guild is all of that bonding. They all stuck together through everything. It's just very cool to see Nemesis with another spawn in. Here we go, and they're swarming like bees, getting ready to go here. But look at the Swipe Knight separating into 2 groups of people. Yet again, I think that Nemesis is waiting. Oh my goodness, they're all stacking as hard as they can on each other. I'm not sure if that's necessarily a great idea. I think that crossbow users are looking at this, licking their chops right now. They chose to actually engage both of the Swipe Knight balls there at the same time, cupping them, if you will, in their hands. Oh no, but that's, oh goodness gracious, they get wiped off yet again as Swipe Knight basically just washes through basically every single member of Nemesis. Despite everything that they try to do, it's just not enough.
Yeah, I was watching that south side engage, and I think every single tank from Swipe just put their forehead into that engage. I've never seen a ball get eliminated that fast in my entire life, because they just got collapsed on by tanks who locked them in place, and then it was just a duck hunting season for Swipe. They just cleaned up that, and that's why if you look at it now, there's more red on the, you know, northwestern side, because they just hard committed to fighting and stopping that engage from Nemesis, and then all they had to do afterwards is just turn to their right and do a little bit of front to back action. So just a really good Swipe. Just looks so strong on defense and on offense. They took tempo fights, they pushed down the throat of Nemesis, they stopped engages, they stopped split pushes, they stopped unique pushes. This is what I'm saying. I think Swipe just looks like the strongest guild that we've seen play tonight. Maybe, I mean, outside of Tier looked really strong as well. So luckily, I think that both of those guilds can probably meet somewhere in this bracket. So I'd love to see that matchup happen. But I mean, Swipe just looked immovable in this matchup, Blue.
Oh my goodness, why Swipe Knight has people up on the mountainside up there that are trying to wrap in and get behind the Nemesis ball to add insult to injury. Oh my goodness, you do not want to be a backliner in Nemesis tonight. Honestly, they just swarmed the point. They just ran by everyone, and now they're trying to cap the point straight out of res. Look at all the healing circles going down for Nemesis, and it's just a feeding frenzy as it's flash wave, crossbows, spear damage, wiping up the rest of Nemesis right there. With 1 minute left on the clock, the Hail Mary play is not going to work. There is no God for Nemesis tonight. But boy, oh boy, did they fight their hearts out in this match as they're running right back in without, honestly, again, their tempo is just stronger than most of the other guilds I've seen. They have the first people that die always hold their spawn and wait for the last people, and then they all run in with invulnerability together each time.
Yeah, I think this is a really good testament to a lot of people who are complaining about the war game format having, bubbles and invulns. It doesn't seem to matter here. Swipe is just able to contend with it. They've been bubble pushed one side. They've been bubble pushed on 2 sides. They've been bubble pushed where they're just running up to the stone with the bubble. So anyone who's just saying, oh, well, war games isn't competitive because it's just bubble abusing. Skill issue, just get good, because it's not bothering Swipe whatsoever here in this matchup. We have the final 10 seconds. Swipe is definitely going to be winning this. There is no way that Nemesis can pull it back. But GG's to both guilds. Nemesis, big W's for showing up and fighting against, probably one of the strongest guilds in this tournament.
Right, yeah. And again, Nemesis representing, they are the strongest guild on Sanctuary, representing that server for this tournament. Sadly got a rough matchup for their first matchup here, but you can see Broomstick, 2.1 million damage, Spear Dagger. Oh gosh, Spear Dagger is a little rough, man. That's for top 3, and actually 4 of the top 5. Or this class might be a problem. Somebody should look at this. Is kind of an issue. This is kind of an issue, yeah. Let's take a look at amount healed on this one. I saw 3.7 million from Chadamus Pest. I do not see any higher healing. Chadamus Pest with
I saw a 6 somewhere, I think.
No, I think that's a Chatamus. Oh, 6.7 million. Chatamus who? Suming is the top healer in the lobby at 6.7 million right there. Oh my goodness, the tanks up at 1.3 million for Threshy. Looks like he might be the biggest tank in the lobby. Best tank in the lobby is Threshy there. Good fights to both teams. That was a bit of a blowout.
Yeah, a little bit. But hey, Swipe said they were the second strongest guild in their alliance.
Yeah, if you want,
I'm inclined to believe them.
Yeah, I'm also inclined to believe them because the other two guilds are already out. But if we look over at the instant replay, we can see just what went wrong for them here. This is the very first engage, and you got to know if you're Nemesis right here, you're kind of sitting on a couch right now as they just engage off of the stone like this. And you can see, look at the huge wave of Swipe Knight, and they just engulf them from the side there. And it's just nothing but a solid feed from Swipe Knight. And basically, that was the story of most of the match right there. But I gotta give Nemesis credit. They tried more different pushes and more strategies than we've seen any other guild take in this tournament. Really solid leadership core out of them.
Yeah, big W to Nemesis. Like you, if I'm in Nemesis, I leave this with my head held high. That was you got bad RNG when it comes to seeding in the tournament. You had to fight one of probably the strongest guilds in this tournament. And yeah, you got stomped. Don't get me wrong, but you were punching back. You were going toe to toe with some of the best, right? So again, another good example of VOD review. You can use this, get better, come back next tournament, get in the war game Discord, start wargaming guilds of this caliber over and over again, and then who knows, when we get to the next tournament, we might be seeing Nemesis beating Swipe, right? Maybe they get seeded against each other somehow again, and it's a little bit of a redemption match. And that's what all PvP MMOs and PvP games in general are all about, is these storylines that you can build. And we've seen a lot of crazy upsets. We've seen a lot of close matches in these last 2 days, Blue. And we do have a doozy also on the docket here. I think is our last game of the night.
Yes, this is the last match of the night. And I just want to say, even if you're losing to Nemesis on the Sanctuary server, like everyone is, you can watch that back and see why they're completely destroying you, because they're stronger than you. I'm literally just farming right now. Let's look at the last match of the night on this one.
I do want to take the lead on this for you, Blue, a little bit, because I was kind of doing a little bit of snooping on the side of Khaos, because I was like, oh, I don't know this guild. Let me just take a look. I don't know if they're on Burkant now. I know our graphic says Helpy, but they're on Burkant now, and I don't know if it's a dead server get to farm sort of angle, but I've went through a lot of their players. I've seen Tevent bows, I've seen Tevent greatswords, I've seen Bellendir bows, I've seen Bellendir's SNSs. This is a very Arc Boss heavy comp that they're coming in this game with, and I'm very excited to see what they could do with them. I mean, on the Hyperboost server in Korea, we fought a guild that had 240 players and 156 Arc Boss weapons, and they finished deadpan last in Siege. So that doesn't mean they're just gonna win, but that just means that they're coming in with a lot of punching power, and they're fighting against some of the I don't know. These are a lot of names that I haven't played BDO. But a lot of these players on Filtered and ISO, I recognize these names.
Yes, the Isolated is a very well-known PvP guild, Isolated, in BDO. And Dotseb is here. He is typically the shot caller, although I'm not sure if he's shot calling tonight. He is usually the shot caller for his guild, leading his boys to victory time and time again. So there's a lot of Black Desert boys on that Filtered squad. Khaos actually filling in. They were going to get a buy round. And Khaos is one of the guilds that came in last night and volunteered to join the tournament, so big shout out to them. They're here, and like you said, they have a lot of Arc Boss weapons. This might be a little rough on this one, but we are about to find out. We're gonna look over at the versus screen here for our final match of the day. Thank you, mods, for being on top of the prediction there. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, guys. As we see Khaos versus Filtered, make sure you guys get your bets in. Let's talk picks and bans. Khaos won the coin toss, Grenton, and they chose to pick, which is a common theme here. Filtered decided to ban. They banned Azriel, they banned Alon, they banned Talus, and they chose our favorite. We're fighting on a Dentist.
Yeah, and again, a Dentist is a really good stone if you have a tank heavy comp, because you, like we saw with Tyr, you can really control the tempo of who's allowed on that, circular area where the stone is located. And we saw, Take Care Bears, very range DPS heavy comp, weren't able to take space. So the fact that Khaos picked this, I'm looking through their comp, they are pretty tank heavy, but I mean, more importantly, Bellendir staffs to vent bows, these are very good arc boss weapons specifically for this, because you can really make use of the high ground. You can really make use of the clumps that your tanks are able to create, and from a safe distance, which is something very, very unique to this stone. If you look at Talus, that's like, a big flat ground blue.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, they're in the Supple Alliance, right? Or is Filtered in the Supple Alliance?
Filtered is in the Supple Alliance.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure they're in the Supple Alliance. So Supple and TC, obviously the two people that actually want or that are vying for winning this tournament. And so we have, this is again Filtered representing Supple. TC did not have a super great day, with only one of their teams making it through in the bottom bracket here. Fortunately, they got a bye round for their strongest team. And then this is Supple basically fighting Khaos here. So we're going to see how this goes. The match is starting right now. Final match of round 1 of this tournament. It is the Dentist Riftstone here. As we get into this, and again, we have all of these high grounds. This is such a dynamic Riftstone. It's my Riftstone. It's my favorite Riftstone personally, Gren.
Yeah, it's in my probably top 3, I would say as well. Comp dependent. Obviously, I don't want to touch this Riftstone with a 10-foot pole if I don't have a lot of tanks. And it looks like everyone just spawned Portal 1. They're all just waterfalling on top of the point. And it looks like Khaos is able to get here first. And they're going to try to get some defensive positions on that northwestern roof before the sea of blue is coming as well. But look, they're all just kind of posted up on the church on the side of Filter. They're like, hey, well, let's just chill here for a second. There's 5 minutes until PvP starts. Let's get in a position that we're comfortable with. And these are pretty much the 2 positions that you see a lot of guilds play, this northwestern roof and a lot of range DPS trying to go up here onto this bell tower and playing that church side hill as well. So it just kind of who gets antsy first, blue, who just says, you know what, we're just going to hold W into this enemy ball and we're going to make some PvP happen. Because at one point, they're going to have to touch the stone.
You can see the wonderful positioning from both guilds here. You put your tanks on the low ground in full support of the high ground damage there on both sides, and you kind of just square off against each other. As the first engage starts to happen, everybody gets a little bit too antsy. Filtered's diving across, and it is not going super well for Pig Slop is his name. I can't do anything about it. As he dives in there, Khaos actually fighting for control as member after member of Filtered dives onto that rooftop and is just getting absolutely blasted. D's, and I'll just say it, nuts, are in the air right now, and as they get floated, and they're just getting farmed as they move into that rooftop, and Khaos is just constantly healing each other over and over again. The rest of Filtered isn't in range to actually support them versus all of Khaos that is actually firing a very poor engage to see Filtered take right there, because their backline just wasn't able to reinforce at all. They dove basically into nothing. They couldn't support them at that angle there, and Khaos just ate them basically.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks like this is both guilds are just kind of pelting each other from a distance. Like I did mention, this Khaos group has a lot of arc boss range DPS weapons, to vent bows, Bellendir staff specifically. So they're going to have a range advantage on Filtered for the most part, most of their DPS. And look at
there's the dive across.
Aegis blue.
Oh my goodness, Khaos diving across into Filtered right there. Filtered in the air, and honestly, not able to hold on to this Dotseb. You see him standing tall. That's the shot caller right there, telling his boys, do not leave this post right here. And they are actually battling it back, and this time it's Khaos coming up on the short end of the stick as Filtered wipes out that high ground. They're trying to reinforce it, but not able to make it happen. And now Filtered takes control of both rooftops. Good play from Filtered. They said that initial push didn't work. Let's let them push us and then take the rooftop from them before they can get back in position. And now Filtered owns both sets of rooftops here. This is a tough position for Khaos, but I think you basically just have to group up and push one of them, Grenton.
Yeah, you have to do that. That's exactly what it looks like they're doing. They're trying to group up on this broken ruins near the bell tower, on this southern part of the map, and Filter's just doing a good job of keeping them at bay. They're just kind of all clumped up on that high ground. My salivating tank brain just wants to go drive my head into that and just kind of get a fat clump for my team. And it looks like they're actually just going to waterfall over, and they're forcefully taking control of that initial roof that they tried to push previously and lost. So Khaos actually making some moves, but Filtered is just able to rain down absolute hell from this northwestern roof as they're just kind of supporting their team. There's someone on the side of on the side of Filtered there, God King Pink, who is just one blue pip in a sea of red, somehow winning. And it looks like they're jumping down now as we're approaching the final minute before the storm becomes active. They want to try to move to the southeastern side near the Portal 1. And it looks like they're all clumped up. This is such a blunder. If Filtered can capitalize this, it's going to be insane. And it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to run right up into it, and they're going to just wipe this entire guild.
Oh gosh, Khaos getting absolutely swallowed right there. It's funny that you mentioned God King Pink. I remember reviewing his VODs when I first started streaming a long time ago for Black Desert, and he was a Succession Berserker, which of those of you that don't know, he was a frontline tank, and he was known for basically jihading into the enemy backline. It does not surprise me at all that he's up to the same old stuff and Throne of Liberty frontliner who just doesn't want to die. He dives in and just refuses to go down. Khaos getting collapsed down onto there from Filtered from all angles right there as the stone becomes occupied in about 5 seconds. Khaos making a very strong push onto the point right now. Filtered losing a little bit of control. They don't have too many people on rooftops, which is good to see. In this case, you don't want to overcommit to rooftops if they're not contested here. And it looks like almost no one has people on rooftops except for Aliens, who is basically hard creeping his whole guild. There he goes. He finally jumps down as well and immediately comes under fire. We see the Khaos looking for the first camp on the point, gets interrupted, not going to see it. Oh gosh, Pleb is somewhere smiling right now. Pleb is somewhere smiling, and Take Care Bears is having PTSD as neither guild is able to cap the point here as they keep getting CC'd off over and over again. Dotsep tries to go for it. Skitty tries to take it as well for Filtered, and they just can't stay on top of it. It's an all-out brawl on the point right now. Tox is on the high ground doing a lot of damage with that staff down there, or up there as well. Gretton, it's a little back and forth.
Yeah, it looks like both guilds are really trying to just spin this stone as fast as they can. And this is where the tank heavy comp that I was referring to earlier matters. So you can take space of the stone. And it looks like Filtered is the first to strike as they manage to spin the stone, but they have not a lot of people on it. It looks like now the side of Khaos is just going to try to waterfall on top of the stone to just win with numbers. And now Filtered, they're kind of in a really good spot if they choose to defend this smartly. Use the roofs to your advantage. It doesn't matter if you only have 20 or 25 people on the stone, because it looks like all of Khaos just wants to put their face into the stone. And if you use these high ground here, Blue, you could just rain down on them, which is exactly what we're seeing. There is someone called BBC, yeah, not my favorite choice of name, but he is up on the top of that clock tower. If you look all the way up to your right, you'll see him, and he is just raining down hellfire onto the riftstone, and he's allowing his team to just build some space.
Yeah, BBC. I'm sure it stands for something very friendly.
Wholesome.
Yeah, very wholesome. Yeah, D's on the point right now. D's nuts in your mouth. Sorry, I just have to get out in front of those jokes there. It looks like Filtered full control of the point right now, up to 64%. You have to think that these guilds watched the earlier match and said, okay, so the first cap is really important. We need to not let them have the first cap. But I think that Khaos felt like they needed to back off and let Filtered have it. And now they're going to try to dive in to prevent them from having it. Just before they take the cap. They're at 88%. If they're gonna go, they gotta go right now, but they're just taking too long to get onto these the bell tower right here. And yep, they are going to cap it. Filtered in control of the stone, and we know how hard it can be to actually get control back of this stone. The watchtower is currently claimed by Khaos, but the roofs nearby are claimed by Filtered. There's only a few Filtered down on the point, and they're not really doing very much. You can see no one's really doing much down there, so a lot more Khaos have actually engaged right now, and the rest of Filtered is really struggling because they're outnumbered on this high ground over here. At least on the bell tower side of the high ground, they are outnumbered, but they are winning the fight regardless as the rest of Filtered kind of starts to run up with their respawn immunity and running in right now. Grenton.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job of just controlling the space on that bell tower. There was like 5 or 6 tanks that just jumped into this sea of red that was there, and they just caused so much confusion. I don't think that Khaos knew where to hit, because if they hit anyone on that ruin, they were hitting tanks, and like Counter-Strike, they could just, the DPS of Filtered could just peek to the left of that bell tower, get some damage off, LOS on the right, get topped off, peek to the left, get some damage, LOS to the right, and they just slowly whittled away at the group of Khaos, and now they have full control of those ruins, and it looks like Khaos is regrouping near the church side. As they try to move now and try to attack from a different angle. There's a little bit of a flank squad forming on the northern side of the stone here, Blue, and it looks like Filter does see them, and they're going to engage it, and now it's going to be a pincer maneuver, but they're not able to actually have the flankers collide as well, but it looks like Khaos is going to be able to take some real estate on the stone. Voss is going for the cap here, and is he going to be able to get it? He's at 5% left, and he's going to get interrupted. He's going to go back onto that cap as well instantly, as it looks like Khaos is actually doing a really good job of taking space here on the stone. They just have to suffocate Filtered off, or else they won't be able to touch the stone. And like we mentioned, having the control, having that first cap is so important. So this is definitely Filter stone to lose here. And Khaos is just continuing the onslaught, respawning fast at Portal 1, water falling in, reinforcing their boys who are just trying to stay alive, trying to get the stone capped. And they are just doing a much better job of the previous 5 minutes of this Riftstone war here, Blue.
Yeah, I felt like Khaos got held up. Too much of Khaos actually got held up in the alleyway, in the choke point that we talked about before, and that prevented them from getting the early cap. But they honestly, they won the push so convincingly, it did not matter. There were at least 15 people stuck behind the house over there that felt like they couldn't get through onto the dais, but it just didn't matter. Filter got cleaned out on that push, but they still can't get control of the Rift. And we saw this previously with Take Care Bears and Tier earlier today. The first guild to cap it won the whole thing. The other guild couldn't even cap it a single time. And now we're engaging in this little, very narrow alleyway. But Filtered is the one that gets knocked up with a much stronger tornado. And Khaos is squeezing their way through this choke point like it's prom night. And they are getting through onto the dais of the Riftstone. And Filtered honestly getting wiped out on this one. But Khaos needs to push through. They just refuse to honestly move through this little choke here.
Yeah, and they're just continuing to hold W. It's like one of those saw traps where they just set up a tunnel of barbed wire and you have to walk through it. That's what it feels like for Khaos here. They're just slowly crawling through, losing HP after HP after HP, and by the time they get to the stone, they have 10% HP and they just die. I would like to see them do the same strat they did previously, where they were pincering, right? They sent a group north and they had that group southeast, and they just hit from both sides. That seemed to work. Voss is still on the stone. Again, SNS1 player trying to get that cap off for his guild, but it's Filter's just not letting him. And contrary to what Tier was doing, Filtered is actually killing the guy trying to cap.
Yep.
And then letting him run back and then killing him again. They're not just having one or two tanks just sit there and annoy them. They're like, nah, screw you. You're going to die. You're going to get frustrated. We're going to put you on tilt, and you're going to have to keep running back and trying to cap on us.
Yeah, and Khaos just honestly always funneling through this little choke. I'm not sure it works out super well for them. They do have a lot more control of the dais right now. They're going for the cap, but they just don't have any health. They just died right there. I'm not sure. I haven't been able to click on anybody that is trying to cap for them, but they seem just a little bit too squishy, Gretton, as Khaos keeps getting control, and then they just get one shot off the Riftstone here. Despite the fact that they keep winning engagements, they cannot get control of the Rift. All they need to do is try to cap it even one time, and Filtered knows they're winning this right now. In the next 12 minutes, they're going to be crowned victors. They're going to round 2. If they keep this going, Vaz right there gets pulled immediately off and pushed away. Look how crazy. Dotsep pulled him right off that. He said, get over here, you. And that is an SNS wand. So Vaz is tanky enough to try to take the Rift. He's trying to get up on top of it now, and the struggle to try to cap this has got to be the hardest of all the Rifts that we've actually spectated in this tournament so far. Oh my goodness, is Vaz actually gonna go? Oh no, he gets knocked off again. You hate to see that, and Khaos has to reset once again, Gren.
Yeah, and again, they're trying minutely different things every push. But again, just the frontline core from Filtered is able to just own the space around the Riftstone. Like we saw Dotseb, who's shot calling and also interrupting caps and making sure his entire ball is not running around with chickens with their head cut off. And now look, they won
They're
the fight.
rolling around with an orange.
They're rolling around as an
piece right
orange,
now.
yeah, but they won the fight, and they're just taking defensive positions on this roof, and we actually have a push. Again, this is the first time we've seen them push from the west side from Portal 2, and they're just able to waterfall on top of the stone. Voss, again, instantly trying to interact with the stone. They take roof control on that west
Oh, they're going for it. They might get out of
side,
here.
and they're just going for it right now.
Yeah, they just went for it. They swarm onto the stone. It looks like Filter got cleaned out pretty quickly there. And they take control of the stone, but can they actually get the cap off on the rift is the question here, Gretton. As Filtered, although they've kind of been, well, ironically filtered out of the stone, they have enough people to constantly interrupt that cap over and over and over again, and eventually they start winning the fight. Khaos just cannot get the cap down onto the stone as long as Dotseb and the remaining tanks of Filtered stay locked in and making sure that no one goes for this cap. They only need to hold this on for another 11 minutes or so. Khaos floating in the air there. A good tornado keeps them in this choke point over here, running back, looking for heals. Excellent healing coming out from Filtered here. I keep seeing everyone that gets low is trying to catch a heal there. Over and over again. It looks like Filtered has, or Khaos rather, has backed up and are going to try to push from the high grounds this time with high ground advantage.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying, again, something a little bit different. They're trying to just get control of that high ground. But again, that staff bow player, BPC, is still just posted up on that clock tower. Or that bell tower, excuse me. And he's just able to rain down hellfire on whoever comes up. Oh, he's actually almost about to die. But, I mean, he's a staff bow, so he can just press healing touch and, you know, flash wave, and he's chilling. But it looks like Filter does get caught on this rooftop, and now here is the waterfall push from the side of Khaos, and this is exactly, again, a different push. We love to see stuff like this. And again, Voss instantly putting his nose into the rift stone, trying to get a cap off. There's about 10 minutes left. It's not over until it's over. So we have an opportunity here for Khaos to kind of squeak their way back into it. They're pulling the Filtered members away from the stone. There's some fighting on the west side, some fighting on the north side, and it's really only just like some tanks and healers on the stone. So this is as good a time as ever if you're Khaos to try to capitalize and try to win this stone here, Blue.
Yeah, I think so. Khaos doing a really solid job of getting, again, their members onto the stone. They just need one attempted cap, and I think that they can absolutely swing this back the other way, but Vaz is having such trouble, Burger, blocking him from being able to get onto that stone right there. You'd be surprised with all of the Khaos members surrounding him, they still can't manage to lock down the 2 or 3 members of Filtered that are just standing on the stone. It's the same problem that Take Care Bears had, rather, where they just don't want to hit Dotseb, they don't want to hit D's, they don't want to hit any of the members and Burger that are just constantly preventing the point cap. They've got to kill these tanks. They have enough staffs to do the job. They just can't make it happen. Was really struggling over in this corner right here. Is Khaos. One of the members just got worked down, got CC off, wasn't actually enough to make anything happen. And from the high ground, you see a few people just free firing from the high ground on all sides, and it's just a bare knuckle brawl. But again, Filtered with their eye on the objective. Khaos has to be sweating at this point. Only 8.5 minutes left on the clock. They haven't even been able to get their first cap off, despite how convincingly they're winning. I would honestly say, Gretton, they're winning the majority of pushes onto the dais, and they still can't get the cap on the point.
Yeah, they're having just a really hard time getting the pesky tanks off the point. That's what I was saying earlier. Adentis is really good if you have a strong tank core, not because they don't die, but because you're just able to be a nuisance. And I see a lot of people saying like, oh, SNS wands, they'll never die, blah, blah, blah. But they're able to just, I mean, Filtered's able to kill Voss very easily, and he's an SNS wand. There's so much heal cut in this game, the ability to hit him prone. With a staff. You just have to really focus on killing the tank when it's time, because if you're just sending uncoordinated damage into him, he'll just heal that back fully. But if you actually line up some heal cuts, some knockdowns, and just global the tank, you can actually create some space for yourself. And that's kind of what Filtered is doing when it comes to Boss. They know he's the only one realistically trying to cap, so they just wait. All right, cool. Now it's time to CC him, and boom, he's died. And then they'll just do that over and over and over again. And that's what I want to see Khaos do. They have the firepower. They have a lot of damage. They have a lot of good DPS players, but they're just not able to own the space around the Riftstone because they're just not able to clear out the tanks.
Yeah, they need to get grouped up here. Very interestingly, it was Khaos that chose this map. This was their choice on the coin toss, and they just didn't have the strategy coming into it, because again, it does look like they can go toe to toe with Filtered in terms of overall strength. It's just that Filtered got that first cap off, and then Khaos kind of just let off the gas pedal and let them have it, just like we saw happen with Tyr as well. and take care of bears. And that was the end of it. Like, they just have not been able to make anything happen. It looks like they're going to fight over the rooftops one more time up here on this push as well. Before looking at the dais, they aren't very convincingly winning the rooftop battle either. It's neck and neck. Filtered members in the air, but it's the Khaos members starting to get low on health. Lextri getting low, finally does end up going down right there, and it is Khaos that will control this high ground here, and now they should start looking down to put damage on the low ground. Boring goes in, looks like he went invisible there, as I can't see him anymore, but Filtered again just holding control. Vaz diving onto the point and just getting, you saw he got pushed away again by Dotseb. He flips him over, pushes him away from the point. Vaz heals himself back up and runs back toward the point again, almost in vain, trying again and again and again to try to cap this point with no one around to help him. Where is the rest of them fighting? Khaos, the rest of them are fighting out here. Duralast, please move toward the Riftstone, man. As we saw earlier, we saw Khaos pushing onto the Riftstone repeatedly, but now they're struggling to get a foothold on it. Well, and just as I say that, Caster Curse, they bump Filter straight off. And this is what we're talking about here, Gretton. Look how much they dominate this right now. They are overwhelmingly winning that push right there. It's not even close, but Filter just keeping them from, like, Vaz can't get this cap off. Look at that. They're just focused on one person. So although Khaos has full control of this Riftstone, it just does not matter. And eventually, Filter knows that they'll be able to take it back. All they've got to do is stop one person from taking it, and no one from Khaos, despite winning the push, is actually clicking on the tank and targeting them. It's almost infuriating.
Yeah, and again, this is just, I think this is a really good example of macro diff. Like, Dotseb's just doing such a good job of moving his ball around and making sure that the people are where they need to be when they need to be there. And it looks like Khaos is just having a hard time just stabilizing or finding any sort of footing when it comes to getting presence on the stone. Like, even when they push Filter off, it's not necessarily they're pushing Filter off. It's Filter's kind of just like letting them take to then regroup and retake, right? And I want to see Khaos get a little bit more aggro. I feel like they're playing a little bit too passive, especially with only 4.5 minutes left. And again, as you mentioned, Caster Curse, as I say that, they all start waterfalling onto the stone, and this is exactly what you need. But you need to clear those pesky tanks who are stopping your boy from capping the stone. All you need is a stone to cap, and then you just got to hold the control. Look, they're 70%. And there's someone there, Burgers. Again, it's just Burger over and over again, stopping this cap. And all you got to do, even if you're not killing him, freeze them. Have someone put hard freeze on their bar, freeze them. You can't CC break that. You can't cleanse that. You are then stuck in a freeze for as long as the freeze lasts. And it's maybe that's the 5-6 seconds you need to be able to cap the stone.
Yeah, absolutely. As Filtered, again, just had the strategy coming in. Khaos, despite the fact that they chose this Riftstone, they chose Adentis, did not have a clear-cut strategy coming in, or they just don't understand that once you win the push, you have to turn and kill the front line from Filtered. You can't just be looking for the next DPS player to go kill. You've got to go turn around and kill Dotseb. You've got to turn around and kill all of these people that are just preventing you from capping the stone. They just win push after push. Like right now, they're swarming in one more time. Look at the knockups. All of Filtered is in the air. This is a disaster for Filtered. Khaos pushing in, looking very good on the push. Look at all the low health bars from Filtered. But again, Dotseb standing tall. No one is even looking at him. Oh, look, there's the cap go off. He's going to turn around. Oh my goodness, is he going to get? Nope. There it is.
Burgers there.
CC'd again. CC'd again. Like again, they're hitting the DPS users, and that's great and everything, but you have got to stop these tanks. At least CC Dotseb. Pull him away from the point. At least if you don't feel like you can kill him, pull him away. Get him away from the point. Make sure that you can get that point cap off for your team here, because poor Khaos looks really strong, but like just like we saw earlier today, we're probably not going to see them cap this point, Brenton.
Yeah, and I think this is technically going to be the first guild that doesn't cap.
No. It was, well, Take Care Bears didn't cap either.
Well, they tier let them cap at the end.
Oh yeah, true. They let them cap out of BM at the end. Yeah. So this might be Khaos, might be the first guild, and there's a reason that we see this on a dentist. The first guild to take it is going to probably win, and it's probably because guilds just don't understand that there are times when you do have to hit the tanks. It's just that simple. When you win the push as convincingly as Khaos is on some of these pushes, like look at them flood this high ground. They're gonna wipe out the majority of Filtered sitting on this high ground here, And then they're going to try to push down to the low ground once this high ground is kind of swept out. Look at that. Look at they all got knocked up into the air. These are some great players here as they try anything. Honestly, Filtered somehow, despite being CC'd over and over and over again, might hold this high ground. They're running out of health left, right, and center. Khaos loses the push for the high ground. Oh, because they all dove to the low ground. And you'll notice that Khaos is they won the push on the low ground there, but they were unable to make anything happen for them. At the end of the day, they just, again, they can't stop the tanks because they're not clicking on them. They're not targeting them down, even when they've got the advantage. And again, I think that's just a DPS diff. At the end of the day, the DPS just need to do their fucking job and actually target the targets that matter. I understand that most of the time you don't want to hit the tanks because they're really tanky. They don't want to die. But there are some times when you have to be a team player and actually hit the tanks so that you can get the cap off, and then you can go right back to targeting the DPS players down, because it is good targeting to hit the squishier members. Grenton.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, you want to wipe out the DPS at the beginning just to give some breathing room for your DPS. But then after, you want to save some CC and stuff for the tank. If you're not going to kill the tanks, you need to CC the tanks. You got to pick a struggle. You can't just let tanks run around and do whatever they want. That's where they shine, right? And that's what we're seeing with Vaz here. Vaz is able to get to the stone very, very easily. They let him get to the stone, and there's like 3-4 tanks that just swarm him over and over and over again. And guys, he's also an SNS wand and he's dying. So it's not like SNS wands are, impossible to kill. It's that Filtered is making an active, conscious decision to kill this guy every time he comes in range. And oh, they almost got a cap off there. But again, with 20 seconds left, looks like Khaos will be eliminated in the first round of the tournament, and Filtered will move on to round number 2.
Yeah, but a actually surprisingly close match despite everything that we saw. I understand that they didn't get a cap off, but that doesn't really tell the whole story of the match. I think they must be regretting taking a dentist here, because now we've seen it not once but twice. 2 different matches with 4 different guilds, and the same exact thing happens both times. Guilds need to be watching this, and they need to be saying to themselves, okay, well, maybe we should reconsider picking a dentist if we feel like we can't get that initial cap off. If we look over at the damage numbers, 2.3 million on a bow staff user down here from Filtered, renamed 258 with the highest damage in the game. And again, another bow staff user, suck it, Grenton, with the highest kills in the game as well, before the spear daggers kind of flood in here. Still a lot of spear daggers and a staff a staff dagger here as well in the top 5 as well. Let's take a look at who had the most damage healed in this round as well. I'm seeing 2.8 million from Tie Me Down. That's an interesting name to have. That guy just lays down when women walk into the room. 2.8 million healed for that healer. And of course, the bottom is the top healer in the match. Interesting to take that name on that healer. Damage taken is, let's see, who had the highest damage taken? 1.2 on Hio here. Let's see if anybody can beat.
Oh, we missed one. 73 Jarl, 5 million healing.
Oh, Jarl. Okay, so yeah, Jarl knocking it out of the park. What number is he? Where is he at?
73.
Oh yeah, Jarl, 5 million healing done. The best healer in the lobby. Tie Me Down getting oppressed now. It looks like damage taken on the tank.
It's okay, they're into that.
Yeah, exactly. 1.6 million on Varkara. It might be the highest that I have seen. Varkara, the tank winner of the lobby here, from what I can see. It's good fights to both guilds right there, and that is the end of round 1, Gretton. What a tournament so far.
Yeah, a lot of upsets, actually, more so than I think anyone was ready to mentally, prepare for. So that was actually an insane round 1. Day 1 had some really great fights. That win from Tsunami in the final 20 seconds, I think it's going to probably go down in the books as one of the closest war game Riftstone fights ever. We saw, crazy upsets today as well. Dark Horse guilds kind of showing up and saying like, hey, we can compete with these, household names. And then, I mean, now this is where the fun begins, as they say, as we move into round number 2. There's 2 guilds we haven't seen play. We've seen every guild play except for 2. We haven't seen Take Care's main guild, Take Care Cobra, and we haven't seen Supple play yet. But every other guild we've seen play, and every other guild now has information on each other, which is infinitely valuable as we go into round number 2 and then semifinals and then the finals of this tournament.
Yeah, and I just want to give another shout out to our sponsor for today. We did pick up a sponsor after how well yesterday went and how well today is going. The sponsor reached out and they said, yo, we'd like to support this. We want to support the Throne and Liberty community. We want to support this event. Icon Digital, guys, is a performance optimization platform where you can basically download an app. The app is completely free. It'll show you very intuitive diagnostics for your computer. You can see exactly what's going wrong at any point in time if you do have an issue. And then if you pay for their monthly subscription, they will literally optimize for any game that you choose to play. You just simply click a button and within minutes you have way more FPS than you had before. You can use code Blue Squadron at checkout. I can personally vouch for their services. I use them on both my computers. They absolutely improve my FPS, and now with their app, it's cheaper than ever to get this, and you could do it multiple times a month if you'd want to keep all that bloat and all that malware and stuff off of your computer so that you're constantly running at the highest FPS, even if you don't have the best equipment, and definitely if you do have the best equipment. Again, code Blue Squadron to checkout. Thank you so much to Icon Digital for sponsoring. I also want to give a shout out to AGS, who gave us a shout out on social media yesterday and then started a drop campaign just at the starting day of the tournament. Was pretty clutch. Really appreciate Amazon Games for doing that for me and supporting the community in this way. Big shout out to them as well. Guys, we love this. If you guys want to join the War Games Discord, if you're wondering if you want to join any of these guilds, !best in guild, the War Games Discord shows you who all the leadership cores are. All of it's color coded so you know which server everyone's a part of, so you can apply to all the different guilds. There's a guild recruitment channel now as well, and you can talk to each other, see how the tournament is going. Let's take a look at the schedule for the remainder of the tournament here. We'll look over at this. And we have on January 7th, it will be round 2 and round 3 because the tournament ended up being a lot bigger than we initially anticipated. It will be round 2 and round 3 on January 7th. We will see the next 2 rounds of the tournament. 2 days later on January 9th, we're going to see a best of 3 format semifinals. And then on January 10th, we will see the best of 3 finals. We will find out who the strongest guild in North America actually is. Gretton, do you think that anyone from NA West can beat the strongest guild from NA East?
Fuck no, not even close.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say too. Look, as much as I have respect for NA West, I think that most of the PvPers, most of the players that knew how to play the game all kind of filtered onto NA East. So for all intents and purposes, this is showing you who the strongest guilds in North America East, or just North America in general, are in this tournament. I appreciate all of the support from everybody. I want to give a big shout out to Grenton, my co-caster, who helps carry me through each round of the tournament here. Grenton, you want to give yourself a shout out?
Yeah, I mean, you can find me, Not Grenton, pretty much everywhere, every social media, on Twitch as well. You probably saw me chat PvPing in the chat while casting because I have ADHD and I can't focus on one thing at once. So that was obviously super fun. I love seeing tournaments like this being put on. I was fortunate enough to cast the only quote-unquote official tournament that has been put on yet, which was the Siege the day before the game launched. And I really hope that AGS, NCSoft, they see this and they put more focus into organized, competitive PvP going forward. Maybe, they give Blue Squadron the title of, official tournament organizer. That would be super cool. Thank you as always, Blue, for having me on. I think we found some, unexpected chemistry between us as casters, so that was super fucking fun.
Yeah, we've both done it professionally, and it's like, honestly, it's funny because we both probably grew up the same way, and so like when we saw like the big shoutcasting when we were younger with StarCraft 2 and then into League of Legends and stuff, we looked at it, we were like, we don't want to be the players, we want to be the shoutcasters. We want to be the guys making the moment special. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I did the playing, I managed, I coached, I played esports. Casting for me is my passion. Sharing the energy, making things more hype for the community. And I want to say a big thank you to everyone in the chat who spent their time, their evening on Friday. Like a bunch of degenerate gamers. It's 10 p.m. on a Friday. We're sitting here watching people hit each other with pixels. Super sick. All the guilds that were doing watch parties in their discords. All the other content creators who are restreaming this. Big thank you to you guys as well. And then Blue, obviously the biggest of thank yous to you, because without this, the tournament without you and your bald ass, the tournament just wouldn't be put on. So thank you, Blue, and big W.
Thank you so much, Gretton. As far as things go, if you're new to my content, guys, I have 2 new YouTube videos every day. I love putting on massive events like this for the community. It is a lot of money out of my pocket. Of course, that's where the prize pool money from the tournament comes from. Fortunately, we got a sponsor at least this time, so that helps a little bit with it for sure. But the sponsors for the tournament help. But like, in order to put this on, I rely on support from the community, and you guys support the hell out of me. I really appreciate all of the subs, the gifted subs, the donations. And we got a raid from Vert today. I appreciate all of the support from the Throne and Liberty community. Has been absolutely incredible. And I'll be honest with you, this is some of the best feedback I've gotten from any event I have ever run, which is pretty cool. I think that everyone's starting to realize, like, hey man, this guy's kind of good at putting on productions. That is right, because it's not like I've done this before. I love doing this. I love making really crisp productions. I know we had a few hiccups today where I messed a couple things up, but I think overall everyone was very happy with it. I appreciate all of your guys' support for the event. We're gonna see round 2 and round 3 on January 7th. It will start. I'll probably push the time back. Make sure you're in the War Games Discord, guys, or even in my Discord. I will announce it in both Discords. So honestly, if you're in either, you will see the announcement. It will be rounds 2 and round 3 on the same day. I will probably push the matches back maybe an hour because people requested it, but we'll see as far as that goes. I want to say thank you so much again to the Throne and Liberty community, and a huge shout out. One last thing, huge shout out to Lucy and my moderators. Yeah, we were off the ball a little bit today, guys, but I appreciate you guys. I know that the chat's moving a little bit faster than you're used to in here, so great job moderating the chat today. Great job to Lucy, who is the tournament organizer. Hearts in the chat for him. Thank you so much, man. And then, oh, okay, the final shout out. This is the last one. The leadership cores of the guilds. No one can appreciate this more than me, more than Gretton. I've run countless guilds in both Black Desert and then Throne and Liberty. I ran a really hardcore guild as well. I ran with Ethereum back in the day. I ran Reassembled, right? So like, I know what it takes to run a guild, guys, and I understand this tournament is for you guys. This is for you guys to show all of the hard work that you've been pouring into your communities, guys. So if you're going to thank anyone for this event, please go thank your guild masters. Go thank your leadership cores who got you to this point and built the community that you currently love so much. Go give them all the love in the world. Who are we rating today, Gretton?
I sent you on Discord. The homie Invuln.
Oh, Invuln streaming?
Yeah.
All right, we'll get Invulnerable GG. All right, guys, we're going to throw it over to Invuln as his guild is participating in the tournament. Guys, if you missed the signups for this tournament, there will be another one in the future. I can't promise when necessarily. I'm thinking about running one for EU. If you're an EU player, please comment on the YouTube videos or give me feedback that you want to see this event run for EU. I would love to do something like that if there's enough EU members to actually get the event off. We had 30 guilds sign up for NA, so it'd be really, really cool, and then maybe host a cross server event. I don't know, we'll see. Either way, guys, have a great rest of your night. We'll see you on the 7th.